Recorded Books presents Shadows of Swanford Abbey by Julie Klassen. Narrated by Elizabeth Jasicki. In memory of Katie Banton, whose smiles, prayers and friendship brightened the world, 1986 to 2020. From Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey. The part of the Abbey you inhabit is undoubtedly haunted. From an 18th century London advertisement. The Gentleman's Hotel in King Street, St. James's Square, takes this opportunity of acquainting all noblemen, gentlemen, foreigners, and others that they may be accommodated with genteel lodgings for one night, or as long as they think proper. From Jane Austen's Persuasion. A large party in an hotel ensured a quick-changing, unsettled scene. From 2 Timothy chapter 1 verse 7, New King James Version. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. Chapter 1. March 1820. Worcestershire, England. Miss Rebecca Lane quaked at the thought of returning to Swanford after more than a year's absence, even though her heart had never really left. Inside the jostling post-chaise, she prayed, "Please don't let him do anything foolish before I get there." Lines from their housekeeper's recent letter echoed through her mind. "Your brother's behaviour has grown more alarming. I fear what he might do. I couldn't in good conscience wait any longer to write. I pray you have not waited too long as it is." Dread filled Rebecca again, as it had when she'd first read the words. Was John threatening to harm himself, or someone else, or what? Rebecca sighed and leaned her throbbing temple against the vehicle's smooth, cool window. Outside, the rolling countryside lay draped in March mist, its fields dotted with white sheep and new lambs. Soon the tower of All Saints' Church appeared above the tree-tops, and there the tall chimney-stacks of the Wickworth mansion. Rebecca gestured out the window toward the village. "There it is, Swanford." Beside her, the French maid slept on, but Lady Fitzhoward, their employer, gazed out as directed. "Ah, yes." The older woman looked at her. "Are you glad to be home?" Rebecca summoned the expected smile and nodded, though it was a weak effort. Inwardly she thought, where is home? With her parents passed on, the vicarage, which was never actually theirs anyway, was occupied by the new vicar and his family. The underkeeper's lodge, where her brother lived, belonged to the Wilford family estate, and except for a brief visit the Christmas before last, she'd spent the previous 2 years living out of trunks and bandboxes in one inn or hotel after another as a lady's companion. Perhaps in time she could learn to be like Lady Fitzhoward and enjoy endless travel rather than longing for home, but she hadn't managed it yet. The chaise turned off the main road and made its way past farmyards, cottages, and the village itself. Beyond it, imposing Swanford Abbey rose from the misty ground like an ancient headstone. Before the sight of the old Abbey-turned-hotel could rouse its customary trepidation, the chaise rumbled under an archway and into the adjacent stable courtyard. A porter appeared to help them alight. Miss Jolie, the lady's maid, awoke and climbed out first to direct the care of their employer's belongings. Lady Fitzhoward stepped down after her, leaning heavily on the porter's hand until her cane reached the ground. Following her out, Rebecca asked, "May I leave my trunk with you?" The maid looked annoyed at the request, but Lady Fitzhoward agreed. "Yes, of course. Jolie shall have it stowed for you." An old man in coarse work clothes hobbled into the stable yard, spade in hand. He paused, faded blue eyes fixing on Lady Fitzhoward. "Purty flower," he murmured. The porter shooed him away. When he'd ambled off, Lady Fitzhoward turned to Rebecca. "If a week with your brother is not sufficient, let me know. If I'm not here at the hotel, leave a message at the desk. As I mentioned, I hope to visit friends while I'm in the area." Rebecca nodded. "I shall, thank you. And thank you again for changing your plans to accompany me." Seeing her preparing to depart, the porter offered to summon a fly to take Rebecca the rest of the way. She politely declined. The distance across the village and through the wood to the lodge was more than a mile, but the day was fine and her purse light, so she decided to go on foot. She retrieved her valise and bandbox from among the pile of baggage, bid the two women farewell, and turned to go. After a few steps her valise felt heavy, but it was nothing to the guilt she carried. Rebecca walked up Abbey Lane, past the busy High Street, and along the village green framed by thatched cottages on two sides. Reaching All Saints' Street, she turned right and walked by half-timbered houses hugging the cobbled street, and the Swan and Goose, the tang of sour ale emanating from the public house. She crossed the river bridge and walked out of town. It would have been faster to continue past the church and vicarage, but she wasn't ready to face those poignant memories just yet. As she followed the river toward the wood, a child's wail pierced the air, followed by heartbroken sobs. She glanced around, trying to locate the wee sufferer, and there, under a sprawling English oak, stood a boy of 4 or 5, in long pantaloons with high waist buttoned to a jacket above. A wide frilly shirt collar rested on little heaving shoulders. Rebecca set down her things and hurried over to him. "What is it? What's wrong?" Eyes wet and nose running, the boy pointed up into the tree. There, high above, a kite lay snared in the branches, its tail and string entangled in the gnarly limbs. "Oh dear, that is a pity." Rebecca looked around for help. "Where do you live?" He wiped his sleeve under his glistening nose and pointed over the river, narrow here, to the back of the vicarage. "And are you out here alone?" He shook his head and began sobbing again. A girl, a few years older, appeared, carrying a long stick. "Do hush, Colin. You're not a baby any more. I'll try to get it down for you." Seeing her, the girl hesitated, then explained, "He was given that kite for his birthday and breeching. I was supposed to help him fly it, but the wind grabbed hold and wouldn't let go." "I see." Rebecca surveyed the tree and considered the situation. "I shall go up for it," she offered. "You stay here and watch over your brother, will you?" The girl's eyes widened, then swept over Rebecca's neat carriage dress and hat. "You, miss?" Rebecca nodded and unpinned the ornate hat, Lady Fitzhoward's choice, not her own. The feather would only get caught in the branches. Then she tied her petticoat between her knees to keep from showing more than she wished. She looked around again, glad there was no one but these two children to witness her unladylike act. Seeing a cracked wagon wheel abandoned beside a nearby tree, she rolled it over and propped it against the trunk to form a sort of step-stool. The lowest branch grew almost horizontally before curving upward. It had always reminded her of an elephant with its trumpeting trunk, like the one she'd seen at Astley's amphitheatre. The branch was too high for the children to reach, but with the help of the wheel she managed to lift 1 foot to the Y between it and the trunk, grasp the branch with gloved hands, and half swing, half lift herself up, the bark rough against her delicate stockings, which would no doubt be ruined. From there she righted herself and began the relatively easy feat of climbing the remaining branches as one would a ladder. Below her, the children clapped, and she felt rather like a performer at Astley's herself. Rebecca had never been afraid of heights, and had happily scrambled up trees, including this one as a girl, heedless of scraped hands and knees. But she was a woman now, out of practice and condition, and was soon breathing hard as she scaled the great oak. Nearing the kite, she sat on one accommodating branch and propped her half-boot on another for support. Then she began the tedious task of untangling the kite tail and string. She looked down at the waiting children. The canopy of branches hid the girl from view, but the teary boy was in plain, vivid sight. "Can you get it?" he asked. "Can you?" Unexpectedly, her vision tunnelled, and she felt strangely dizzy. The scene and plea were all too familiar, and upon its echoes she hurtled back through the years, looking down from a similar perch to a tearful John below, although several years older than this boy. "May I?" he'd pleaded. "Please, just this once." He'd wanted to climb up the tree with her, begged to. Her parents had charged her with keeping an eye on her little brother, keeping him safe. She knew John was too young, too unsteady, but he kept begging and whining, and finally she'd relented, thinking if she kept him close, all would be well. She'd helped him up to the lowest branch, and he'd climbed up from there, ignoring her warnings and entreaties to wait for her and not climb too high. Heart-pounding, she'd hurried after him, but before she could reach him, he slipped and fell, landing on the hard-packed earth below, where he lay deadly still. "Are you all right, miss?" the girl called up, scattering her dark cloud of reverie. Yes. Just taking time to untangle." Rebecca lowered the kite, freed at last, to the outstretched hands awaiting it, then dropped the string as well. She climbed carefully down, finally sitting on the lowest branch and preparing to jump. It seemed higher now for some reason. Rebecca took a steadying breath and pushed off, stumbling to the ground. Getting to her feet, she saw the grass stain on her gown and inwardly groaned. Lady Fitzhoward had an exacting eye. She reached down and swatted ineffectually at the stain. Hopefully Rose could help her remove it. The little boy threw his arms around her knees, adding snot to the brownish-green stain. The girl bobbed a curtsy. "Thank you, miss. May I ask your name?" "I'm Miss Lane, and you are most welcome." Rebecca gathered her things and straightened. "May I suggest the village green for your next kite-flying adventure?" Grinning sheepishly, the children nodded in agreement and waved her on her way. Reaching the narrow footbridge, Rebecca crossed back over the river and continued through Fowler's Wood, approaching the lodge from behind. The thatched cottage had once been the underkeeper's lodge, but the Wilfords employed only one gamekeeper these days, and had let the lodge to John and Rebecca on very easy terms. She'd lived there with her brother for a few years, until financial and relational strain had spurred her to seek a position as a lady's companion. At her knock, the elderly cook-housekeeper Rose Watts met her at the door, the dear, sagging features lifting into a smile at the sight of her. "Miss Rebecca, what a happy surprise! Thank the Lord!" Uncertainty flickered. "Is it a surprise, Rose? I did write and asked John to let you know when I would be arriving. Perhaps he hasn't yet received my letter." The woman's gaze shifted to a basket on the sideboard, overflowing with newspapers and correspondence. "Or perhaps it's still in that pile." Rose looked back at her. "You did receive my letter?" "Yes, that's why I'm here. Is John home?" "Course he is. He's always home." Rebecca glanced from the dining parlour into the sitting room and saw that both were empty. Rose sighed. "He's in his room, still asleep, most likely." "Asleep? It's after 3 in the afternoon." The housekeeper's lined face creased into an odd expression, half apology, half long-suffering frown. "It's as I told you. He stays up all hours, pacing back and forth and muttering to himself, then sleeps the day away. And when I try to talk to him about it, he becomes devilish angry." Rebecca went to knock on her brother's bedchamber door. "John? It's Rebecca. I'm back." No answer. She removed her hat and gloves and tried again. Still no response. To distract herself from mounting alarm, Rebecca walked down the passage to the spare room where she usually slept, planning to stow her valise. She opened the door and froze. The room was an utter disaster. Between the door and bed, a small table haphazardly sat, piled high with sheaves of paper, as was the bed itself. Twine hung with pages stretched across the room. The side table and dressing chest were strewn with reference books, ink pots, spent candles, coffee cups, plates, piles of old clothes, and even John's viola, which, as far as she knew, he hadn't played in years. Rose stopped in the doorway behind her. "I am sorry, Miss Rebecca. He's taken to using this room as an office and storeroom of sorts. I would have asked him to clean it, or done it myself, had I known when you were coming. What you must think of me. In my defence, John has kept me busy writing a clean copy of his new manuscript." "I understand." Rebecca gestured toward the pages hanging on the line. "Why are those there?" "I believe he spilled something and is drying them out." "I see. I shall, sleep on the sofa tonight, and we'll sort it tomorrow." "Very well. Come with me to the kitchen. I've something else to tell you." She joined Rose for tea at the scarred wooden table. The older woman said, "Since I wrote to you, I've learned that a certain author, and you will guess who I mean, wrote to reserve a room at the Swanford Abbey Hotel. I heard it from Cassie Somerton herself. She's head housekeeper there. He arrived last night, and word is spreading fast round the village. I worry what John might do." Rebecca nodded, a new wave of dread washing over her. Why was that man in Swanford? As they were finishing their tea, the Wilfords' steward arrived, and again Rebecca tried to rouse her brother. "John," she hissed through the door, "Mr. Jones is here for the rent. John?" In the entryway, the stoic man shifted from foot to foot. "That's all right, miss. Don't want to spoil your homecoming. I'll return another time." Face hot with embarrassment, Rebecca replied, "Thank you, Mr. Jones. I apologize for the inconvenience." And later, when Rose began setting platters of food on the dining table, Rebecca tried again. "John? Dinner is almost ready. Please join us." No reply. She pressed her forehead to the solid wood and added on a plaintive note, "John, do answer. You begin to worry me." Finally, she returned to the kitchen and said, "You have a key to his room, do you not?" Rose nodded as she poured gravy into a sauceboat. "Used it once when he didn't respond, but he flew into a rage and warned me never to use it again." Rebecca raised her chin. "Well, he hasn't warned me." Rose handed over the key from her chatelaine, worry lines on her brow. Rebecca didn't blame her. She was worried too. Worried her brother might have done himself a harm. Rebecca strode down the passage, took a deep breath, and inserted the key into the lock. Then she pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. There he lay, eyes closed, half-dressed, dishevelled, lying amid jumbled bedclothes, wadded papers, teacups, empty whiskey bottles, smaller, suspicious-looking brown bottles, and plates of half-eaten food. The air was foul, with the cloying odour of sweat and spoiled meat. She wrinkled her nose. "John?" No reaction. Her heart banged hard. "John!" she repeated sharply, slogging through the debris to the bed and shaking his shoulder. His eyelids fluttered open. "What?" Displeasure and confusion puckered his face. "Becky? Why are you here? Leave me alone!" "What's wrong with you?" She wanted to shout, but the lump in her throat stopped her. She knew what was wrong, to some degree at least. He'd never been quite right since that fall from the tree. The resulting head injury had left him confused, lethargic and moody, a condition that had grown worse over recent years, exacerbated by a deep depression of spirits and too much drink. And the cause? She knew it all too well. Frederick Wilford glanced around the Wickworth drawing-room, into the hall beyond. Everywhere he looked, the furniture, mirrors, and silent clocks lay shrouded under protective white holland cloths, and had been for 2 years. "Will I never be able to put the past behind me?" he asked himself. "Forgive her? And myself?" The sound of hammering from upstairs seemed to pound right into his brain. He rubbed ineffectually at his throbbing temples. The front door burst open, the caller not bothering to knock. "Freddie, I'm here!" Frederick stepped into the hall to greet his younger brother, who lived in London, but visited every year at Christmas and Frederick's birthday. Dapper, fair-haired Thomas set down his valise and handed his greatcoat to the suddenly appearing footman. Frederick looked past him, expecting to see his valet. "Your man not with you?" "No. Went off and got himself married, poor fool." Then his brother glanced around, eyes wide. "You still have everything covered? Really, Freddie, this place is like a mausoleum." "Good day to you too, Tom. Welcome home." Thomas shook his head. "Wickworth hasn't been my home in ages, thankfully. Who would want to live here? Ghosts? Certainly not living, breathing people. You know why everything is covered. We're renovating." "Are you? I thought you stopped all that after Marina died. The refurbishments were her idea, after all." "I've put off the plans for this floor. The men are working upstairs for the present, finishing the guest rooms." He gestured behind himself. "But I can't leave that gaping hole open between the library and drawing-room forever." His brother's eyes glinted. "Like a wound refusing to heal?" Frederick frowned. "Look, I can't stay here again," Thomas announced. "Not with these paint fumes and all this dust flying about. I left here with a rattling cough after Christmas. Let's stay at the Abbey. A birthday treat for you and a little holiday for us both. What do you say?" Hammering started up again from above, making Frederick's headache all the worse. "Come on," Thomas wheedled. "You're holding the canal meeting there anyway. Besides, when's the last time you've spent a few nights away from this place?" "And from all the memories it holds," Frederick silently added. "Very well, assuming they have rooms." Thomas beamed. "Excellent! You won't regret it. We shall have a merry time." Frederick highly doubted it. In the morning, while Rebecca was still asleep on the sitting-room sofa, her brother burst from his room with a stack of pages in hand. "It's fate you're here now, Becky." Startled awake, Rebecca surveyed her brother's unkempt appearance and fevered gaze. "Have you even slept?" He shook his head, greasy dark hair flopping over his forehead. "Up working and thinking all night, and I've decided. You're the perfect person to place my new manuscript into his hands." Confusion pinched. "What?" "I've tried sending it to other publishers directly, and they all rejected it, most without reading it, declined by return of post. My only chance is if Oliver will recommend it to his publisher." Rebecca struggled up into a sitting position. "But would he, considering your history with him?" "Rose made a clean copy for me. He doesn't have to know it's my work until he passes it on to his publisher. We'll use a pen name." Rebecca considered the plan and felt her brow furrow. "Will Mr. Edgecombe be at the hotel too? I met him that day we—" She broke off, not wanting to remind John of that unhappy scene, and instead said, "Perhaps I might give the manuscript to him directly." John shook his head. "William Edgecombe died over a year ago. His brother, Thaddeus, has taken over, and he doesn't accept unsolicited manuscripts either." "Then might we not work on Mr. Oliver's sympathies? Remind him what he owes you?" John sat on the sofa near her feet. "No, Becky. Do not mention me. You know it will put him on his guard. He'd probably burn it out of spite." "Or steal it," Rebecca muttered. "Maybe. But if I want to risk my own work, that's my decision." John's eyes gleamed. "And if he does steal it again, we'll be prepared this time. We have a copy, and Rose has read it. Perhaps you might read a few chapters as well, as you failed to do before. Then it wouldn't be my word against his." Remorse stabbed her. His fall from the tree wasn't the only injury she felt responsible for. "There are no other options," John went on, voice rising. "This is the only way." Rebecca didn't trust Ambrose Oliver and couldn't believe her brother would either. Moderating her tone, she said, "I don't think it would be wise to—" "Stop!" he interjected. "Don't talk about things you don't understand. I know far more about publishing than you do." Rebecca bit back a retort, realizing he was working himself into one of his fits of pique. Oh, John. He couldn't be thinking rationally. Would his mind ever be right again? At peace? She laid a hand on his rumpled sleeve. "You must forgive him, John, for your own sake. You are eaten up with bitterness." He scowled. "Forgive him? He stole from me, ruined my chances and my name, called me a liar. I should be threatening him with a defamation suit instead of the other way around. And would, if I had more evidence, or the money for a more powerful lawyer." Rebecca sighed. She'd heard it all so many times before. She said, "I don't want to leave. I just got here, and I want to help." "You're going to help me far more at the Abbey," he insisted. "I already have Rose here. I don't need 2 women scolding me. And take your things. Might be a few days until you have an opportunity to speak with him." "John, An unmarried woman cannot stay in a hotel alone. Is not your Lady F staying there? I'm not certain. She said she might visit friends. He shrugged. Either way, no need to be fastidious. It's not some gentleman's club in London. This is Swanford Abbey. Perfectly respectable. She regarded her brother, another rebuke on her lips, but before she could reply, he looked her in the eye and implored, Please, please help me, Becky. In that moment, she saw John as a little boy, climbing onto her bed, his hair untidy and book in hand. Read me a story, Becky, please. Taking a deep breath, she said, I'll think about it. She reached for the pages, but he held them away from her. Not these. You'll smudge them. Read from my copy, if you care to. Not that you've ever cared about my work before. Her stomach churned with that old familiar guilt, along with unease. What should she do? She just wanted her brother back, as he'd once been, but she feared that John was gone forever. Donning her spectacles, Rebecca read a few chapters of John's draft. Actually quite good, she thought, then set it aside to dress. She went into the kitchen and found Rose bent over a book of household accounts. The cook-housekeeper looked up with a rueful shake of her head. I'm behind on my bookwork as well as the housework. Rebecca sat down across from her. John asked me to take your copy of his manuscript to Mr. Oliver. Rose nodded. I overheard. It seems a fool's errand to me, not to mention improper. I don't know that I should even try. Rose lifted a veined, work-worn hand and framed Rebecca's chin with it. If that's all he wants, give it to him. Besides, better you than John himself. Best thing we can do is keep him away from the Abbey until Ambrose Oliver leaves. Rose was right, but the last thing Rebecca wanted to do was to go inside Swanford Abbey, a place she'd avoided since childhood. With a sigh of resignation, Rebecca made quick work of repacking her valise, then looked around the sitting-room to see if she'd forgotten anything. She noticed that the Lane family portrait was no longer hanging above the fireplace. Had Rose or John moved it for some reason? She stepped closer to the mantelpiece and saw that someone had propped 3 sketches there. Awful, amateur, adored. Her mother had drawn them in the vicarage garden. The first showed the vicarage's panelled front door and listing porch, woodbine climbing its columns. The second showed 2 children at play with a ball, meant to be her and John, she knew, although the simple drawing resembled neither. And the third was of a man in black, her father, standing beside the old rose-bush, which reminded Rebecca of the hothouse flowers she'd laid upon their grave when last she was home. Rebecca looked above them, at the empty place on the wall. The sketches were dear, because her mother had done them, but they were a poor substitute for the professionally painted portrait of her parents and herself, with John as a toddler. Rose shuffled past with a broom. "Rose, where is our family portrait?" The housekeeper hesitated, the lines on her face deepened by a wince. "Gone. John sold it." Rebecca's heart sank. "Sold it? Why?" "Needed the money, or at least wanted the money." "But who would even want our family portrait?" "Don't know. Was it done by someone famous?" Rebecca shrugged. "Samuel Lyons, I believe, or one of his pupils. I was rather young at the time." Betrayal heated her veins. "He'd no right to sell it." "I understand your anger, my dear, but trust me, it's not worth losing your only sibling over. Your living, breathing family is more important than any portrait." Rebecca squeezed her eyes closed and drew a shaky inhale. "I suppose you're right. I will wait to raise the issue with John. We have a more pressing matter to deal with first." Chapter 2. Portfolio in one trembling hand, valise in the other, Rebecca walked back to the medieval stone abbey, the setting of many childhood nightmares. Her heart beat painfully hard. It had been one thing to alight in the stable yard, but to enter the abbey itself? As a girl, she had taken pains to avoid the place, walking around Mr. Dodge's field rather than using the more direct path past the abbey. Every All Hallows' Eve, the children of Swanford told tales of the evil abbess who roamed the ruined church that slumped beside the abbey like the bones of an ancient mastodon, which Rebecca had once seen at an exhibition. Local children still considered Swanford Abbey haunted, inhabited by the spirits of long-dead nuns who'd lost their home and some their lives during the dissolution centuries before, when icons had been smashed and church property claimed by the monarch. Afterward, the abbey had been given to a nobleman loyal to the crown, who built a large private residence over and around the old cloisters. Sharrington Court had been a 2.5-story house with a slate roof, twisted chimney stacks and mullioned windows. Many generations of the Sharrington family had lived there until the last of them died without heir or offspring more than 30 years ago. The house had been locked up, while the adjacent church, with its collapsed roof, continued to crumble. Since then, children of the parish had dared one another to climb the fallen walls, and the bravest among them had played among its ruins. Rebecca still remembered the one and only time she climbed atop a partially crumbled wall of the ruined Abbey church. A childhood companion had told ghost stories until fear froze her in place. And then Rebecca had looked down and seen Frederick Wilford standing below her, an amused smile on his handsome face. "May I help you down, young lady?" Relief and a secret thrill had washed over her. She nodded and trustingly leaned into him as he lowered her to the ground. Rebecca blinked away the memory, wishing she could leave behind her girlish infatuation as easily. Several years ago, Sharrington Court had been purchased, and after a few financial setbacks, had eventually been renovated into a grand hotel. Rebecca was still not keen to enter the place in any state. With thoughts of dispossessed spirits in mind, the hairs at the back of her neck stood on end as she walked up the gravelled drive. Taking a deep breath, she ascended the double-sided stairway, where an officious-looking commissionaire opened the door for her. With a start, she recognised him as Sir Roger Wilford's former valet, now attired in fine livery. "Mr. Moseley, good day."
"Ah, if it isn't Rebecca Lane, all grown up. Goodness, how ancient you make me feel. I remember you running around the village green in a grass-stained pinafore."
She dipped her head, neck warm. "That was a long time ago. Well, a pleasure to see you again."
"And you, miss, it's been an age."
"I've been travelling."
"Have you? I would say, how pleasant, but the truth is, I'm a homebody who likes his own bed."
He offered to carry her valise, but she shook her head and held it close. She wasn't yet sure she would be staying as a guest. She rather hoped not. He looked about to insist, but at that moment a stately travelling chariot arrived, and he quickly turned his attention to its occupants, calling for 2 porters to come and carry their baggage. Rebecca entered Swanford Abbey alone. Inside, She found herself in what had once been a Gothic great hall of impressive height, now a spacious reception hall. A magnificent log fire burned in a hearth, with crossed sabres carved into the chimney-piece above. On either side of the fire, decorative andirons shone, polished to a high sheen. A plush Turkish carpet served to soften the echoing sound of the open space. Atop it were arranged a cluster of small tea-tables, red velvet armchairs and sofas. All around her was opulence to a grand scale. Rebecca supposed she should be used to such finery after travelling as companion to a wealthy dowager. But today she was on her own, former vicar's daughter and now humble lady's companion, and felt out of place. She wondered if Lady Fitzhoward was still there, or if she had already left to visit friends. But it wasn't Lady Fitzhoward she had come to see. As she tentatively approached the gleaming oak reception desk, the clerk looked up, his gaze sweeping over her in practised study. Perhaps she should have worn one of the fashionable gowns Lady Fitzhoward had purchased for her, instead of a simple day dress and unadorned spencer.
"May I help you?"
the young man asked. He didn't appear eager to do so, nor familiar. He must be new to the village. "Good day. I was hoping to speak with Mr. Ambrose Oliver. I understand he's staying here." Again his gaze swept over her and his lips thinned.
"May I ask your connection to Mr. Oliver? Are you a friend?"
His tone dripped with lurid suspicion. "Not at all. I wish to speak with him on a matter of business, publishing business." She lifted the leather portfolio to substantiate her claim, then added, "My brother was an associate of his." The clerk shook his head.
"Mr. Oliver sees no one. He has left strict instructions not to be disturbed."
Dismay and relief swirled within her. "Then perhaps I might speak with his publisher, Mr. Edgecombe?" Another shake of the head.
"We have no one by that name staying here."
Disappointment pinched her stomach. Rebecca hoped she didn't appear as crestfallen as she felt. Mr. Mosley, escorting the new arrivals inside, said,
"Now, Raymond, this is Miss Lane, our former vicar's daughter. Do be polite."
The clerk lifted a pugnacious nose and said in a lower voice,
"I can tell you that a Mr. Edgecombe was here yesterday to meet with a certain famous guest, and that we expect him back for dinner sometime in the next few days. Beyond that, I cannot help you."
"I see. Well, thank you." Rebecca turned and stepped aside to make way for the others awaiting their turn at the desk. She walked blindly across the reception hall to one of the cushioned armchairs and sat down to think, setting her valise beside her. Rebecca would have preferred to avoid the expense of an overnight stay, even though her brother had made it clear he didn't want her in the lodge criticising his habits or untidiness. But a young, unmarried lady staying in a hotel on her own? Perhaps if she were quiet and kept to herself, her presence would go unremarked. Movement at the far end of the room drew her attention. She glanced past a grand pianoforte to an impressive curved staircase that led to a gallery above. From there, a tall, dark-haired man started down the steps. Recognition jolted her. Not him, not here, not now. She swiftly turned her face away, praying he hadn't seen her. Too late.
"Miss Lane, is that you?"
She pressed her eyes tight. Was there any chance of slipping away? No. So much for keeping to herself. She looked over with feigned nonchalance, hoping he wouldn't notice her lip tremble. He'd reached the landing and walked toward her like an image from those old romantic dreams she'd tried to root out of her mind. "Yes?" It was the only syllable she managed over her tight throat and racing thoughts. As he neared, she noticed Sir Frederick looked a little older. He must be 35 now, but still meltingly handsome and more intimidating than she recalled. At her unenthusiastic response, he stopped where he was, smile fading.
"Forgive me," he bowed. "I hope I'm not intruding."
She rose and curtsied. "Not at all. I'm only surprised to see you here."
"And I you. It's been far too long."
"I've been away travelling."
"Here in Swanford to visit your brother, I imagine?"
Yes."
"Are you staying here or in the lodge with him?"
Sir Frederick raised his hand.
"Don't worry, we wouldn't raise the rent."
He chuckled, and she managed a small grin in return. She didn't, however, answer his question. When she said no more, he asked,
"Did you travel somewhere pleasant?"
"Oh, yes, we did. Bath, Brighton, Paris."
"We?"
His dark brows rose in expectation. She swallowed. She shouldn't be embarrassed to admit she had taken a position as lady's companion, but she was. Did he already know? Rose or one of the Fenchurches might have mentioned it. Before she could reply, a second man swept across the hall to join them, a younger, fairer version of the first, in immaculate gentleman's attire.
"Paris! J'adore Paris! So beautiful!"
His gaze seemed to linger on her face as he said the words, but she was likely imagining it. He elbowed his brother.
"Do introduce us, Freddie."
Sir Frederick hesitated, then complied.
"Miss Lane, I'm not sure if you'll remember my brother, Tommy Wilford," the younger man interrupted with a bow. "How do you do?"
Thomas was good-looking and closer to her age, but she'd always preferred his older brother. Frederick added,
"Miss Lane's father was our vicar and my boyhood tutor."
The golden eyebrows lifted.
"Ah, yes. I'm afraid I didn't recognize you, Miss Lane. You've grown up, and very well, I might add."
Sir Frederick's mouth tightened at Thomas's flattery. He said,
"You were at school for much of Miss Lane's childhood and away in London a great deal in recent years. That must explain it. And I didn't know the legendary Mr. Lane as well as my brother did, as he'd given up tutoring by the time I was old enough, but Freddie speaks of him often and fondly."
Frederick nodded, then said,
"Her brother John lives in the underkeeper's lodge. Perhaps you've met him?"
The light of interest in Thomas's eyes dimmed somewhat.
"No, I've not had that pleasure."
Sir Frederick turned back to her and explained,
"We are staying here as guests this week. The house is undergoing renovations."
"Ah, I see. I wondered why you would stay here when Wickworth is so close."
"And you, Miss Lane?"
Two similar pairs of eyes regarded her curiously. She dampened dry lips. "I may be staying a night or two as well. My brother is, busy writing, you see. I rather surprised him, coming to visit just now."
"Well, whatever the reason, we're delighted to find you here. Are we not, Freddie?"
Again, Thomas elbowed his brother's side.
"Indeed we are. I hope we shall have an opportunity to talk of old times while you're here."
"I would enjoy that." She nodded to each brother in turn, then made her way back to the desk. The same clerk stood there, and didn't look especially pleased to see her return.
"Yes, miss. How may I help you now?"
"I would like a room, please."
"For one?"
"Yes." Self-consciousness burned her ears.
"Have you a reservation?"
"No. Is that a problem?"
"Well, we are quite busy."
He opened the register and made a pretence of running a finger down an inked page.
and I'm not sure we have any rooms available."
Even though a part of her would be glad for an excuse to return to the lodge, she would be mortified to be turned away in front of the Wilfords. She added, in a lower voice, "I'm meeting Lady Fitzhoward here." They weren't planning to meet for a week's time, but Rebecca kept that bit to herself.
"Lady Fitzhoward?"
The clerk's disapproving expression relaxed somewhat.
"Ah, I do have one room available, although not our finest."
"That's all right. I don't need anything grand." Even if a better room were available, she would rather not pay any more than she had to for this unplanned stay.
"For how many nights?"
"I'm not yet certain. May I let you know?"
"Very well, miss."
He swivelled the registration book toward her. While she filled in her information, the clerk extracted a key from a drawer and gestured for a porter.
"Neville, please take Miss Lane to number 13.
13? The young porter repeated in surprise, then with a shrug picked up her valise.
"Very well. Right this way, miss."
Neville nodded to the curving staircase.
"There are 2 ways to reach your room. We can take the main stairs there to the first floor, or if you don't mind a bit of fresh air, we can go through the cloisters. I think it's quicker."
The haunted cloisters? Rebecca thought. She swallowed a foolish lump. "I don't mind." He led her from the hall across a passage and out into the 4-sided cloister walkway, which framed a grassy inner courtyard. The cloisters had a solid wall on one side and a colonnade on the other, which supported a series of stone arches with ornamental openwork above. From a distance the arches looked like windows, but they held no glass. Through them sunshine cast bars of light onto the flagstone floor, the windows appearing like tapered candles with flames above. Gazing up, Rebecca admired the fan vaulting of the cloister ceiling. So much beauty for women who'd taken vows of poverty. Or was the beauty for God? Either way, Rebecca was glad the nuns had been surrounded by loveliness in this place where they'd spent many hours praying.
"The cloisters were the very heart of the Abbey," the porter explained. "The oldest part, too. Pretty when it's sunny and mild like today, but cold in January."
"I can imagine. Is it haunted, as people say?" With his free hand he scratched his ear and sent her a sideways glance.
"I'm not really supposed to talk about that. You don't want to get me into trouble, do you?"
"Of course not." He reached the far corner and gestured up a dim stairway.
"Your room is at the top of the night stair."
"Night stair?" He nodded.
"The nuns came down from their dormitory to services while it was still dark. The church is just through that door."
Neville pointed to the right.
"What's left of it, anyway?"
Rebecca looked up the shadowy stairway. Dips had been worn into the centre of each stone step, as if a stream had flowed over them for centuries. In this case, she realized, a stream of dutiful feet, making their way to and from worship. He led the way up.
"Watch your step."
Turning on the half-landing, he continued upstairs. At the top, a door stood on one side, and on the other, an open archway into the main corridor. He turned to the door, which bore a brass plate engraved with the number 13. Unlocking the door with effort, the porter then gestured her inside. He set down her valise and stepped to the room's small window to open the shutters.
"Don't use this room very often. Once part of the nuns' dormitory."
The Spartan room held a single bed, armchair, washstand, dressing table, and a small closet. Probably usually reserved for a lady's maid or valet, Rebecca guessed. An unadorned crucifix hung over the bed, a vivid reminder of the devout women who once slept there.
"It may be small, but it has a balcony." He pointed to the narrow door that led out to it.
Then he frowned at the basin. empty save a dried spider and a single towel beside it. "I'll ask one of the chambermaids to bring up water and fresh towels." "Thank you." She extracted a coin from her reticule and handed it to him. "Appreciate it, miss. Enjoy your stay." Rebecca summoned a feeble smile in return. "I hope to." After he left, she removed her bonnet, laid out her dinner dress to smooth its wrinkles, and set her toiletries on the dressing table. Even though she bemoaned the cost of the room, she found herself nervously excited about being in the hotel, especially with Sir Frederick Wilford staying there as well. Frederick went to look in on the young thoroughbred he was boarding at the Abbey stables. He wanted the convenience of being able to ride and to leave the Abbey whenever he wished. After so much solitude over the last few years, he was unaccustomed to being surrounded by people and quickly wearied of having to make polite conversation. Moreover, he was not a man made for sitting about, chatting aimlessly or playing cards, pastimes his brother seemed to relish. Give him a blood horse, clear skies, and miles of good road any day. Reaching the stall, he saw his chestnut stallion munching contentedly from a feed bucket. The horse looked up, nickering in recognition. The scene took Frederick back to the many hours he'd spent in the Wickworth stable over the years, often with a young Rebecca Lane for company. He'd always had an affinity for the spirited girl with the big hazel eyes, the firstborn of his beloved tutor, Mr. Arthur Lane. When she'd shown every interest, and her parents hadn't objected, Frederick had taught her to ride and care for horses. Rebecca had taken to it quickly and was a natural-born rider. She also possessed a keen mind, and had borne his lessons, first in riding, later in chess and other games, with patient interest, far more so than Thomas ever had. But later, when Frederick met and fell in love with the beautiful Miss Seward, he'd drifted apart from the Lane family. Compared to spending time with an alluring woman, games and rides with an adolescent girl held little appeal. Rebecca had clearly been hurt by his dismissal and inattention, but what could he do? The time had come to take a wife, and thoughts of Rebecca Lane had faded. She was just a girl, he'd told himself. She would get over her disappointment, grow up, and someday meet a love of her own. But now? Rebecca Lane was a little girl no longer. As Thomas had said, she'd grown up very well and grown remarkably pretty. He'd seen her in passing over the years since his marriage and across the church 2 Christmases ago. But meeting her again now, close up, and after a long absence, he could find little trace of the precocious girl he'd known. Instead, he saw an elegant, well-spoken and well-travelled woman. For the first time in years, the rusty hinges of his shuttered heart gave an experimental creak. No. He pressed his eyes shut and his heart with it. Rebecca was still young and innocent. She deserved better, far better, than a disillusioned widower nearly 10 years her senior, with bitter experience and a sullied soul. With sunlight spilling through the window into her tidy, simple room, Rebecca's earlier visions of the Abbey, dark and dangerous, began to fade. Pushing aside her uneasiness about what John had asked her to do, she decided that as soon as she was settled, she would explore the hotel. Having seen the beautifully renovated Great Hall, she wanted to see more of this place that had once seemed forbidden and frightening. While awaiting the maid, Rebecca tried the balcony door, which opened with a cranky whine of disuse. The narrow, wrought-iron balcony overlooked the Abbey gardens and held one small, ornate chair of the same material. Perhaps she might sit out there at some point, or even explore the gardens below. But first she wanted to see more of the Abbey itself. The chambermaid arrived with a pitcher of warm water, towels, and a friendly smile. Rebecca recognised her with surprise. "Mary?" The young woman looked up, eyes widening. "Miss Lane! Whatever are you doing here?" "I am—" She faltered. What was she doing there when her brother lived in a perfectly adequate house less than 2 miles away? "I'm so glad to see you, Mary," she said in a rush, sidestepping the question. "We miss you at the lodge." Mary Hinton had been employed by them as a housemaid, assisting Rose, until they could no longer afford to keep 2 servants. "I didn't know you had a place here," Rebecca added. "I thought you had taken one with the Griffiths." The girl nodded. "I had, but this one pays better, so I gave 'em a notice and came here. Must be nearly a year ago now." "Are you enjoying the position?" Mary shrugged. "It's all right. I get tips sometimes. I like that. Otherwise the work is much the same as anywhere else." "I imagine you meet some interesting people here?" "A few, though I don't really meet the guests, do I? Just tote and clean for them. Some are kind and some are a right bother." The girl seemed to realise whom she was talking to and bit her lip. "Pray don't be offended, miss. I don't mean you. Now you're a guest, I'm happy to do my job, specially for you." "Thank you, Mary. While I'm here, I shall endeavour not to be too much bother." The girl's worried gaze flew to hers, but seeing Rebecca's grin, she returned it with relief, and then finished the task she had come for. Stepping to the door, Mary said, "Indoor water closet just down the passage. Breakfast served in the refectory, or I can bring it to your room. You need anything else while you're here, you just let me know." "I will. Thank you, Mary." After the maid left, Rebecca washed her face and hands and tidied her hair in the small mirror. Then she stepped from her room, locked the door, and slipped the key into her reticule. Instead of going back down the night stair, she passed by it and went through the archway into the main corridor. She walked past numbered doors at intervals, while the inner walls held windows that overlooked the cloister courtyard below. She strolled along first one side and then the next of the quadrangle that composed the upper floor. Turning down the third side, she passed a few more doors and then reached the gallery balustrade, open to the reception hall below. Ahead of her, just beyond the main stairway, a man sat on a chair outside the final door along this corridor. She wondered what he was doing there. Even while seated, he displayed the excellent posture of a military man, although he wore ordinary civilian attire. If not an officer, perhaps a coachman, she guessed. He glanced her way, eyes narrowing. Disconcerted to be caught staring, she lowered her head and started down the stairs, holding on to the railing to avoid slipping from such a height. Reaching the ground floor, Rebecca avoided the gaze of the rude clerk as she crossed the hall. Stepping into the corridor behind, she passed the refectory dining room and the coffee room around the corner. The savoury smells of roasted coffee beans and fresh bread wafted out, and in reply Rebecca's stomach growled a vacant protest. She wondered if it would be inappropriate to venture into the dining room on her own. She supposed she could ask Mary to bring a tray to her room to avoid the awkwardness of dining alone. Continuing on, Rebecca noticed that while many of the hotel furnishings were clearly new, some ancient scent lingered in the air. She breathed it in, trying to place it. A slight mustiness paired with what? Chalk dust and incense? The tall ceilings and doors with high transoms lent the place an institutional atmosphere, like a university or a church, and she supposed it had once been a bit of both. Turning another corner, she went by a closed door marked Grand Suite, and a passage that led to a rear exit. Just past it, an open doorway and the pleasanter smell of leather and old books beckoned her. The library and writing room, she realised, where guests might borrow books or keep up with correspondence. Rebecca decided she would first complete her circuit with a peek into the chapel, then return to peruse the hotel's books. Passing the night stair, she reached the final door, which the porter had said led to what remained of the church. Inching open the heavy door, Rebecca hoped she wouldn't disturb a service of some sort. Perhaps she would pray for John while she was there. Inside, she saw a woman kneeling at the altar rail, head bowed. The chapel was dim, but a shaft of coloured light from the stained-glass windows shone on her, and Rebecca glimpsed a brimmed hat and the outline of her profile. At the sound of soft weeping, Rebecca retreated, quietly closing the door behind her. Retracing her steps to the library and writing room, Rebecca entered to find 2 walls filled floor to ceiling with books, high-back armchairs facing a fireplace, a game table laid with chess pieces, and several writing desks. She paused. A woman sat at one of the desks, her back to the door, putting pen to paper. She crumpled the page, tossed it into a nearby rubbish basket, and then rested her head in her hands in a hunched posture of defeat. Rebecca walked closer. As she did, her slipper scuffed the floor and the woman turned to look over her shoulder. Surprised, Rebecca said, "Good day, Lady Fitzhoward." Her employer was dressed in her striped rust-and-gold open robe, which fastened under the bosom of a muslin day-dress, the style old, but the garments new and the fabric of finest quality. A filmy fichu around her shoulders covered her décolletage. She wore a lace-trimmed cap over hair that appeared flat and in need of a washing, rather than her usual lofty, elegant coiffure. Nor was she wearing powder and rouge. She looked careworn and older, more like the woman of nearly 60 that she was. "I'm surprised to find you here," Rebecca added, feeling suddenly awkward in her presence. The woman straightened, and her confident demeanour slid back into place. Her lower lip buttoned over a thin upper lip in an expression of disapproval. "I could say the same of you. I thought you were visiting your brother." "I was. I stayed at the lodge last night, but he's not prepared for a house guest. He suggested I come here and deliver something to an acquaintance staying in the hotel." The woman's hooded eyes narrowed with doubt. Before Lady Fitzhoward could press her, Rebecca asked, "And I thought you planned to visit friends?" The woman lifted a haughty chin. "I changed my mind. Apparently, both of us have had a change in plans. I hope you're not disappointed to find me here. You were no doubt hoping for a respite from my company." "Not at all, my lady, and I hope you're not sorry to see me again so soon." The woman hesitated, then coolly replied, "It makes no difference to me." Rebecca's stomach growled again. Perhaps she could sit with Lady Fitzhoward at dinner. Would it be presumptuous to ask? She wasn't there in her role as companion now. Pressing a subtle hand to her midriff, Rebecca said, "Are you planning to dine here tonight, my lady?" "Why? Do you wish to join me?" "Only if you don't mind. I'm not certain it would be seemly for me to dine alone. Not in the coffee-room, of course, but in the main dining-room." "I don't see why not. I dined there alone last night, but then I am old and don't draw any attention, whereas you're young and pretty." Her disapproving gaze swept over her once more. "That frock, however... Yes, assuming you change for dinner, you may share my table as usual." Relief overcame offence. "Thank you." One sparse eyebrow rose. "Will you be sharing the bill as well? Or do you wish to cancel your week's holiday and resume your onerous duties?" "Oh, I didn't presume you would pay for my meals. I'll pay for my own way, to be fair." Lady Fitzhoward waved an impatient hand. "No matter. I have more money than companions, and you don't eat much. That is, unless you have suddenly acquired a taste for French wines and choice game." "No, my lady," Rebecca hurried to assure her, and then saw the humour glimmering in the woman's eyes. Rebecca grinned tentatively, almost holding her breath, relieved when her employer smirked in return. Something in her expression reminded Rebecca of something, but the fleeting impression flickered away before she could identify it. The gleam faded from Lady Fitzhoward's eyes as quickly as it had appeared. "I dine at 7. Don't be late." Rebecca dipped a quick curtsy and turned to go, postponing her plan to search the library shelves. "Which room have they put you in?" her employer called after her. Rebecca turned back. 13. Lady Fitzhoward nodded. "I'm in the grand suite. I shall send Jolie to help you dress at 6:30.
"Thank you, my lady."
Rebecca walked back upstairs to her room, reaching into her reticule for her key as she went. The metal edge caught in a small tear in the lining. As she stood outside her door, carefully extracting it, she noticed movement down the corridor. A woman in a broad-brimmed hat stood at a door beyond the night stair, struggling with her lock and key. She gave a small cry of frustration. A man emerging from the water closet seemed to hear and turned in her direction.
"Having trouble, miss? Mine sticks too. Happy to help if you like."
"Oh, that is kind of you. Thank you." She stepped aside.
"The trick is to lift up while you turn the key," he explained, his tone friendly. "Like this."
He demonstrated, and the lock gave.
"There you are."
He handed back the key, and the young woman thanked him again.
"No trouble."
He bowed respectfully and turned, walking in Rebecca's direction. She recognized him as the man she'd seen sitting outside one of the rooms a short while before. As he strode smartly toward her now, she dismissed the notion that he might be a coachman. Definitely an officer, she decided, though in civilian dress. Middle 40s, perhaps? Brown hair receding slightly at the forehead, long side whiskers a shade lighter than his hair. She turned her attention to her own door, unlocking it as he'd advised. He nodded politely in her direction as he marched away down the passage. His demeanour and offer of help had struck her as honourable and almost paternal. For a moment it made Rebecca miss her own dear papa. Shaking off the bittersweet thought, Rebecca entered her room with a resolute smile, determined to make the best of her unplanned stay. Chapter 3. Dressed in a gown of willow green, her hair freshly arranged by the dexterous Nicole Jolie, Rebecca made her way to the hotel's cavernous dining room a few minutes before 7. Lady Fitzhoward was there before her and dressed to the nines. Her hair was now curled and fashioned in its usual fluffy coiffure. Pearl earrings dangled, a necklace graced her neck, and a jewelled ring shone on her finger. Expertly applied rouge added vibrancy to thin lips and lined cheeks. Miss Jolie had been busy. Lady Fitzhoward's gimlet gaze swept over Rebecca, and her only sign of approval was a curt nod. She turned to the maître d'hôtel, standing just inside the door with a large leather-bound book, greeting guests.
"Two tonight, Pierre." "Very good, your ladyship."
He led them to a table where a waiter pulled back chairs for them and laid linen serviettes across their laps. Rebecca looked around the long rectangular room. White cloth-covered tables filled the space, dark beams striped the ceiling, and a wooden dais with a cross above reminded guests of the room's origins as the Abbey's refectory. Only a handful of the many tables were occupied. At one sat 4 older gentlemen, at another a middle-aged couple who barely spoke to one another, and at a third Sir Frederick and his brother. Both Wilfords glanced in her direction. Sir Frederick nodded to her, and Thomas smiled. "Who are they?" Lady Fitzhoward asked. "Sir Frederick Wilford and his brother Thomas." "Ah. Frederick is the older one, with dark hair?" Rebecca wasn't surprised the woman had noticed him. Sir Frederick was striking, with broad shoulders and finely chiselled features. He was perhaps not quite as good-looking as his fair-haired brother, but his air of self-possession garnered respect above and beyond simple admiration for his appearance. "Yes, how did you know?" "I've heard of him." Surprise darted through her. "Have you?" She nodded. "Though a long time ago now." Rebecca was about to ask in what context, but the waiter returned to explain the evening's bill of fare. Spring soup, followed by sirloins of beef and saddles of mutton, accompanied by salads and sauces. They'd just been served the soup course when a general stir caused Rebecca to look up from her bowl. The commotion was followed by a rolling pause in conversation. From table to table, people stopped talking, some in mid-sentence, until the entire room seemed still. Even the silent middle-aged couple looked over, spoon suspended, to stare at the newcomer. Rebecca looked over as well, steeling herself, expecting to see Ambrose Oliver. Instead, a strikingly beautiful woman strode into the room, a shimmering white evening gown revealing delicate collarbones and a slim feminine figure. She wore her coppery gold hair in a simple style and held herself with grace and poise, as if aware all eyes were upon her, but unaffected by the attention. In their hurry to seat her, 2 waiters collided, and only the quick hands of the maître d'hôtel averted disaster, catching a wine bottle slipping from one young man's grasp before it could fall splashing to the floor. Rebecca couldn't resist glancing over at Sir Frederick, expecting to see admiration in his eyes, even as she dreaded it. Surprisingly, he looked from the woman to his brother, dark brows drawn low, expression thunderous. Thomas Wilford, meanwhile, smiled and sipped his wine, eyes glimmering over his glass. "Who is she?" Rebecca whispered across the table. "She looks familiar, but I don't know," Lady Fitzhoward replied, then studied the reactions of the Wilford brothers with interest. "But those 2 seem to know something." Lady Fitzhoward leaned closer, her focus remaining on the gentleman. "Frederick doesn't seem happy to see her, while his brother looks altogether too pleased with himself." The maître d'hôtel proceeded to seat the beautiful woman by herself at a table for 2. She didn't appear at all self-conscious to be dining alone. Now that Rebecca could see a profile, a tingle of recognition prickled through her. Was this the woman she had seen crying? The chapel had been dim, and the woman had worn a hat, but the upturned nose and high cheekbones seemed familiar. A long case clock showed 7:15. A minute later, male footsteps advanced toward the refectory entrance. First to appear was the man Rebecca had seen in the upstairs passage, now marching like an infantry officer, his posture erect, arms at his sides, eyes sweeping the room as though expecting an enemy attack. Apparently satisfied, he pivoted and stood just inside the threshold, his back to the wall. After him came Ambrose Oliver. She had seen the author once from a distance and recognized him instantly. He appeared older, heavier, and more dissipated than she recalled. Dark hair hung in untidy waves around his face. He was perhaps 45, and a big man, several inches over 6 feet tall. His rounded belly and full cheeks attested to his love of food and drink. Apparently aware he was being watched, he gave a general nod to the room before taking his chair. His gaze landed on the beautiful woman. Something flashed in his eyes, but Rebecca wasn't certain if the spark was recognition or attraction. He paused in the act of sitting, hovering there in a strange, half-bent posture. The waiter began fluttering around him, settling him into the chair and spreading a serviette over his lap. The awkward moment passed.
"Our illustrious guest has arrived," Lady Fitzhoward observed. "Same time as last night."
"Are you acquainted with him?" Rebecca asked.
"Only through his books."
"Why is that man standing guard by the door, do you think?" Rebecca whispered. The older woman considered.
"Perhaps Mr. Oliver feels he's in danger."
"Danger? Why should he be? From whom? Avid readers?" Rebecca inwardly scoffed. Ambrose Oliver wasn't that famous. Lady Fitzhoward shrugged.
"Never mind. That Gothic novel you lent me has me seeing danger everywhere. Come, our meal is growing cold."
Frederick leaned across the table and speared his brother with a look.
"You know that woman, don't you? You arranged to meet her here."
Thomas touched smooth fingertips to his cravat.
"Upon my soul, I did not." "Then you knew she would be here."
His brother dipped his head and looked up with a coy grin.
"I may have had a hint."
Frederick rolled his eyes.
"And here I believed you when you said the paint fumes and dust made you ill last time. A birthday treat for me, indeed." "Come, Freddie, let us not quarrel. I truly believe a change of scenery will do you a world of good. You've been stuck inside that house of mourning long enough. How you glower!"
Thomas leaned his elbows on the table and lowered his voice.
"Consider, if I simply wanted to meet a woman in a hotel, would I have brought my brother along?"
"I suppose not," Frederick grudgingly allowed. He glanced over at the tall man who'd entered late, and scowled anew.
"What is Ambrose Oliver doing here?" "The author? Where?"
Thomas swivelled to Gawk, then looked back at him warily, gaze shifting from Frederick's face to clenched fist.
"Now, Freddie, calm down. I never really thought his book was about Marina, for all your embarrassment."
One of the man's novels had described the love affairs of a baronet's unfaithful wife.
Frederick hissed. "Sir Roderick and his roving lady willing? How much more obvious could he be?" "See? He didn't use real names. If he did describe her, it was a veiled reference. Beyond a few local people, perhaps no one would guess." "Many people did guess. If it was veiled, it was thinly veiled. One might say gossamer. That man made me a laughing-stock." "If anyone made you a laughing-stock, it was Marina herself, and she's gone. I do wish you would move past this already." "You've never been married, Tom. You don't understand." His brother shuddered theatrically. "You're right, I don't. It's the bachelor's life for me." The hotel proprietor, making his nightly round through the dining room, approached their table. "Pardon me, is everything all right, gentlemen?" Frederick sat back, glad for the interruption. "Ah, yes, the meal is excellent, thank you." The well-dressed, ginger-haired man looked down at Frederick's barely touched plate. "Your full plate disagrees with you." "My fault," Thomas interjected. "Kept more too busy gabbing." Frederick, who knew the owner slightly, said, "How are you, Mr. Mayhew?" "I'm well, thank you. A pleasure to have you both staying with us." Thomas lifted an index finger. "My idea." "How are things going here?" Frederick asked. "Business brisk?"
Was it his imagination, or did the man's smile dim?
"Good, good,"
Mayhew said, avoiding their eyes and looking around the room, his focus lingering on Ambrose Oliver. Following his line of sight, Thomas said,
"Having a celebrated author here ought to be good for business."
The owner said,
"That remains to be seen."
He bowed and then walked toward the neighbouring table. After they'd eaten, Thomas wiped his mouth, folded his napkin and set it aside.
"Please excuse me while I pay my compliments to that enchanting woman in white."
He rose and walked over to her table. At the same moment Mr. Oliver stood, sights fixed on the woman like a target. Seeing the younger man stop to talk with her, Oliver sat back down, thick lips curled into a frown. Frederick rather liked seeing the author disappointed. Heaven help the man who tried to compete with Thomas where women were concerned. For a moment, Frederick watched his brother bow and chat, and the woman smile in return, her countenance nearly glowing in the face of Thomas's good looks and impeccable address. Frederick turned away. His brother had always had a way with women, a confidence and easy charm that made him a favourite wherever he went, far more so than Frederick. Of its own accord, his gaze travelled over to Miss Lane. She was one female who had admired him. Granted, that had been years ago, when she was barely out of the schoolroom. Now she was an attractive woman in an evening gown that flattered her feminine figure. Rich, honey-brown curls framed a lovely face with smooth skin, delicate nose, and fine, full mouth. She looked over and caught him staring. Politeness dictated he acknowledge her, so he rose, tugged down his waistcoat, and slowly crossed the room. Noticing his approach, Miss Lane sat up even straighter and dabbed a nervous table napkin to her mouth.
"Good evening, Miss Lane. I hope you don't mind my coming over to greet you."
"Of course not." He glanced at her dining companion.
"Would you introduce me to your friend?"
"Oh, forgive me. Lady Fitzhoward, may I present Sir Frederick Wilford?" The woman looked up at him with interest.
"Sir Frederick now, is it?"
An odd thing for a stranger to say, Frederick thought.
Or was she?
Something about the older woman struck him as familiar.
"Yes, my dear father, Sir Roger, passed on several years ago." "Ah, I see. My condolences." "Were you acquainted with my father?"
After a slight hesitation, she replied,
"No, we were never introduced."
Another odd response. He said,
"And I don't believe I'm familiar with the name Fitzhoward. You are not from this county, I take it?"
No shake of the head, only her eyes moved.
"My husband's name. From Manchester. We spent his last few years in Cheltenham, Spa Town, you know, hoping to restore his health. The effort did not succeed." "Then you have lost a spouse as well." "Have you?" "Yes, almost 2 years ago now." "I'm sorry."
The woman's gaze slid to Rebecca and away again.
"Well, I won't keep you. Good night, ladies."
"Good night," Lady Fitzhoward replied. Miss Lane said nothing, but her large hazel eyes held his, making him reluctant to turn away. With effort he bowed and took his leave. Throughout the meal, Rebecca had tried to rouse her courage to walk over and speak to Mr. Oliver, but doing so seemed like such a presumptuous intrusion. He, not to mention Lady Fitzhoward, would likely think her incredibly forward. That thought kept her rooted to her chair. Sir Frederick's coming to their table had given her a welcome excuse to put off the uncomfortable task. After he left the dining-room, Lady Fitzhoward turned speculative eyes her way.
"That honour was due to you. You two are apparently well acquainted."
For some illogical reason, Rebecca's face heated. She lowered it, looking down at her serviette again, as she folded it with far more precision than the task required. "Oh, I've known him for years," she said in what she hoped seemed a casual manner. "My father was his tutor when he was a boy, and after Papa married as a mere curate, the Wilfords granted him the living of All Saints' Church. My brother and I grew up as neighbours to them."
"I see."
Lady Fitzhoward studied her face.
"And were you acquainted with his wife as well?"
Rebecca fussed with the cloth. "I met her once or twice."
"I suppose she was very beautiful and accomplished?"
Rebecca felt the old ache and said in a hollow voice, "Yes, she was." Rose had written to let her know Lady Wilford had died, and Rebecca had felt no joy at the news. Poor Frederick. Lady Fitzhoward watched her a moment longer, then gathered up her reticule and stood.
"I shall see you tomorrow, I trust?"
"I shall be here." After her employer left, Rebecca finished her coffee and then followed her out. Passing by the hall, she noticed Sir Frederick standing within, looking up at something. The walls held carved niches from portrait level to the ceiling. In place of the old religious icons that must once have filled them, now stood small statues of Greek gods and other fanciful figures. "What has caught your attention?" she asked, walking over to join him. He pointed to one of the niches.
"That statue. It's meant to be the first abbess, the one who built the Abbey. How young and carefree she looks."
The female figurine had curled locks, and a bird had landed on her outstretched arm.
"And here's another of the same woman."
He pointed to a marble bust. The woman, now older, wore a veil. Her shoulders were lifted, and although there were no arms, one could imagine them reaching out.
"That's from later in life, after she lost her husband and built the Abbey in his memory."
Rebecca licked dry lips. "Speaking of loss, I was sorry to hear about your wife." He dipped his head in acknowledgement.
"Thank you."
When he said no more, she felt compelled to fill the awkward silence. "I only met her in passing, but I remember her being very beautiful. At least you will always have your memories." He winced and replied,
"Sadly, yes."
She blinked, uncertain what he meant, and embarrassed about her clumsy attempt to comfort him. "Well," she swallowed a gristly lump of regret. "Good night." He nodded, but said nothing more, his gaze returning to the first statue in all her youthful beauty, before loss and time had stolen her charms. Frederick looked over his shoulder and watched Miss Lane walk away, cursing his dull, awkward tongue. Why had he not engaged her in more pleasant conversation? Talking of long-dead abbesses and lost spouses wasn't exactly the way to put a young lady at her ease. Thomas would certainly chide him had he heard. How strange to find himself speaking to a grown-up Rebecca Lane, here in Swanford Abbey of all places. Frederick was still unaccustomed to being in the Abbey now that it was a hotel. He well remembered the years it had stood deserted, left to ruin, and supposedly haunted. He recalled coming upon a few children clambering about the ruins of the Abbey church long after the last Sharrington had died, and before it had been acquired by investors. Walking past the Abbey, Frederick heard a young lad, Rob Tarvin, teasing two girls. One he didn't recognise, but the other was Rebecca Lane, perched atop a half-crumbled wall. The lad was telling them a story about the soldiers who came and smashed the altar and chased out the nuns and abbess, scarring them to death, one quite literally. Walking closer, he saw Rebecca's big eyes fill with tears. "No one would be so cruel, Rob Tarvin. You're a brute to tell such lies." "It's no lie, and you are as ninny-headed as Kitty there if you don't believe me. They say the ghost of the abbess roams these ruins even now, crying out for justice." "That's enough, young man," Frederick interrupted, stepping over the fallen coping to reach them. "I think you've frightened these girls more than enough for one day." The boy scowled. "Bah! It's all true, and you know it. I read the history in one of your father's books." "I don't think that bit about a ghost was in any book he might have lent you. Nor do I think it's kind of you to take quite so much pleasure in scaring these girls." The boy scowled again, mumbled something unflattering under his breath, and slinked away. Frederick approached the vicar's daughter, sitting high on the partial wall. "May I help you down, young lady?" "Yes, thank you." He reached up his hands and lowered the trusting Rebecca easily to the ground. "Are you all right?" "Perfectly well. I wasn't scared." "No?" he asked, barely restraining a smile. "Well, maybe a little." "May I walk you back to the vicarage?" "Yes, if you please," she said in a rush of relief. "Maybe drop Kitty on the way." "Of course." "Thank you, Frederick." "My pleasure, Miss Rebecca." The memory faded. He wondered if Miss Lane still trusted him as she once had. He hoped so. Although, if she'd heard the rumours about his wife's death, her opinion of him may very well have changed, and if so, he couldn't blame her. That night, Rebecca settled into bed with her reading spectacles and an old novel she'd brought with her. She struggled to concentrate on the print, guilt still chafing her over that awkward attempt to console Sir Frederick. Recalling her words, she winced again. "You will always have your memories." What were memories to a flesh-and-blood woman, a lover, a wife? Did the fact that Rebecca had her memories alleviate the pain she still felt over her parents' deaths? No. It had been a stupid and thoughtless thing to say. She'd been nervous, yes, but that didn't excuse her. Determined to put it from her mind, she turned a page in The Italian, or The Confessional of the Black Penitents, a Gothic novel by Anne Radcliffe. The story was about a young man kept from the woman he loved by a ghostly monk. Rebecca read a few more lines, then looked up mid-sentence. What had she heard? Footsteps outside her room? Porters and page boys going about their duties, she supposed. It wasn't her first time in a hotel, she reminded herself. She should be used to such sounds by now. She continued reading. When the young man refused to stay away, abductors carried off his love and hid her. He eventually found her imprisoned in a remote convent at the mercy of a cruel lady abbess. Rebecca shivered and shut the book. It was definitely not helping allay her nerves, nor would it help her sleep. Setting the book on the nearby table, she leaned over to blow out her candle, but changed her mind and let it burn. She settled under the bedclothes, the flickering light casting disconcerting shadows on the walls. Finding her pillow too flat, she bunched it up and lay back down. Wind whistled through the Abbey in a low moan. She closed her eyes, but when a door whined open, somewhere nearby, she abruptly reopened them. Merely a guest returning to his room, she decided, and turned over. Footsteps sounded outside her door, followed by a cry, quickly stifled. Rebecca sat upright in bed. Was someone hurt? She folded back the counterpane and climbed from bed, wrapping a shawl around herself and wriggling her feet into shoes. Picking up her guttering candle, she inched open the door and listened. Silence. She tiptoed into the main corridor, lifting her candle high to survey the closed doors. All was quiet. She stepped to the nearest window overlooking the inner courtyard. A flutter of movement drew her eye to the right. Across the quadrangle, a figure in black hood and gown floated past window after window. Head covering fluttering behind, then disappeared from view. Rebecca's heart thudded. Real person or apparition? She told herself the Gothic novel she'd been reading had invaded her imagination. Or perhaps it was all those terrifying stories she'd heard as a girl about the ghost of the abbess who haunted Swanford Abbey. Whatever the cause, Rebecca chastised herself for a fool. She turned back, not sure if she'd remembered to shut her door. A chill slithered up her spine at the thought of someone entering while she'd been creeping about. She returned to her room and searched beneath the bed and in the closet before locking her door, and with a sigh of relief climbed back into bed. But it was a long time before she fell asleep. Chapter 4. The next morning, Rebecca awoke feeling muddled and queasy. She hadn't slept well, tormented by the late-night scare, her worries for John, and the question of how to meet with Mr. Oliver. As Rebecca climbed from bed, Mary Hinton arrived with warm water and asked what she wanted for breakfast, offering eggs, bacon, kippers, kidneys, ham, toasted muffins, and orange marmalade. "Goodness," Rebecca breathed, stomach roiling at the thought of so much rich food. She selected tea and toasted muffins, hoping the comforting combination would settle her stomach and her nerves. "Shall I help you dress, miss? I'll have to hurry, though. It's almost time to deliver a certain guest's breakfast. He's most particular that it's delivered at 9 sharp." Rebecca guessed. "Mr. Oliver, do you mean?" "Yes, miss," Mary winked, "though you didn't hear it from me." Rebecca washed quickly and pulled on a fresh shift. "What is he like?" "Oh, he's an odd one, he is," Mary explained as she tightened Rebecca's stays. "Talks to himself while he writes, ink on his fingers and on his lips. Crumpled up paper everywhere. I'll have a time cleaning that room once he's out of it." Rebecca stepped into her gown and turned again so Mary could lace the waist, while Rebecca fastened the front. "And how does he treat you?" "Like I'm beneath his notice. Just mumbles to set the tray down and pick up his dirty dishes. If I dally, he urges me to finish and be gone without looking up from his page, which suits me perfectly well. His man outside warned me to take care around him, but Mr. Oliver has never paid me any attention that way. Some guests do, you know, but not him. Even so, I'm happy to leave his room without vexing him. If he complained to Mr. Mayhew, I'd be out of my ear in 2 shakes." Finishing up, Mary hurried to the door. "I'll be back as soon as I can with your breakfast." "Thank you." While she awaited Mary's return, Rebecca put on her stockings herself and brushed and pinned her hair. When travelling, the lady's maid assisted Rebecca. Lady Fitzhoward had generously sent Jolie up last night before dinner, but had said nothing about sending her back in the morning. And since Rebecca wasn't at the hotel in her official capacity as companion, she was reluctant to ask. Over the years, Rebecca had learned to dress herself when needed, having acquired wrap-around stays and frocks that laced, pinned, or buttoned at the front. She could have donned the same simple frock she'd worn yesterday, but anticipating a meeting with Mr. Oliver or Mr. Edgecombe, She'd deemed it wisest to dress well to make a positive impression. She regarded her reflection in the mirror. The promenade dress hugged her figure with military-style frog lacings and a velvet collar, its lines giving it the look of a riding habit or frock coat, which made her feel less vulnerable than she would have felt in a thin muslin day dress. Returning with her breakfast a short while later, Mary announced, "Mr. Mayhew is offering a tour of the Abbey at 11, if you're interested." Rebecca thanked her and sat down at the dressing-table to sip her tea, but her jittery stomach would tolerate only a few bites of food. Before leaving her room, she put on a modest hat ornamented with a ribbon. Then, having time to spare, she took a walk around the hotel's garden, admiring its central fountain. Might Mr. Oliver join the tour? If so, perhaps she could talk to him then. She decided it was worth a try. At 11, interested guests gathered in the blue parlour, a room off the reception hall just beyond the stairs. Panelled in dark wood, the parlour was filled with comfortable furniture upholstered in rich blue fabrics. Rebecca saw no sign of Mr. Oliver, but was pleased to see Lady Fitzhoward, Thomas Wilford, and the lovely woman who'd caused a stir at dinner, whom Thomas introduced to her as Miss Selina Newport. Mr. Mayhew, tall and lanky with dark ginger hair, rubbed his hands together in boyish enthusiasm. "Welcome, everyone, and thank you for your interest in the Swanford Abbey Hotel. I'm Carl Mayhew, proprietor, and it will be my distinct pleasure to show you, or rather show off," here he chuckled, "the features, architecture, and history of this grand place. As you may know, it began its life as a monastic community. A devout woman named Eleanor de Wyke built the abbey in her husband's honour after his death in the Crusades. Now, that's devotion, gents, would you not say?" Another chuckle. "She became abbess and lived here with a clutch of sisters for many years until her death, followed by a succession of other abbesses and nuns until the 1500s. After the dissolution, the Sharringtons became the new owners and renovated the old abbey into a commodious family home, and such it remained for many generations, until the last of the family died and the place was abandoned. Several years ago, a group of investors bought the property and hired architects and builders to convert it into a grand hotel. Sadly, the investors went bankrupt and the project was disbanded before completion." Here he touched his lapels. "That is where yours truly comes in. I bought the place at a very good price and undertook to finish the work started by my predecessors. I've been successful, as you see." He gestured around himself. Then he continued. "The refectory and gentlemen's coffee-room you will see as a matter of course during your stay, so we won't venture to those now. But do come with me upstairs, if you will." He backed through the open parlour doorway into the hall. "The builders had already installed this staircase, but I personally chose the Turkish carpet, which is, I believe you'll agree, exceptionally fine." He led the way upstairs, a middle-aged couple at his heels. Thomas Wilford and Miss Newport went next, heads near and whispering flirtatiously, while Rebecca lagged behind to accompany Lady Fitzhoward, who was gripping the railing tightly and breathing heavily before they were halfway up. She panted, "Now you see why I requested a suite on the ground level." Sir Frederick appeared in the hall, the picture of a well-dressed sportsman in forest green frock-coat and buff breeches. Rebecca couldn't help but admire his confident bearing and long athletic stride. Glancing up and seeing them, he quickly ascended the stairs. "May I offer an arm, my lady?" "Indeed, you may." the older woman said. She added wryly, "If you like, you may offer me 2. Sir Frederick grinned and helped her up the remaining stairs, and Rebecca was touched by his kindness. He said, "What are you ladies doing, if I may ask?" "We're taking a tour of the Abbey."
"Ah."
Rebecca reached the top first and saw the others grouping around Mr. Mayhew. The military man, sitting at his post, rose and regarded the gathering warily. She waited for Lady Fitzhoward and Sir Frederick on the landing and asked him, "Will you join us?"
"I hadn't planned to, but why not? I see Thomas is taking part as well."
Looking over at them, Mr. Mayhew said,
"Good, we are all here. Now, I shan't point out other rooms, but number 3 is special, as it was formerly the abbess's private apartment. It retains the stained glass and ornamental woodwork of the original chamber. It is occupied at present, or I would show you. In fact," his eyes twinkled, "our illustrious guest is—" The guard coughed significantly. Mayhew broke off and then continued, "Eager not to be disturbed, so let us move on." He led the way down the south side of the quadrangle, which had no guest rooms leading from it. "This I call the Long Gallery. The Abbey Church was originally just beyond this outer wall, and since it collapsed, there was nothing to build over. A waste of space from a business point of view, but I've tried to give it merit historically by displaying paintings left by the Sharringtons. I especially like this landscape of the house as it once stood before the village grew up around it." Rebecca's gaze, however, lingered on a family portrait, and she felt a renewed sting of loss. The proprietor stepped to another. "And this one is by the famous Thomas Gainsborough. I believe the subject is the last mistress of the estate. I forget her name." "Lady Sybil," Lady Fitzhoward supplied. "Daughter of the Earl of Witney." "Really? Well, good to know, thank you. Something of a historian, are you?" "Something like that." The group moved on, but Lady Fitzhoward lingered, studying the portrait of the fine lady. Rebecca walked over to join her. "What do you think of her hair, Miss Lane?"
There's a lot of it." The subject's dark hair billowed above her head like a brunette cloud, interlaced with pearls, while a long curled tendril hung over one shoulder. She had a widow's peak on her forehead, however, which looked quite natural. "Do you think it was a wig?" Rebecca asked.
"No, I do not."
Lady Fitzhoward seemed to suddenly recall her surroundings.
"Come, we're missing the man's thrilling commentary."
They hurried through the rest of the gallery and followed the sounds of echoing footsteps and voices down the night stair. Slipping into the library and writing room, Rebecca winced as the door banged shut behind them, interrupting Mr. Mayhew's talk. He sent them a tolerant smile before continuing.
"As I was saying, this spacious room originally housed the chapter house, where the nuns discussed Abbey business, and the chaplain's room, which accommodated those who ministered to the sisters."
He turned to the wall behind him.
"During renovations, several medieval wall paintings were discovered. Here are the largest 2. The first depicts St. Andrew the Apostle. Notice he's shown on the X-shaped cross of his crucifixion. And the second is believed to be Eleanor de Wyke, who built the abbey for her order and became its first abbess."
The willowy woman in headdress and flowing robes held one hand to her breast while the other palm extended, holding a bird. It was very like the statue Sir Frederick had pointed out to her the previous night.
"Rather than covering over these ancient paintings, I engaged an artist to restore them. Notice the deep frames? They allowed us to plaster over the rest of the room while preserving this artwork for generations to come."
He looked at his audience, clearly expecting applause. Rebecca and the middle-aged couple half-heartedly obliged him.
He bowed. "Now, we shall end our tour in the chapel."
They all filed out after him and processed into the nearby sanctuary, lit today by candelabras. Rebecca smelled dusty hymn books and tallow candles, and saw a vase of tulips left to moulder, their bent heads weeping yellow pollen onto the polished wood altar.
"This is the only surviving section of the original church. The rest was too severely damaged to save. The Sharringtons walled it off and installed the altar and pews. It was then used as a chapel of ease for the family. Nowadays, it's simply a peaceful sanctuary for prayer or reflection, as well as the final resting place of the first abbess."
Within the dim, reverent place, he pointed to a gravestone in the floor, worn almost unreadable by the hands and feet of time. Sir Frederick lowered himself to his haunches to peer at the Latin words. Rebecca knew Frederick had studied Latin, as did most upper-class males. He then translated for those gathered around.
"Below lie buried the bones of the Venerable Eleanor, who gave this sacred house as a home for the nuns. She also lived here as abbess, full of good works." "Clever boy," Lady Fitzhoward said. Then she announced, "I'm done in. I'm going to my room."
She turned to take her leave. "Shall I walk with you, my lady?" Rebecca offered.
"I'm not an invalid yet." "Oh, very well. Come if you're coming."
Rebecca took her arm and was glad when the older woman didn't pull away. "Indeed, you do seem tired."
"Revisiting history is a taxing business."
"Shall I send for tea? Summon Jolie?"
"Don't fuss, Miss Lane. I shall be my old cantankerous self again after a nap."
Rebecca bit back a grin. "I'm excessively glad to hear it." After walking with Lady Fitzhoward to her room, Rebecca rejoined the others, now lingering in the cloisters.
"It's a lovely day," Thomas Wilford observed.
Then, with a glance that encompassed her, his brother, and Miss Newport, he said,
"How about a game of lawn bowls?"
The four of them agreed and met outside on the bowling green half an hour later. Sir Frederick and Rebecca had remained as they were, while Miss Newport had donned a pelisse over her day dress, and Thomas had changed into casual coat and trousers. The mid-March air was brisk, but the garden wall and hedges protected them from the wind.
"Let's play in teams of two," Thomas suggested. "Miss Newport and myself against Frederick and Miss Lane. Any objections?"
When heads shook, Thomas smiled slyly.
"I, too, thought the arrangement most agreeable."
Frederick produced a coin and the brothers flipped to see who would go first. Their team won the toss.
"Will you deliver the jack, or shall I?" Frederick asked her.
"I will, if you don't mind."
He'd obviously expected her to demur, and Rebecca found she enjoyed surprising him.
She stepped to the marker, placed her left foot forward, bent her knees, and gave the smaller white ball an energetic roll. Now that their target had been placed, the game began in earnest, with each player trying to roll nearest the jack. Sir Frederick played with ease and skill. Rebecca watched him, hoping her attention wasn't obvious. She admired his broad shoulders, masculine build, and prowess. When Miss Newport's turn came, her bowl rolled weakly, less than halfway toward the goal. Thomas said,
"You cannot just toss it, my dear Miss Newport. You must really put some effort into it."
"I am sorry," Selina pouted prettily. "I've not done this in an age."
"That's all right. It'll be my pleasure to show you how the game is played." Thomas clearly relished the role, letting his hands linger at her narrow waist, demonstrating how to position her feet and advising her how to aim. The game continued, Miss Newport flirting and teasing and praising the men's skill. When it was again her turn to throw, her bowl missed the others by a wide margin and disappeared under the privet hedge. "No, no," Thomas chided gently. "Remember, these balls are slightly biased instead of perfectly round. If you aim directly at the jack, it will curve to the side." He stood behind her and guided her hand to show her how to deliver. Watching their antics, Frederick shook his head. "At this rate, we shall be here all day." Thomas grinned. "Then my strategy is working. A pity Miss Lane is so terribly competent." Rebecca replied, "That's what comes of growing up with a brother." "Two brothers, if you count Frederick," Thomas quipped. "After all, did he not teach you to play chess and lawn bowls, not to mention how to ride?" "He did, though we're not really so much brother and sister," Rebecca said, her neck growing warm. "Brother and sister?" Frederick echoed. "No, indeed. We were friends, and I hope we always shall be." He held her gaze, and her heart gave a foolish little leap. "If you say so," Thomas replied. "Now quit stalling and take the mat. I believe we're about to win." Frederick sized up the clustered balls, took aim, bent low, and threw hard. The ball rolled fast in a narrow arc and knocked into the other teams, scattering them and leaving his and Rebecca's in winning position. Hands on hips, Thomas shook his head and groaned. Rebecca and Sir Frederick, meanwhile, shared conspirators' smiles of triumph. At that moment, Mr. Jones, the Wilford steward, strode out of the hotel with a handful of correspondence. The brothers excused themselves and walked over to meet him. While the men's backs were turned and their attention focused on the steward, Selina Newport looked from them to Rebecca with an impish gleam in her eyes. She crouched low, aimed, and rolled with strength and precision, her ball curving and slowing and finally nestling right beside the jack. Then she straightened and dusted off her gloves. With a grin of satisfaction, she winked at Rebecca, turned, and strolled gracefully away. Chapter 5. Later that afternoon, Frederick prepared for the canal investors' meeting he'd organised to be held in the library and writing room. At his request, hotel staff had arranged chairs in rows, a lectern at the front, and 2 long tables on one side. Mr. Mayhew had also posted a sign on the door, handwritten on heavy cardstock, "Room reserved 2 to 4 p.m. We apologise for any inconvenience." On one long table were spread drawings of the route of the proposed canal spur. On the other, a buffet meal to reward attendees for their time, and also to put them in the mood to open their minds to possibility, and their purses as well. Frederick had personally put a notice in the newspapers and had written to invite various gentlemen of the county whom he deemed might benefit from the project and be willing to invest. Unfortunately, it wasn't a very long list. The first arrival was a complete surprise to him, and a mostly pleasant one, although painful memories followed in the doctor's wake.
"Charles, what an unexpected pleasure! Sir Frederick!"
Dr. Fox extended his hand. Frederick shook it, blinking away the recollection of the last time he'd seen the man, his wife's funeral.
"I didn't expect to see you here. Saw the notice in the paper and wanted to come. Thought I'd enjoy a few days' holiday with my wife in the bargain."
Dr. Fox winced at his own words.
Forgive me if that is salt in the wound. I hope you know how sorry I am, that I couldn't do more to help her."
Frederick replied,
"I do know, and it's all right. Not your fault, Charles. Thank you for saying so. I still feel guilty, I admit. Then that makes two of us."
Dr. Fox drew back his shoulders.
"Well, enough of that. I'm here for the canal meeting. You're most welcome, though I feel honour bound to caution you that, as an investment, I can't guarantee it'll generate a high rate of return. I see the project as more beneficial for those of us who live here. I understand. Regardless, I'd like to help. That's good of you, and I'm not too proud to admit we need it. Well, help yourself to refreshments and have a seat. We'll begin shortly."
The physician nodded with a wisp of a smile and walked away to claim a chair. Thomas appeared at Frederick's elbow.
"Who's that?" "Dr. Charles Fox."
"Fox? The mad doctor?"
Frederick frowned.
"I don't like that term, and neither does he. He's here as a potential investor in our canal scheme."
"Your canal scheme," Thomas corrected. "Too much dash bother, in my view. But why is he here? I thought Marina's doctor was from farther afield. Bristol, was it not?"
"He used to live there. Now he practices near Cheltenham."
Thomas shrugged.
"Even so, I'm surprised he'd come. Perhaps he likes to stay busy, as you seem to do."
Frederick sent his brother a weighty glance, but didn't bother denying it. He did like to keep busy. It distracted him from thoughts of the unpleasant past. 8 other men arrived, 2 acquaintances travelling together from the Malvern district, Mr. Wigley, Mr. Russell, Esquire, the Reverend Mr. Gilby, and 3 others, merchants and men of industry, who arrived one after another and headed straight for the buffet table. Lord Deerhurst, he realised, was noticeably absent, even though Frederick had chosen a meeting date well before Parliament was scheduled to begin its next session. He repressed a sigh and swallowed his disappointment on a bitter sip of coffee. Frederick was just about to call the meeting to order when one more person entered the room. Lady Fitzhoward. Had she come to read periodicals or write letters? Had she not seen the sign? He hated to be rude, but he had paid a significant sum for the private use of the library. He walked over to speak with her quietly.
"My lady, I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry, but we are having a meeting in this room. We should be finished by 4, if you would like to return then."
"Yes, I know. Why do you think I'm here?"
"Oh, forgive me. I'm grateful for your interest, truly. But as I told Dr. Fox a few minutes ago, as an investment, I don't know that this particular canal spur will generate a high rate of return. I see the project as beneficial for those of us who actually live here, rather than for someone with no connections to the area."
She held his gaze, hooded eyes steely.
"Are you asking me to leave?"
"Heavens, no. Only being honest with you."
"Then I'll stay, unless you object to a female being present."
"Not at all. Your interest is unexpected but welcome. Do help yourself to refreshments just there."
Lady Fitzhoward took a slice of cake and, foregoing the chairs in rows, sat in one of the cushioned armchairs at the back. Frederick walked to the front of the room and addressed the 10 prospective subscribers, wishing there were more of them. He went on to explain his vision for the project, a spur connecting their parish to the River Severn and the Worcester and Birmingham Canal beyond. He described the scheme, referencing the drawn plans, cost estimates, and benefits in terms of reduced prices in coal shipments, lumber, and other imports, as well as readier access to markets for local bricks, pottery, and gloves. At some point during his speech, he glanced back and noticed Lady Fitzhoward pick up a magazine and begin flipping through it. Was he such a boring speaker? He tried not to let her obvious inattention distract him and pressed on. When he finished, he looked up to ask for questions and noticed that the woman had fallen asleep in her chair. So much for her interest. It didn't bode well. A time of discussion and debate followed. A few gentlemen were undecided, while 2 refused outright to participate, decrying the expense and the vague nature of the return, not to mention the time involved in pursuing such a scheme all the way through Parliament. The 3 merchants and men of industry, seeing the benefits to local trade, willingly agreed to take shares. Together they pledged significant backing. It was a good start, but not enough. After the men left, Dr. Fox gesturing to the chess set and promising to meet him later for a game, Frederick gathered up his papers. At the back, Lady Fitzhoward slept on, undisturbed. Finally, a soft snore of her own making roused her awake. She sniffed and looked around. Thomas walked over and offered her a hand in rising. Frederick thought the woman might rebuff him, but she took his hand and allowed him to help her to her feet. "Thank you, young man." Thomas grinned. "Sorry my brother put you to sleep. He seems to have that effect on people, women especially." Frederick shook his head, lips pursed. "Very funny." She glanced with mild surprise from her empty plate to the empty chairs. "Sweets, a warm room, and a dull talk does it to me every time. Capacity and tonnage, rises and locks." She yawned for effect. "If some apothecary could bottle the combination, he'd make a fortune selling it as a sleeping draught." Thomas chuckled. "Now that I would invest in, if your tailor didn't pocket your every farthing." Frederick couldn't resist adding a jab of his own. The woman eyed him and asked, "Did you raise the needed capital?" "Not by a long chalk," Thomas replied for him. "We're done for." Frederick sent him a chastising look. "Not as bad as all that. A few have asked for time to consider the matter further before giving an answer." "Which means they'll turn us down eventually," Thomas said, "but they'd rather not do it in person." Frederick sighed. "Probably right." Lady Fitzhoward looked from one brother to the other and observed, "You two have an interesting relationship. Sparring and roasting each other one minute, then supporting each other the next." Was that disapproval or admiration in her expression? Difficult to tell. "Can't argue there." Thomas slung an arm around Frederick's shoulder. "But down deep, very deep, we really do like each other. At least I like Freddie, can't speak for him." Frederick said acidly, "Yet you try to at every turn." "True," Thomas allowed. "I hope you don't think us barbarians, my lady." She studied them for another long moment, something unfathomable glistening in her eyes. "Not at all. It's how siblings ought to be, I think. At least brothers." "Have you brothers, my lady?" She stared off into her thoughts, then seemed to recall herself to the present. With a raised chin and tart voice, she said, "Heavens, no! And after seeing you two tease and provoke one another, I'm glad I've not." Thomas chuckled again, but Frederick watched the woman with curiosity. He guessed that beneath her curt reply and haughty expression lay buried deep, very deep, quite an opposite emotion. Realizing it would be difficult to speak privately with Mr. Oliver when he came down only for dinner, Rebecca decided to go to his room and try to speak to him there. So after luncheon she slipped the manuscript into a large envelope and walked around the hotel's upper story toward room 3. Palms damp and pulse pounding, Rebecca wondered if she looked as self-conscious as she felt. Turning the corner, she saw the same man sitting on a chair beside the door, sunshine from a nearby window casting his face in half-light, half-shadow. Had the publisher truly hired a guard to protect the popular author? The man raised his head at her approach, and she noticed razor stubble darkened his jaw, although it was still early afternoon. When she hesitated near the top of the main stairs, he waved a hand.
"Move along, miss. Nothing to see here. Tour's over."
"Oh, yes. I saw you here, then." Rebecca adopted a friendly, casual manner. "You must be bored sitting out here all hours. Is there really so much danger in Swanford?"
"More'n you know, miss."
She pointed to the door marked 3. "The proprietor mentioned the abbess once slept in that room. Surely you don't believe the tales of her ghost haunting the place?" Sunlight glinted in the man's knowing eyes.
"It's not the ghosts I worry about, miss, but creatures who are very much alive."
He jerked a thumb toward the door.
"Do yourself a favour, young lady. Steer clear of this man and spare yourself a great deal of heartache. I would say you're not his sort, but he's not exactly particular."
"I was only hoping to have a word with him." He shook his head.
"No one goes in and no one goes out, except at dinner. I'm here to make sure of it."
"No one?"
"Except his publisher."
She thought of Mary. Surely a chambermaid must go in and tidy up. He lifted one shoulder.
"Only to deliver his breakfast and such."
"His publisher's orders, I presume?"
"No, miss. Mr. Oliver's orders."
"Oh, I see. How novel." Her feeble chuckle fell flat. "Well, thank you for the warning, Mr.
"George. Jack George."
Mr. George." She started to go, and then turned back. "I do hope you're allowed to sleep." Another shrug.
"I sleep when he does, but my room's just beyond the stairs and I'm a light sleeper. Comes from years in the army."
"How dedicated. Well, goodbye." She continued down the stairs, sour failure sweeping over her. Now what was she to do? Needing to think, Rebecca crossed the hall and walked outside, with no particular destination in mind. Seeing a familiar man exiting the stable courtyard, she drew up short. "Rob Tarvin! I'm surprised to see you here." The tall, broad-shouldered man might have intimidated her had she not known him since childhood. He stared back and his eyes widened.
"Becky Lane, as I live and breathe. A sight for sore eyes."
"Are you working here now?"
"In a manner of speaking. I have my own fly."
He gestured through the stable-yard entrance to a horse and two-wheeled gig.
"I transport hotel guests hither and yon, and make deliveries on the side."
"So," she rephrased in a positive light, "you have your own business. Well done."
"Suppose I do."
He seemed to stand up straighter.
"Though a lot of my runs are for the hotel."
Rebecca said, "I was sorry to hear about your father." The young man nodded in acknowledgement.
We have that loss in common."
"Yes," she added. "I thought you would have taken over the family business." His father had owned Swanford's livery and wheelwright shop.
"So did I, but Mamma and I had to sell it to cover Papa's debts."
"I am sorry. Surely if the new owners knew of your skills and experience, they would have wanted to keep you on." He lifted an indifferent shoulder.
"So I thought, but Mr. Fornoff made it clear he likes doing things his own way. Said I was a know-all."
She saw the resentment in her old friend's face and tried to tease it away. "Well, you always were the cleverest lad in the village. That's what my father always said."
"I remember," he grimaced. "Much good it's done me."
Rob Tarvin had been something of a prodigy to her learned father, a boy raised by uneducated people who thirsted for knowledge like a scholar. He read Johnson's dictionary and every book he could lay hands on. Mr. Lane had given him leave to borrow books from his own library, and the boy had been insatiable, reading one scholarly tome after another, without apparent limit to his interests. Later, the Wilfords had allowed him to borrow from their vast collection as well, and when a circulating library had opened in Worcester, her father, the Wilfords, and a few other neighbours had joined forces to pay the lad's subscription fees. Rebecca had accompanied her father when he went to speak to Mr. Tarvin Sr. to offer the boy access to education, to a future beyond the limits of his birth. The man had responded none too kindly.
"What use is he for an education? He knows all he needs to manage our business here, and when I'm gone, all this'll be his. Why would I send him off for more useless book learning?"
The man had called Rob over then and there.
"Do you want to go off with a bunch of bookish snobs and learn hoity-toity ways, or do you want to work here with me?"
For a moment, hope had sparked in the lad's eyes, a flash of eager interest and intelligence. But then he looked at his father, and the spark faded. The lad wanted to please his parent, as was only natural, so he'd swallowed and said,
"Why would I want to go anywhere, when the good parson lets me read all the books I want while I work here?"
The elder Tarvin nodded triumphantly.
"There, you see. He has all he wants and needs. Don't go filling his head with a lot of useless nonsense."
Her father, seeing his efforts were in vain, had given it up and taken his leave. Blinking away the memory, Rebecca asked, "And how is your mother? In good health, I trust?"
"Oh, she's all right. Mrs. Papa, of course."
He looked toward the hotel and asked,
"And what are you doing here? Does not your brother still let the Wilfords lodge?"
"He does. I saw him there yesterday." She wasn't keen to spread her brother's troubles, nor to admit that the once proud and respected vicar's daughter had been compelled to seek employment. However, considering the young man's recent setback, she deemed it a kindness to tell him the truth. "I'm companion to a woman staying here."
"Ah, I see. Well, nothing to be ashamed of."
Yet she didn't miss the gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. After her uncomfortable reunion with Rob, Rebecca walked back through the hotel and out into the cloister courtyard, tucking the manuscript under her arm as she went. She strolled along its perimeter, enjoying the smell of freshly clipped grass and a border of cheerful tulips. Then she tilted up her face and closed her eyes, relishing the warm sunshine penetrating her skin and the peace of the secluded place. After a moment she opened her eyes again and glanced around. A few wrought-iron tables and chairs were placed here and there, lent shade and elegance by potted trees. At one of these tables, several yards away, a man sat silhouetted against the stone wall, a gracefully spouted teapot at his elbow. It looked like Sir Frederick, but was he not at his canal meeting? Torn between greeting him and slipping back into the cloisters unnoticed, she stood there, vacillating. A waiter in crisp black and white came out with a plate of something. Looking up at his arrival, Frederick saw her as well and lifted a hand.
"Miss Lane, will you join me? Another cup, Bernard, if you please." "Right away, sir."
Frederick stood, and Rebecca walked slowly across the grass, feeling reluctant. Was he just being polite? She glanced around. The courtyard was visible from the cloisters and the windows above. It was a public place, though at the moment quiet. Would it look like a private tete-a-tete to a passer-by? As if reading her thoughts, he said,
"I don't think there's anything untoward about taking tea together out here. After all, we're old friends. At least I'm old."
One corner of his mouth quirked in a boyish grin, and he pulled back the chair for her before the waiter, returning with an extra place setting, could do so. "Thank you," she murmured, as he bent to push the chair in again, a feet over the thick turf. Hands on either side of the chair, Frederick's shoulders seemed to envelop her, and she breathed in the smell of his shaving tonic, spicy and slightly sweet, like citrus with a hint of cloves. Or perhaps the aroma of the tea was influencing this impression. She set the large envelope on the ground, hoping he wouldn't inquire.
"Important papers?"
he asked. "Oh, just something of John's I was reading." He nodded his understanding, and when he didn't probe further, she sat back with relief. On the large crested tray stood a milk pitcher, sugar bowl, and 2 fine cups and saucers, which she recognized as Worcester porcelain.
"The waiter assures me this tea is the finest souchong, but if you prefer coffee—"
"No, tea is perfect." He eyed the small pitcher.
"Do you still take milk?"
Surprise flared. He remembered. "Yes, thank you." He poured milk into her cup, followed by tea in both. Her gaze lingered on his long, lean fingers. His weren't the doughy hands of a man of leisure, but were instead strong and calloused from holding rein and whip, bat and bowl. He lifted the newly arrived plate.
"I've ordered seed cake. Takes me back to childhood, I own. But Bernard could bring buttered muffins or anything else you wished."
"Seed cake sounds a treat." She reached for a piece and took a delicate bite. Delicious. Rose used to make it for us after... She swallowed, hard. A seed caught in her throat, and she lifted a serviette to cover her cough. Concern furrowing his brow, he slid her cup closer.
"Here, drink this."
She nodded, eyes watering, and sipped the stout brew. When she recovered, she avoided his eyes, saying, "Sorry, not very ladylike."
"Not at all, Miss Lane. You strike me as every inch the lady."
Her gaze flew to his. Was she imagining it, or was a flush creeping over the top of his white collar? He took a bite of his own cake, then asked,
"Did you see Rose when you visited your brother?"
She nodded. "Yes, I did."
"How is she? My former nursery maid, remember? I've not seen her in some time."
"She is... How to be truthful and yet vague enough not to expose her brother. How was Rose? She was concerned, fretful, feeling helpless and hopeless as to how to help John. Emotions Rebecca shared. "She's in good health," Rebecca said, as spry and hard-working as ever. Thank you again for arranging for her to live and work in the lodge. She's been indispensable." He watched her closely a moment, then stirred his tea, although he'd added neither milk nor sugar. He glanced up at her from beneath the fall of dark hair.
"And how is John?"
Again she hesitated. How to reply? She didn't want to say anything about her brother's mental or financial state that would cause Sir Frederick to evict him. Did he know John had failed to pay the rent the last few months? His steward had likely reported the lapse. Did she want to be the one to mention it if Mr. Jones hadn't? She took another sip of tea to delay and dampen dry lips. "He's struggling, truth be told. He hasn't been able to interest a publisher in the book he finished recently, and is finding it difficult to write another." A line tensed between his eyebrows, and Rebecca hurried to add, "Thankfully, he's also correcting proofs for the newspaper. He was distracted by work when I called at the lodge."
"So was it your idea to stay here instead?"
"Actually, John suggested it. He hadn't read my letter announcing my arrival and wasn't prepared for company. He has taken over the room I usually use as his office." She added lightly, "Reference books and stacks of paper everywhere. I spent the night on the sofa, and in the morning I realized what John really wanted was—"
"Solitude?"
Frederick suggested. "Yes, I suppose so. He believes I can help him more by staying here." She hurried to change the subject. "Speaking of solitude, what has you sitting out here all alone?" She managed a small smile. "Your brother abandon you?" He chuckled.
"In this case, I rather abandoned him. We hosted a meeting with potential investors in a proposed canal spur, and afterward I just wanted a little time alone."
Her smile faded. "Oh, then forgive me for intruding." She made to rise.
"No, not at all. Please stay."
He reached out and touched her hand, then snatched it away again just as quickly.
"You misunderstand. It's only large crowds that tire me. And speaking before such a group, an argumentative group, I might add, with so much depending on the outcome."
He shook his head.
"But talking with one person, especially you, has quite the opposite effect. You are like fresh air and sunshine after a storm."
She blinked, then ducked her head, pleased but self-conscious under his praise. When she looked up, she saw him reach up and adjust his cravat, again reddening above it. He cleared his throat.
"Forgive me. I sound a very poor poet."
"Not at all."
"Poet? Freddie? This I must hear."
Thomas strode into the courtyard, dragged over a chair from a nearby table, and plopped down next to them, helping himself to the remaining piece of seed cake and licking his fingers like a child. He eyed her expectantly, golden eyebrows high. A quick glance revealed Frederick's discomfort. When he said nothing and shifted in his seat, Rebecca said, "Sir Frederick was only telling me about the meeting," she added. "Something of a storm, apparently."
"Oh, is that all?" Thomas sighed. "I'd hoped for something more interesting. But yes, the meeting had its stormy bits. Flashes of lightning and drenching rain, but also a few bright moments amid the clouds." Frederick smirked. "Now you sound the poet." "Miss Lane has inspired me, although I'm sorry to report that Frederick put your poor Lady Fitzhoward straight to sleep." Now Rebecca raised her eyebrows.
"Lady Fitzhoward was there?"
"Indeed, until she snored and woke herself up."
Rebecca grinned and shook her head. I must say, I've never before heard anyone use the word poor to describe her. Thomas grinned back, then looked at his brother. So what's the final tally? Seems our mad doctor is in as well as Hess and Fernsby. Frederick nodded.
Not enough, however.
Mad doctor? Rebecca echoed, attempting a laugh, which came out as a warble.
Dr. Fox, Frederick corrected. A highly reputable physician. His new methods are far more humane than those of others of his ilk. Who cares about his methods? How deep are his pockets? Thomas asked with a sly wink. It's good of him to involve himself at all after he... Sir Frederick sent his brother a warning glance. Thomas?
The younger man raised his hands in surrender.
Never mind. Surely Miss Lane knows not to heed anything I say. Or if not, she will soon figure that out.
Chapter 6. Rebecca tentatively approached the room adjacent to Lady Fitzhoward's suite to ask Nicole Joly to help her dress for dinner an hour earlier than the evening before. She felt oddly nervous. She knew the lady's maid resented that Rebecca dined with their employer while Miss Joly took her meals in her room or, when at Lady Fitzhoward's home, with the housekeeper. So Rebecca knocked and clasped her hands, bracing herself for a sullen response. Instead, the Frenchwoman agreed without rancour. Setting aside her sewing, she adjusted her beribboned lace cap and followed Rebecca upstairs. As the maid helped her into the same evening dress, Rebecca glimpsed the woman's reflection in the mirror and was surprised to see a hint of a smile on her thin mouth. "And what has you looking so happy?" Rebecca dared ask. Joly shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps because I am eating well here. The chef is Français." "Ah, and have you met this French chef?" She nodded. "When I go to the kitchen for my lady's chocolat, I hear someone speaking en français. I respond in kind. Et voilà! Monsieur Merrick asked where I come from, and offered to prepare for me the special dishes from home. A welcome change from the bland English food." Nicole Joly sighed wistfully. "He's very kind." Apparently. Seeing the dreamy look on the woman's unusually dour face, Rebecca bit back a grin. When she was ready, Rebecca thanked Miss Joly, went downstairs, and positioned herself on one of the comfortable sofas in the hall. She picked up a newspaper from a side table and skimmed over the print, only half aware of what she read. The clerk had told her that Mr. Edgecombe would be dining there in the next day or two, and she didn't want to miss his arrival and her chance to talk with him. Yes, John had told her to get the manuscript into Mr. Oliver's hands and ask him to recommend it to his publisher. But why not bypass the man who'd betrayed him and deal with the publisher directly? John had said Edgecombe & Co. didn't accept unsolicited manuscripts. But perhaps if they met personally, Thaddeus Edgecombe might make an exception. She hoped. A notice in the newspaper caught her eye. Eminent author Ambrose Oliver is currently staying at the Swanford Abbey Hotel, Swanford, Worcestershire. He can be seen nightly at 7:15 in the commodious dining room, where guests partake of excellent French cuisine prepared in the cleanest manner with the best wines of all sorts. The hotel offers elegant accommodations for gentlemen and ladies of the first quality. It read like news and an advertisement in one. Mr. Mayhew was certainly making the most of the author's presence. Rebecca thought of the half-empty dining room last night. She guessed this notice would bring in more customers. A few minutes later, a well-dressed man with curly dark hair, bushy side whiskers, and small gold spectacles came through the front doors, parcel under his arm and newspaper in hand. He resembled William Edgecombe, whom she'd met a few times. This must be his brother, she decided, her pulse quickening. Setting aside the paper, Rebecca rose, but before she could walk over, the man advanced on the desk where Mr. Mayhew was speaking to the clerk. The proprietor looked up at his approach.
"Ah, Mr. Edgecombe. A bit early for dinner, but if you would like to wait in the parlour, or perhaps the coffee-room—"
The man frowned, eyes blazing.
"I'm not here for dinner. I'm here to drop off a dictionary and ink for Mr. Oliver. Apparently I'm errand boy now as well as publisher. Man consumes more ink than brandy, and that's saying something."
He set down the parcel and then slapped the broadsheet against the desk.
"And I suppose you are responsible for this article in the newspaper? It was bad enough when they announced Mr. Oliver's plan to retreat here, but now to detail his schedule, specifying when he dines, so he might be gawked at like an animal in a menagerie. Mr. Oliver is here for solitude, to focus on his next book, not to entertain hordes of curiosity-seekers."
Having read the notice, Rebecca could understand Mr. Edgecombe's point. The owner squinted at the newsprint.
"I'm as surprised as you are, Mr. Edgecombe." "I doubt that."
The publisher spun on his heel and stalked away, leaving the hotel without giving her a chance to speak to him. Lead filled her stomach. Dare she go after him? Rebecca gathered every scrap of courage she could muster and followed the man outside. You can do this, for John. From the top of the stairs she saw the publisher beside the drive talking to the commissionaire.
"Please have my carriage brought back around."
"Yes, sir."
Mr. Moseley stepped away to summon the coachman. Rebecca hurried down the stairs. "Mr. Edgecombe?" The man turned.
"Yes?"
His gaze raked over her, his expression inscrutable. She began. "I wonder if you, as Mr. Oliver's publisher—"
"What of it?"
he snapped, eyes narrowed. "I would like to ask you for advice about my brother. He's an excellent writer and editor. He's worked for another author and corrects galley proofs for the newspaper. He's also written a few novels and—" Edgecombe's jaw tensed.
"My firm does not accept unsolicited manuscripts. Most aren't worth the paper they are scribbled on, and we cannot invest the time."
"But my brother was acquainted with yours. Might you not make an exception?"
"Where is this brother?"
He looked past her.
"Is he not with you?"
"Unfortunately, no. He's ill, so I've come in his stead. I hoped to—"
"I see. Well, can't talk now. I've a meeting in Birmingham, hoping to convince Washington Irving to let us publish his next book, so if you'll excuse me—"
A carriage rumbled up the drive. Frustrated tears threatened, but Rebecca forced herself to try once more. "I understand. Perhaps another time?" He seemed about to refuse, then glancing at her and seeing her tears, desperation, or maybe only a pretty face, his gaze softened infinitesimally.
"Perhaps. I'm having dinner with Mr. Oliver tomorrow. Are you staying here at the hotel?"
Yes, I am."
"Well, I shall try to make time beforehand. Give you a little advice, if nothing else. Goodbye for now, Miss—"
Rebecca hesitated. Had his brother told him the whole sordid story? If so, he might refuse to speak to John Lane's sister. And what about the pen name on the manuscript? She beamed at the man as though she'd not heard the implied question. Until tomorrow, then. Thank you so much. Apparently she was staying at least another night. At dinner that evening, Frederick noticed several more tables were occupied than had been the previous evening. Rebecca Lane, however, sat alone, and he idly wondered where Lady Fitzhoward was. The ornamental Miss Newport swept in, wearing, he recognised, the same gown as the night before. So was Miss Lane, for that matter, but still unease niggled him. Was it a sign of the Newport woman's penury? He could well believe her an impoverished beauty looking to land a wealthy husband at a grand hotel. He frowned at the disparaging thought. His own disastrous marriage had apparently jaded him. Still, I wonder why she's here. The likely answer strode in the form of his younger brother. How he managed to look rumpled and perfectly groomed at the same time was a mystery to Frederick. Thomas grinned. "Sorry, brother dear. Only meant to rest my eyes for a few minutes and fell asleep. Late night, reading." Reading, balderdash, Frederick thought. His brother had no doubt taken advantage of the gentleman's billiard-room and bar tucked away below stairs. Or worse. Thomas bowed to Miss Newport before taking his chair at Frederick's table. "May we not invite her to join us? Seems less than chivalrous to let her dine alone again." "I'm not sure that would be wise." "Why not? What an old codger you are! It won't exactly be a romantic tete-a-tete now, will it? Not with the three of us." "So I'm to serve as chaperone for appearances' sake?" "A sour, disapproving chaperone? It is, I believe, the role you were born for." Thomas leaned closer. "Better yet, let's invite that sweet-faced Miss Lane to join us too. Make a proper foursome of it. I don't see the old lady she usually dines with, and she looks deuced uncomfortable over there alone." She did indeed, Frederick had noticed. When he hesitated, Thomas took that as consent. "Excellent!" He rose before Frederick could object, and first asked Miss Newport to join them. She accepted with a coy smile, as if such invitations were customary and her due. Thomas led her by the elbow to their table and pulled out a chair for her. Frederick rose politely and offered a bow, while Thomas crossed the room to Miss Lane. Her thick brows rose as his brother approached. He couldn't hear what was said, but she replied without smiling, her gaze darting around the room, clearly uncertain. At that moment, Frederick's view was blocked as the maître d'hôtel led two people across the dining-room, a well-dressed mother and a daughter of perhaps 18 or 19. When they'd passed, Frederick was surprised to see Miss Lane rise and allow Thomas to escort her to their table, looking supremely self-conscious. He fleetingly wondered what his brother had said to win her agreement, when she'd seemed intent on politely refusing him. But his brother had always been able to charm women, and was much more at ease in their company than he'd ever been. Frederick had thought, after he married and had a wife to share his life with, that his days of having to make inane conversation with attractive females was over. He'd been mistaken in that, and in so many other things. Again he rose, bowed, and murmured a greeting. Miss Lane dipped an awkward curtsy, looking as uncomfortable as he felt, yet pretty too, with dark glossy curls framing her face, her hazel eyes looking almost green by candlelight. Thomas's warm smile and gallant words smoothed over the uneasy moment as they all settled themselves once more, and the waiters laid more places. Seated close to him, Miss Newport looked a bit older than Frederick had at first supposed. He noticed she wore powder and rouge, compared with Miss Lane's fresh face, with a sprinkling of freckles across her nose. When the four of them had played lawn bowls together, most of their conversation had centred on the game itself. Now, Thomas explained,
"Miss Newport and I met in London last year. She was the toast of town."
Selina Newport demurely dipped her head. "Mr. Wilford exaggerates."
Thomas turned to Rebecca. "And Miss Lane is, He faltered, his smooth tongue for once failing him. "An old friend," Frederick supplied. "Miss Lane's father was our vicar before his untimely death, and before that my tutor. An excellent man."
Both Thomas and Rebecca sent him appreciative looks. One of Miss Newport's shapely eyebrows rose. "A vicar's daughter? How respectable." She added in self-deprecating tones, "You may wish to move to another table, Miss Lane, for I'm but a lowly actress and singer." "Not at all. I like music," Miss Lane kindly replied.
"An actress," Frederick inwardly groaned. It was worse than he'd thought. Thomas added, "Miss Newport is very talented. Sings like an angel."
Frederick changed the subject.
"Even though Miss Lane was our neighbour for years, we've not seen her in some time. She's been away travelling."
"How exciting," Miss Newport said. "Where did you go?" "Bath, Brighton, France." "I would love to travel," Miss Newport said dreamily.
"But you've travelled here, Miss Newport," Frederick said. "May I ask where you come from?"
Thomas kicked him under the table.
I've lived in several places, but I grew up in Birmingham. My family are all gone now, except an uncle.
I'm sorry to hear it. Have your parents been gone long?
Yes, Mamma ages ago, and Papa during the Peninsular War.
Before Frederick could pose another question, Miss Newport asked one of her own.
Are you back to stay, Miss Lane?
Oh, I'm, just here visiting my brother. Miss Newport leaned nearer.
I always longed to have a brother. Does he travel with you?
Rebecca shook her head. He prefers to stay at home. Frederick wished the woman would change the topic, which clearly discomfited Miss Lane.
A man of leisure, is he?
No, a writer and proofreader. Quite talented.
Would I have read something he's written?
Miss Lane met her gaze, a parade of emotions flickering behind her eyes, turning them from hazel green to dull brown.
I'm afraid not,
she replied, then added in an undertone, not knowingly.
Ah, a writer for hire, eh?
Thomas sagely observed.
A freelance, so to speak. A publisher I met once boasted of employing a large contingent of writers and illustrators.
He turned to Rebecca.
And are you a writer as well?
Heavens, no. I leave that to John. Although we've always been avid readers in my family. Frederick nodded.
Yes, Miss Lane's father often promoted the benefits of reading.
Miss Lane looked at him. That sounds like Papa.
And I remember your mother as a gracious and intelligent woman.
Thank you for saying so. I quite agree. She smiled at last. A truly lovely, toothy smile that carved deep dimples in her cheeks. Frederick's heart warmed at the sight.
Careful, old boy. She's too young for you. Too everything.
At 7:15, Ambrose Oliver appeared in the dining-room doorway. Miss Newport noticed his entrance and ducked her head, making a show of looking for something in her reticule.
Mr. Oliver swaggered inside, leaving his associate standing guard at the door. What a pompous prig, Frederick thought, as if any of them would swarm the man, celebrated author or not. But then Frederick had cause to repent of his acidic thought. The mother-daughter duo left their seats, mincingly approached the writer's table, and began telling him how much they enjoyed his latest novel, lifting their copy as proof. The man at the door straightened to attention, but Mr. Oliver waved him off.
"Why, thank you, ladies,"
Mr. Oliver politely replied. Gaze lingering on the charming, younger female, he added, "Would you like me to sign my autograph inside?" His autograph? Frederick rolled his eyes. "Oh, would you?" Both women cooed and offered up their treasured volume. Mr. Oliver signalled the waiter and asked for pen and ink, which was quickly appropriated from the desk of the maître d'hôtel. The author signed his name with a flourish, blowing it dry with thick, pursed lips. He ended up with a smear of ink on his mouth, or perhaps it had been there already, and Frederick just now noticed. Looking back at his table companions, Frederick saw that Miss Newport had returned her attention to Miss Lane, asking for more details about her travels, although she seemed to barely attend the answers. Rebecca was able to relax when the first course arrived and everyone's focus turned to their meals. The crème d'asperge soup was hot and savoury, with asparagus tips floating in a creamy broth and served with crusty rolls and butter. This was followed by trout amandine, and then tender filet mignon, adorned with mushrooms, potatoes, tiny kidneys, and crisply fried onions. Delicious! If Miss Jolie ate half as well, then no wonder she was happy. After the main course had been served, Mr. Mayhew entered the dining room with a shorter man dressed all in white, from double-breasted jacket and apron to the pleated toque atop his dark head. The two men moved from table to table, accepting compliments. Mr. Mayhew approached them and said, "If you'll pardon the interruption, my friends, I should like to introduce our most talented chef, Monsieur Maric." "Merci, mon vieux," the man humbly replied. He looked from person to person, wearing a closed-lipped smile, then asked, "Everything you want you have?" Around the table they all nodded and declared everything delicious. He touched fingers to the double row of buttons near his heart and bowed. "You gratify me." Then the chef turned to Rebecca, his dark eyes merry. "And what to follow, mademoiselle? Cheese? A little fruit?" "Nothing more for me, thank you. I cannot remember the last time I ate so much and so well." The chef beamed, bowed again, and departed a happy man. After the meal, Rebecca visited Lady Fitzhoward's room and found Miss Jolie offering the older woman a draught and laying a cool cloth on her brow. Concern washed over her. "Are you unwell, my lady? Shall I fetch some bouillon, perhaps? Or ask Mr. Mayhew to summon a doctor?" The patient frowned. "A doctor? Why? I'm not on my deathbed, however much my husband's son might wish it. A simple case of the megrims. A doctor? Let us have none of that tribe here. I go on very well as it is. Do I not, Jolie?" "Yes, my lady." "Are you certain?" Rebecca persisted. "It's not like you to miss dinner." She waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, they sent up a tray, and I even ate a few bites. Don't fuss, Miss Lane." "But there must be something I can do. A book from the library, perhaps?" Lady Fitzhoward winced. "My head pounds harder at the mere thought of reading. But you could do one thing." Her eyes brightened.
Tell me what I missed at dinner."
"Very well." Jolie moved away to tidy the dressing-table, and Rebecca sat on a chair near the bed. "Tonight we were introduced to the chef, a Monsieur Marique, who seems as amiable as he is skilled." Here she sent Nicole Jolie a telling glance, and had the satisfaction of seeing the woman blush. What else? Rebecca asked herself. She was reticent to divulge that she had sat with the Wilford brothers. Sure, Lady Fitzhoward would either disapprove or read more into the invitation than it merited. Instead, she described her conversation with the beautiful Miss Newport, and since the woman had offered the information herself, Rebecca hoped it wasn't wrong to repeat. She mentioned she's an actress and singer.
"Ah," Lady Fitzhoward mused. "I thought she looked familiar. I wonder if I saw her perform at a theatre in Cheltenham."
Perhaps. Beyond that, the only other occurrence worth mentioning was that two women approached Mr. Oliver to praise his book, and he offered to write his autograph inside.
Lady Fitzhoward scoffed. "His autograph? Who does the man think he is, Sir Walter Scott?" "That reminds me."
Lady Fitzhoward picked up a broadsheet from the side table.
"Did you see the notice in today's newspaper about Ambrose Oliver staying here?"
"Yes. And I overheard Mr. Oliver's publisher expressing his displeasure about it to Mr. Mayhew."
"Wonder what he's squawking about," Lady Fitzhoward replied. "Both men ought to be glad for any publicity."
She tapped the broadsheet for emphasis.
"The dining-room shall be busy tomorrow, mark my words."
Satisfied her employer wouldn't be so tart-tongued if she was seriously ill, Rebecca went upstairs to her own room. From her window she saw the sky was already dark, but she wasn't yet sleepy. She wrapped a shawl around herself, opened her balcony door, and stepped out. The night air felt cool and refreshing after the stifling warmth of Lady Fitzhoward's suite. For a moment she closed her eyes to savour it, then gazed up, admiring the stars and the sliver of new moon. Hearing a click to her left, she looked over. The balcony closest to hers was empty, but a man stepped out onto one farther down. He stood there in evening clothes, also looking at the night sky. Others might not have recognized him in the darkness, but that posture, that profile, that presence were all too familiar to Rebecca. She would recognize Frederick anywhere. Years ago, as a smitten adolescent, she'd admired him and foolishly believed he admired her too, that he was content to wait for her to come of age. He'd always been unfailingly kind and attentive, ready to listen to her youthful chatter or console her various disappointments with single-minded focus, while her parents were sometimes impatient and quickly wearied of her tales of village injustices. When her mother died, Frederick had climbed up and sat beside her on the garden wall as she sobbed, offering his handkerchief and his presence and his silent comfort. Later he'd given her a pony, or at least the use of one, and taught her to ride. She well remembered the rush of joy and gratitude she'd felt, and could still hear the sound of her young voice in all its girlish exultation. "Thank you for letting me ride Ladybird, Frederick. She's fine." The beautiful creature was a Connemara pony, a small horse ridden by adults and children alike. He'd smiled indulgently. "I'm glad you like her. She gets far too little exercise now that Tommy has gone to school." They'd ridden together almost once a week after that, when the weather allowed, and how she'd look forward to it. But then one day, when she went to Wickworth at their usual meeting time, Frederick was too busy to ride.
"Sorry, Miss Rebecca. I've other engagements today."
"Tomorrow, then?"
He grimaced. "I'm afraid not. We have house guests, you see."
"Oh, who?"
"Miss Seward and her parents. I don't think you know them."
Disappointment deflated her hopeful heart. "I see." He chucked her under the chin.
"Another time?"
"Yes, of course." And she'd smiled in anticipation, never guessing that it was the beginning of the end, that she was soon to lose her special place in Frederick's life. With a resigned sigh, Rebecca slipped back inside her hotel room. Soon after, Mary knocked and helped her undress, and then Rebecca climbed into bed. She wasn't sure how long she'd been asleep when voices outside the door woke her. A man and a woman were talking quietly near the top of the night stair. She couldn't make out their low words at first, but then the man's voice rose.
"No,"
he ordered sternly, and the woman began to cry. Uneasiness needled Rebecca. Should she get up and see what the matter was? Come to the woman's aid, if aid was needed? Neither of them might appreciate a stranger's interference, but she couldn't in good conscience do nothing. Rebecca got up, put on her dressing gown, and slid her feet into slippers. Tiptoeing across the small room, she pressed her ear to the door, but heard nothing. She gingerly turned the key and opened the door a few inches, then, seeing no one nearby, opened it farther and stepped into the passage. Footsteps. She looked straight ahead and saw the figure of a man retreating down the dim gallery passage. A moment later, she heard a door slam somewhere to the right. A quarrel of some kind, now ended, Rebecca decided. Relieved it was over, and to see no sign of a hooded figure, she thankfully went back to bed. Chapter 7. The next morning, Frederick awoke feeling restless. After dressing, he set out on foot along the North Road toward Wickworth, which stood on the opposite side of the village. Turning at Swanford Road, he approached the Dower House, nestled beside the estate's long drive, lofty hedges lending it a modicum of privacy on a relatively busy street. He stopped at the Dower House to visit his mother and found her busy in her conservatory. She was pleased to see him, and irritated that Thomas had done no more than wave as he went past. Frederick followed her around the glass house she'd had built on since moving there, despite the high glass taxes. He dutifully expressed interest as she showed him her orchid specimens. Ghost orchid, lady slipper and spotted, and a newly imported staghorn fern. After their visit, Frederick took his leave, but then hesitated on the drive. He supposed he could go into the house, since he was so close, yet the prospect felt oppressive. Instead, he walked through the grounds and along the bridle way, the more peaceful, roundabout way to All Saints' Church. It wasn't that he didn't like his neighbours, he did, and they, in turn, treated him with respect and deference. He simply wasn't in a sociable frame of mind, nor in the mood for idle pleasantries. His solitary walk was soon disturbed, however, when he saw Rose Watts, his childhood nurse, walking from the wood toward the village, market-basket in hand. He'd always been fond of the woman, and couldn't in good conscience pass by without stopping to chat.
"Good day, Rose. How are you? In good health, I trust?"
The older woman smiled.
"Ah, Master Frederick, what a pleasure to see you. Yes, I'm well. And you?"
"Tolerable. Thomas is visiting. He took it into his head that we should stay at the Abbey this time. He blames the ongoing renovations, but frankly, I think he finds the hotel more to his liking after his years in London."
She shrugged.
"Why not, if that's what he wants?"
Frederick tucked his chin.
"You surprise me. I thought you would decry the expense and call Thomas a wastrel."
He grinned, saying it partly in jest, but her lined face remained serious.
"Not worth disappointing your only sibling over such a trifle. Besides, might be just what you need." "What I need?"
He eyed her warily.
"What do you mean?"
"I think you know. Time to get out of that house and move on with your life."
Frederick had almost forgotten how outspoken the woman could be.
"Ah, well, you've given me good advice in the past, so I'll consider what you say."
One wiry brow arched.
"And when did the young ever listen to advice?"
Now the twinkle returned to her eyes.
"Goodbye, Master Frederick."
He tipped his hat.
"Goodbye."
The woman ambled away, and he continued on toward All Saints. Passing through the rear gate, he entered the walled churchyard, a shady haven of reverence and memories, filled with new and well-tended gravestones, as well as age-spotted monuments, tilting at all angles, their epitaphs worn unreadable. Following the uneven path as it wound between tombs and trees, Frederick walked slowly from plot to plot, headstone to headstone, most of the surnames familiar to him, and many faces appearing in his mind's eye to match the names of those now laid to rest. He walked to his family plot, to a stately headstone unmarred by time or the elements, the carved words and symbols still painfully clear. Its rounded top had been engraved with the emblem of a bluebell, meaning sorrowful regret. The inscription read, "In memory, Marina Seward Wilford, 1790 to 1818. He stared at the headstone, but saw his wife instead, her disdainful expression falling away at the last moment as fear gripped hard, her face elongated in shock and terror.
"I am sorry, truly," he whispered, guilt lancing between his ribs like a rusty blade.
Despite everything, he would never have wished such an end on anyone. Wearing pelisse and bonnet, Rebecca walked across Swanford toward the churchyard. She had mixed feelings about seeing All Saints' Church again, and the vicarage where she'd grown up, and which always stirred bittersweet memories of happier times. Even so, she'd not visited her parents' graves since the previous Christmas, some 15 months ago, and felt she'd neglected the duty too long. As she walked up All Saints' Street, she passed the Fenchurch residence, one of the larger houses in the village. Her childhood playmate had lived there, and probably still did. As if in answer, a voice greeted her over the stone wall that separated the narrow front garden from the street. "Welcome home, Rebecca! Didn't know you were back." She looked over the waist-high wall and saw the round, rosy cheeks of her old friend. "Kitty! How good to see you." "Is it?" She seemed a bit piqued. "You know, I was sure I saw you in Bath a few weeks ago. I called out, but you didn't answer. Perhaps you didn't hear me." Rebecca hoped her former friend couldn't see the warmth spreading up her neck. She had heard Kitty, but pretended not to, and kept walking. She'd been helping Jolie carry parcels for Lady Fitzhoward at the time, and she'd been embarrassed to be seen looking like a servant by someone from home.
"Bath?"
Rebecca said. "I trust you enjoyed it."
"I did, yes. My parents and I travel somewhere every year.
I adore Bath. Brighton has the sea, but Bath has better shops, don't you find? I suppose so. And your parents are in good health, I trust? Yes, going along famously. If you'd come by a few minutes earlier, you might have greeted them, but they've already left to call on friends. Kitty cocked her head to one side. And how is John keeping? Still living in the Wilfords' lodge? I almost never see him. Keeps himself to himself, apparently. Yes, writing away. Kitty formed a close-lipped smile, which rounded her cheeks into red orbs. Anything of his in the circulating library yet? I have a subscription, you see. Not yet. Hopefully soon. He's been at it a long time, has he not? Oh, well, he's still young, and like the pair of us, eh? Kitty reached over the wall and gave Rebecca a playful slap on the arm. We're nearly on the shelf. Kitty laughed, but Rebecca thought she saw a sheen of desperation in her eyes. Not quite yet, Rebecca reassured her, and herself. Kitty asked, Have you seen Sir Frederick since you've been back? Yes, Rebecca replied, then added quickly, though only in passing at the hotel. Kitty shivered theatrically. We dine there now and again, but I wouldn't want to sleep in that old place, would you? I am, actually. It's a long story. The spare room in the lodge wasn't ready for me. John didn't receive my letter and has been doing some work in there, so... Does the Abbey not give you nightmares? It does, rather. In fact, one night I even thought I saw the ghost of the abbess. You're joking! Kitty burst out laughing, and Rebecca immediately wished she'd not told her. Kitty collected herself, then said, Thomas Wilford is staying there too, I hear. Apparently he can't abide being in Wickworth nowadays, and keeps to London as much as possible. And of course their mother lives in the Dower House and won't think of returning, even though Sir Frederick's wife is gone now. Yes, I was sorry to hear it. Were you indeed? Speculation glimmered in Kitty's eyes. I wonder how long it will be until he remarries. I haven't heard of him courting anyone yet. Have you? Rebecca shook her head, uneasy at the thought. No, but I've only just returned and would be the last to hear the latest on dit. But you two were always friends. Family friends, maybe, but that doesn't mean he would confide something so personal. Kitty shrugged. Maybe he shan't marry again. Maybe no one will have him. Rebecca gaped at her. Why would you say that? Kitty leaned closer. There were lots of rumours about his wife's death. Maybe you didn't hear, being away so much as you were. Rebecca knew she should insist she didn't want to hear any rumours, but curiosity stifled her rebuttal. Kitty went on. Some say her death wasn't an accident, as the official report claimed. Incredulity fled. Whatever do you mean? A fall down the stairs, and her as graceful as could be, and using those same stairs every day for years. It does beggar belief. Kitty lowered her voice. Others say Sir Frederick discovered she was having an affair. Maybe with his brother, or maybe with someone else, and pushed her. I don't believe it. Kitty nodded. She was always going off to Birmingham. None of our shops were good enough for her. Or maybe she had a lover there. Some say maybe even Mr. Oliver. Ambrose Oliver? Rebecca felt more incredulous than ever. Exactly. You read his last novel, did you not? The couple's names were changed, I grant you, but even so, it seemed pretty obvious he was describing an affair with Lady Wilford, her husband none the wiser. Maybe Sir Frederick took revenge. Rebecca slowly shook her head. Had John written about a struggling couple? And then Mr. Oliver changed the names to ones resembling Sir Frederick's and his wife's? Why would he? Out of spite? Or personal experience? Kitty continued. And I have it on good authority that... Rebecca held up an adamant palm. That's enough. It's all lies. It must be. I wasn't well acquainted with his wife, but I've known Frederick Wilford all my life. He would never do anything so odious. Kitty raised her own hands in surrender. All right. Don't get pettish. I don't say it's fact. I wasn't there. But that's what people say. Rebecca frowned. You really ought not to spread such baseless, mean-spirited rumours. Kitty's eyes narrowed. Well, are we not high and mighty all of a sudden? I don't mean to be. Rebecca felt chastised. I'm only shocked and disappointed to hear what people are saying. I can't believe any of it's true. Can't believe or don't want to believe. Hoping to lighten the tension, Rebecca grinned. Both. She took a deep breath and placated. Well, enough of that. It truly is good to see you again, Kitty, and looking so well, too. Kitty grinned back, her apple cheeks mounding once more. Kind of you to notice. And you're still too skinny. Better eat more while you're at the hotel, Kitty teased. How do you think I keep my generous figure? She giggled, and Rebecca was relieved to see her pique had faded. Rebecca drew herself up. Well, I'm on my way to the churchyard. To visit your parents' graves, of course. Here, let me give you some flowers. Kitty disappeared behind the wall, bending to retrieve her basket. I was cutting them for the parlour, but I can easily cut more. She handed over an informal bouquet of daffodils and tulips. Thank you, Kitty. That's very kind of you. I hope to see you again while I'm here. I shall make sure of it. Rebecca continued up the street past the vicarage, which was, perhaps mercifully, mostly out of sight behind a tall hedge. Reaching the church where her father had faithfully served as vicar, she pushed open the old gate, which swung wide with rusty reluctance. Eyes lowered to watch her footing on the cracked path. She walked by listing lichen-spotted monuments until she came to her parents' gravestone. Gone to their Redeemer, Elizabeth Stevens Lane and Reverend Arthur Lane, beloved parents, forever in our hearts. Rebecca bent and pulled the weeds that had cropped up during her absence. One sapling clung tenaciously to life. She tugged hard and almost fell in extracting the stubborn root. Finally satisfied, she laid the flowers before the shared gravestone. "These are from Kitty Fenchurch," she whispered. As she straightened, tears heated her eyes. "I think of you both every day, and I miss you." Her voice thickened, and she added hoarsely, "Though in some ways, I'm glad you're not here. You would hate to see John like this, struggling so. But then, maybe if you were here, he wouldn't be." The old feelings of inadequacy and guilt sluiced through her, running down the deep gullies carved into her soul. A voice startled her, and she looked up. Several yards away, beyond the shady sprawl of an oak tree, a man stood before a headstone that appeared fairly new. He wore a green frock coat and buff trousers, hat in hand, head bowed. Frederick Wilford. She decided she would quietly retreat and leave him to grieve in peace. But as she turned to tiptoe away, his words reached her ears. "I am sorry.
Truly."
She paused, struck by the lament in his voice. Heart squeezing, she walked slowly toward him. Her half-boots scuffed a stone, and he looked up, expression stricken. She said, "Forgive me for intruding. Are you all right? If you prefer to be alone, I'll go. But if there's anything I can do—"
"Stay a minute, Miss Lane, if you would."
"Of course." She moved to stand beside him, reading his wife's epitaph. Reserved words, she thought. No beloved, or forever in our hearts. She cautioned herself not to infer too much from the simple, though dignified, inscription. Rebecca twisted gloved fingers, searching for something to say. "I suppose you visit her grave often?"
He shook his head. "Not in some time, but I felt drawn here today, to try to come to terms with what happened. I have regrets."
Rebecca's chest tightened. "I'm sorry."
He nodded. "Thank you, but please don't pity me. I neither want nor deserve it."
The rumours Kitty had whispered snaked through her mind. Surely he'd had nothing to do with his wife's death. Had he? Hands clasped, he shifted and looked over her head in the direction she'd come.
"Visiting your parents' graves?"
"Yes."
"No regrets there, I imagine. They were the best of people, and they clearly loved you. You're more blessed than you know."
"It doesn't feel like it some days, but you're right. John and I never wanted for anything." Then why, she silently wondered, was John so unhappy, and bent on making everyone around him as miserable as he was? Rebecca briefly laid her hand on Frederick's arm, then turned and left him to mourn alone. With a final look at her parents' resting place, she departed the churchyard with little solace from the visit. On the way back, Rebecca again strolled along All Saints' Street, past the Swan and Goose, and then turned at Elderbury Lane. A woman stood there, deep bonnet tilted up, as if studying the modest, half-timbered house on the corner. Rebecca almost went on past, but the woman's walking stick and embroidered mantle struck her as familiar. She angled her head to see past the woman's bonnet brim. "My lady!" Rebecca exclaimed. "I'm surprised to find you here."
Lady Fitzhoward turned to her. "I simply went out for a walk to see something of this village you are forever talking about. Is that a crime?"
"Of course not."
The woman favoured jaunty hats. Rebecca wasn't sure she'd ever seen her in a poke bonnet before. Noticing Rebecca's gaze linger on it, the woman frowned. "What's wrong with it?"
"Nothing.
I didn't wish to fuss with a parasol, which can be such a bother when windy."
"True," Rebecca allowed, although the day was quite mild. If Lady Fitzhoward wanted to see something of Swanford, Rebecca would have thought she'd have chosen to visit Wickworth, a great house known for its striking architecture and beautiful gardens, rather than the ragtag shops and houses crowded cheek by jowl in this narrow lane. Lady Fitzhoward thrust her stick toward the neatly painted sign on the door that read Henwick Cottage and asked, "Who lives here?"
"Mr. and Mrs. Brown and their 5 children. They have the linen-draper's shop on the High Street, but outgrew the rooms above it."
"Ah." The woman's eyes lingered on the place, vaguely focused. "Do you know them?" Rebecca asked.
"That's unlikely, is it not? Just curious. To hear you talk, you must be acquainted with almost everyone in the village."
"At one time, perhaps." When her father was vicar, Rebecca had often gone with him to visit the sick and elderly. Lady Fitzhoward glanced at a rope swing hanging from a sturdy oak beside the house, swaying slowly back and forth on a gentle breeze. She stared and seemed to sway with it. Rebecca watched the woman with curiosity bordering on concern. Such a faraway look in her eyes. Such sadness. "Have you been to Swanford before, my lady?"
"A lifetime ago." The woman blinked. "Anyone named Westergreen hereabouts?"
"Not that I know of, no." She nodded absently. "Growing weary, my lady?" Rebecca expected to hear the woman's oft-repeated rebuke.
"I'm not an invalid."
But instead she said,
"I believe that's far enough for today."
She straightened her shoulders and started determinedly down the lane, stick clacking with each step. Rebecca noticed how heavily she leaned upon it and hurried to catch her. "Shall we walk back together?"
"If you're going back now, anyway."
"I am." Rebecca took her arm, lending her strength, and the two made their way steadily to the hotel. Chapter 8. That evening, Miss Jolie again helped Rebecca change for dinner earlier than usual. Hearing the lady's maid hum a tune as she arranged her hair, mischief tickled Rebecca's stomach. She said, "Apparently you saw your chef today." The woman flashed a frown in the mirror. "He is not mine." "But you did see him?" The maid's thin lips twitched. "Curiosity does not become you, Miss Lane." "I cannot help myself. I've only experienced romance vicariously." "Vicarious? I do not know this word." "It means, since I don't have my own romance, I enjoy hearing about yours." Nicole Jolie shook her head. "It is not romance. He is very busy cooking all the day." She paused, then aloud, "But I like talking with him when he has the moment. We speak of our families and all we miss of France. We've much in common, he and I. Both Catholic, both have sisters, and of course we both detest the English food." "Sounds a perfect match, then," Rebecca agreed. Miss Jolie looked up and caught Rebecca's grin in the mirror. "Enough now. You like too much teasing me." "I confess I do," Rebecca replied. "It's a new experience." She was gratified when the maid didn't scowl in reply, but grinned back instead. A short while later, Rebecca was once again dressed and waiting in the hall an hour before their scheduled dinner time. Mr. Edgecombe entered, and hope rose even as nerves quivered through her limbs. She stood on shaky legs. "Mr. Edgecombe?"
"Ah, yes, Miss—"
She couldn't avoid giving her name forever. If he agreed to read the manuscript, she would simply leave off the title page with its pen name. "Miss Lane, John Lane's sister." She glanced at him timidly. Did he recognize the name? His expression revealed little. He gestured for her to sit at one of the tea tables in the reception hall. She did so, setting the portfolio on the floor beside her chair. With trembling fingers, she handed him the first thin envelope, which held 2 neatly written pages and a few typeset pages marked with handwritten changes. His gaze dropped to the envelope, and his expression flattened. She said, "I thought it might be helpful to see a summary of my brother's experience and qualifications. As you can see, he worked as secretary to Ambrose Oliver, taking dictation, writing clean copies, etc. And now he corrects galley proofs for our newspaper. The second page is a letter of recommendation from that publisher, and after that are examples of his skill as a proofreader."
"I see."
He opened the envelope and idly flipped through the pages.
"Unfortunately, we're not hiring anyone at this time."
She swallowed and reached for the second, much thicker envelope. Edgecombe sat back with a sigh.
"I admit I am relieved. When you handed me pages, I feared you were going to ask me to read a manuscript. You cannot imagine how wearying it is to be a publisher. Everyone wants me to read their prosy twaddle. Sure, they'll be the next Defoe or Burney. People hand me their manuscripts so often I don't even read them anymore. I use them for kindling. These days I only consider work recommended to me by one of our own authors."
Rebecca snatched back her hand, leaving the larger envelope where it was. She straightened, cheeks heating at the thought of how humiliated she'd have been if she'd handed it to him, the thought of him burning all those hard-written, hand-written pages. Rebecca licked dry lips. "Your brother published Mr. Oliver's last few novels, is that right?" Sadness lit his eyes.
"That's right. I inherited the firm upon his death. Before that I worked as a solicitor."
She made herself hold his gaze. "I was sorry to hear of your loss." His nostrils flared as he drew a long inhale.
"Thank you."
She hesitated, realizing she needed to tread carefully. How much did he know? His brother William had threatened John with a defamation suit and promised to make sure he never worked in publishing again if he continued to slander Ambrose Oliver. John couldn't afford to pay any amount of damages, let alone to have access to all respectable publishers closed to him. She slowly asked, "Were you aware of the details of Mr. Oliver's last book?" His eyes narrowed.
"What details?"
Was it a trap? Would repeating the accusations trigger the long-threatened action for libel? She hedged. "Your brother engaged John as Mr. Oliver's secretary to help with dictation and the like, as I mentioned. Do you know why your brother gave John a small settlement, even after Mr. Oliver insisted he be dismissed?" Thaddeus Edgecombe gave an unconcerned shrug.
"I imagine it was because he believed he'd earned it. Working for Ambrose Oliver cannot have been easy, as my brother learned to his detriment."
"No, it was not, as my brother learned to the detriment of his own writing career. Mr. Oliver took advantage of John's trust and talent. You could say Mr. Oliver's last book would not have been written without John, and I'm talking about far more than dictation and clean copies." He gave her a hard stare, then slowly slid the first envelope back across the table to her.
"I regret I cannot be of more help."
"Say it," Rebecca told herself. "Push for John's rights. Ask, no, demand that he publish John's new book. Or, at a minimum, read it. Certainly Edgecombe & Co. owed him that much." As she sat there vacillating, he stood and curtly bowed his farewell. He started to walk away, then turned back.
"If you are referring to John Lane's claim that he wrote Mr. Oliver's last book, I hope we can agree that if there'd been anything owed to him, it has been paid in full by the settlement your brother accepted, and I trust you will not raise the topic with me or anyone else again, for doing so would be violating the injunction against him."
So he does know. A nervous lump rose in Rebecca's throat. Had she said too much? Done more harm than good? Would he warn Mr. Oliver against her? Edgecombe went on.
Furthermore, I insist that you not disturb Mr. Oliver with a repetition of old grievances which would be disgusting to him, not to mention an unwelcome distraction and waste of time. I'll not have his concentration broken by a reminder of past unpleasantness.
Past unpleasantness? Was that all it was to them? A man's life ruined, his work stolen, his dreams dashed. At least she hoped this meant he wouldn't mention her to the author to avoid breaking his precious concentration.
"Have I made myself clear?" Edgecombe asked.
Rebecca choked down bile and a furious rebuttal. Shouting wouldn't help their cause, although that was exactly what she wanted to do. She rose, nodded, and turned away, biting the inside of her cheek to stem the exasperated words and tears. She strode into the passage, longing to retreat to her room. Instead, she ran smack into the chest of Frederick Wilford. "Oh!" He caught her by the elbows.
"Steady on, Miss Lane. Are you all right?"
"Forgive me, I wasn't looking where I was going." He studied her face in concern.
"What has happened? What's wrong?"
"I had an unpleasant encounter, that's all. I'm well, or will be." He looked past her into the hall.
"Did that man say something to upset you? Or insult you?"
She shook her head and stepped back, although a part of her longed to throw her arms around him and cry out her woes. "Not directly, no. Never mind."
His long-lashed eyes narrowed.
"Are you sure?"
She nodded.
"Here, let's sit down a moment."
He led her to a bench in the cloisters. When they were seated, she explained, "I'm merely disappointed. I hoped Mr. Edgecombe might consider publishing John's book, or at least give him some work. But no."
"I'm sorry to hear it. Did John send you here to speak on his behalf?"
She nodded.
"You know, we used to see him often, rambling about the estate, but I've not seen him in weeks, if not months."
"He's not well, I'm afraid."
"Has he seen a physician?"
"Not recently. I appreciate your concern, but he'll be all right, in time." She prayed the words were true. In the meanwhile, Rebecca would do anything, or almost anything, to help him. He tilted his head and regarded her pensively.
"I don't like seeing you unhappy."
He paused, then gave her a crooked grin.
"Shall I bring you rout cakes?"
For a moment, she blinked up at him, not comprehending.
"Do you not remember?" he asked with a touch of disappointment.
Then it came to her. "Oh, yes! New Year's Eve at the vicarage." Rebecca had been sent to bed early and had sat sadly at the top of the stairs to watch the party from there. Frederick had sneaked upstairs with rout cakes, and together they'd sung Auld Lang Syne, a promise not to forget old friends. His dark eyes held hers.
"If only I could make you smile as easily now."
She managed a weak grin in reply. "Thank you for trying." At dinner, even more tables were occupied than had been the previous evening. Lady Fitzhoward looked around and clucked like a self-satisfied hen.
"That newspaper notice was quite effective. Did I not tell you it would be?"
"You did, indeed." Lady Fitzhoward's gaze swept over her, wearing the same dinner dress, and her lips compressed.
"If you intend to stay the whole week, we should have your trunk brought out of storage."
"Good idea, my lady." The stunning Miss Newport came in, wearing the same gown as the night before as well. Empathy and surprise rippled through Rebecca. Was she simply travelling with minimal baggage, or was the evening gown her only one? Lady Fitzhoward's keen eyes noticed her interest. "What?" "Oh, just curious. She wore the same gown last night, too, when you weren't feeling well." Lady Fitzhoward humphed. "One would think an actress would have an extensive wardrobe." A waiter approached. While he described the bill of fare for the evening, Rebecca noticed Lady Fitzhoward's eyes stray several times toward a man about her own age, dining alone across the room. When the waiter had taken down their selections and departed, Lady Fitzhoward beckoned the maitre d'hotel to their table.
"Yes, my lady. How may I be of service?"
She lifted her chin toward the table in question.
"That man seated alone. I've seen him before somewhere, but cannot place him. Who is he?"
Rebecca surreptitiously glanced over. The man was well-dressed and distinguished-looking, with dark brows, silver side-whiskers, and an aquiline nose.
"That is Mr. Isaac King."
"Ah." Lady Fitzhoward nodded.
"Yes, now I remember. The money-lender."
She said it in a matter-of-fact tone without rancour, but the maitre d'hotel shifted uneasily.
"I hope this will not inconvenience or distress your ladyship."
"Heavens, no. I don't owe the man a farthing, nor does his presence surprise me unduly. From what I hear, Ike King is acquainted with the highest ranks of society, called upon by many aristocrats who find themselves in pecuniary difficulties. I would be the last to raise any objection."
"Very good, your ladyship. You are most gracious."
The man bowed and backed away, returning to his duties with an expression of obvious relief. Rebecca waited until he was out of earshot, then leaned near and asked in teasing tones, "And how, pray, are you acquainted with such a man?" She made little effort to quell her curiosity, nor the grin quivering on her lips.
"Cheeky girl,"
her employer chastised mildly, but her rebuke held no bite.
"My husband considered doing business with him once, when he needed capital to expand. But Mr. King's business practices were too mercenary for his tastes, as were his interest rates. I saw the man briefly as he left Donald's office. He bowed and wished me a good evening, as polite as could be."
Rebecca asked, "Was he not disappointed to be rejected by your husband?" The older woman shrugged.
"Didn't appear to be. He's no shortage of clients, from what I understand. The tour is riddled with unbridled gamblers."
"I see." Lady Fitzhoward dipped her chin, regarding Rebecca with a sardonic gleam in her eye.
"Disappointed I had no seamier tale to tell?"
She leaned back and spread her hands.
"Feel free to make up your own."
"Not disappointed. Impressed, actually. You are quite affable about the man." She waved off Rebecca's praise.
"I've no interest in ostracizing anyone."
Rebecca nodded her agreement. "You remind me of my father. He believed there were good and bad eggs in every basket, and was kind to all." Lady Fitzhoward eyed her thoughtfully.
"I think I would have liked your father."
"I think so too."
"And your mother?" she asked.
"Oh, I loved her dearly, but I'm fairly certain you would have thought her a silly creature, as Rose would say."
"Rose?" Lady Fitzhoward echoed. "Your brother's housekeeper, is that right?"
"Right. And our friend. We've known her most of our lives." Frederick sat alone, waiting for Thomas to join him.
"Late again."
His gaze kept sliding over to Miss Lane, who sat with Lady Fitzhoward at their usual table. Catching his eye, the older woman nodded to him. He still wondered why she seemed familiar. Miss Newport, seated alone once more, smiled in his direction. He smiled back, but didn't ask her to join him. Again, at 7:15, Mr. Oliver entered, this time with 2 companions. The man with military bearing remained near the door, while a second man with curly hair and spectacles joined him at the table. This was the man he'd seen Miss Lane talking with earlier, the publisher who'd disappointed her. While Frederick awaited his brother's arrival, he couldn't help but overhear the publisher's conversation with Mr. Oliver.
"Any progress?"
the bespectacled man asked.
"Not yet. Rome was not built in a day. Or even in a year, apparently. At this rate, I shall go bankrupt waiting for you to earn back the money William advanced in good faith."
Their soup arrived, and for a time the tense conversation ceased. The maitre d'hotel stopped at Miss Newport's table to ask if everything was to her liking. She beamed up at the man and answered in the affirmative, her voice melodic, her smile white, her face lovely. The author's words from the next table caught his ear.
"I say, Edgecombe, well done arranging for Selina to be here. I almost didn't recognise her, out of context and without stage paint. I applaud you."
The publisher scowled.
"Me? I've nothing to do with it. What do you take me for? The last thing I would do is arrange a meeting with one of your paramours. The only reason I agreed to pay for this charade was because you promised seclusion would help you come up with a winning book idea, not to facilitate love affairs or the adoration of your public."
He gestured emphatically around the crowded dining room. Mr. Oliver glanced over as well, and several heads swiftly turned away, feigning interest in their meals.
"You're the one drawing attention now, old boy. Lower your voice. If it wasn't your doing, I wonder why she's here."
Thomas finally arrived. On his way to the table, he bowed to Miss Newport, Miss Lane, and Lady Fitzhoward, and exchanged greetings with Mr. and Mrs. Oakham, seated nearby, neighbours who were no doubt dining in the hotel in the hope of seeing the acclaimed author. Then he sat across from Frederick, his cheerful excuses drowning out the conversations around them. Only half listening, Frederick watched as waiters served another course to Mr. Oliver and his publisher. Suddenly Mr. Oliver tossed down his table napkin, his meal only half eaten.
"I'll not write another word tonight, thanks to you. Keep hounding me, and I never shall again."
He rose and started across the room. As he passed the table of a dark-haired, sharp-nosed older man, the 2 locked gazes, Oliver's steps faltered. But a second later he continued on and stalked from the room, his guard on his heels. A moment of stunned silence followed his exit, and then a whispered buzz rose among the diners. The publisher sat stone-faced. Then he rose slowly and followed Mr. Oliver from the room. After dinner, Rebecca returned to her bedchamber, but felt too restless to sleep. Knowing she'd a little time before Mary stopped by to help her undress, she left her room and went down to the library and writing-room, glad to find its lamp still lit. She put on her spectacles to peruse a set of novels she'd heard of but not yet read, Northanger Abbey and Persuasion in 4 volumes. She wrote her name in the logbook by lamplight, the flame dancing in a sudden draught. Had someone opened the door to the cloisters? Perhaps she ought to have closed the library door, but she would have felt a little uncomfortable, shut inside the dim room alone. Was she alone? At the thought, she glanced up at the wall painting above her and met the doleful gaze of the abbess. Her eyes glowed red by candlelight, and Rebecca shivered. Suddenly, a rush of wind blew out the candle-lamp, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment, Rebecca froze where she stood. Then, leaving the book, she stepped into the passage and saw the door to the cloisters slowly closing. She opened it and looked out. Diagonally across the courtyard, a figure in flowing black robes sailed through the covered walkway. Alarm jolted her. Suppressing the urge to retreat, Rebecca stepped forward to peer through one of the ornamental stone grilles. The figure turned the corner, a sliver of moon-white profile visible for just a moment before it slipped from view. Rebecca's stomach tightened. She'd only caught a glimpse, but whoever it was definitely wore a hooded black robe, or habit. Had an actual nun come to stay at Swanford Abbey, or who, or what, had Rebecca seen? The image brought back all those terrifying stories she'd heard growing up about the ghost of the abbess who haunted the church ruins, bemoaning her fate and the fate of all demolished monasteries, and taking revenge on anyone who dared to enter her domain. Even as fear pulsed through Rebecca's veins, her feet moved as if of their own accord. She hurried along one side of the cloisters and then turned the corner down the other side where the figure had disappeared. Had she gone into the hotel? It certainly seemed that way. Unless the figure truly was a phantom who could disappear into thin air. No, that's childish foolishness, Rebecca reminded herself. She was a grown woman now and no longer believed in such things. It had been a flesh-and-blood person. It must have been. But why would anyone wear a monk-like hood indoors, unless he or she meant to conceal his or her identity for some clandestine purpose? A shiver passed over her. Why, indeed? Rebecca reached the next corner, saw no one lurking there, but heard faint footfalls. She continued through one of the doors into the hotel, and then along the interior passage, past the hall with a bored-looking clerk at the desk, past the dining room, dark and deserted at this hour, past the coffee room, also dark, and then to a narrow stairway leading below stairs. There she paused. Was this where the person or spectre had gone? Dare she follow? Perhaps whoever she'd seen had been merely a staff member going down to the cellars for some reason. Another possibility entered her mind. She'd heard whispers that tucked away below stairs was a club of sorts, where gentlemen could drink and play cards away from the exacting eyes of gently bred females. That destination seemed far more likely at this hour. Rebecca didn't belong in either cellar or club. She ought to return to her own room and try to sleep. Mary might be knocking on her door even now, wondering what had become of her. Instead, by the light of a candle sconce high on the wall, she carefully made her way down the narrow stairs. The smells of tobacco and sour oak barrels growing stronger as she descended. Reaching the bottom, she looked one way, then the other, surveying the dim passage and its shadowy corners. She found herself in a basement far less polished than the levels above, with tiled floors and brick walls lit by lanterns hung at distant intervals. To the left was a door marked kitchen staff only, which she guessed might be a cold cellar or larder. She turned right, passing padlocked rooms marked baggage storage and wine cellar. She turned another corner and followed the sound of muffled voices to the end of the passage. There she saw an open doorway to an anteroom. This room held leather armchairs and a few small tables, with paintings of horses and hunts on the walls. Beyond this lay an inner chamber, from which wafted men's voices and cigar smoke. Through its open door she glimpsed green felt and heard the telltale click of billiard balls striking one another. So the rumours were true. Had the hooded figure fled into this male bastion? Certainly not if it had been the ghost of a righteous abbess. But something told her the figure she'd seen was far less upright. Rebecca wasn't brazen enough to enter this male sanctuary. Woe to her reputation if she ventured into such a place. She slowly backed away, stepped on the edge of her hem, and stumbled, colliding with a firm object. A man's chest? She gasped. Masculine hands gripped her elbows to steady her. "Careful!" Whoever it was turned her to face him. Thomas Wilford. His handsome features creased in surprise, followed by a roguish grin. "Miss Lane, what an unexpected pleasure." Rebecca guessed most women would be charmed by the blonde man's smile, but she'd always been more attracted to Frederick's dark good looks and serious demeanour. "Mr. Wilford, pardon me, but I thought I saw someone come down here."
"Oh, who?"
"Never mind, you'll think me silly."
"Never! Try me."
"Someone in a hooded robe. I couldn't see a face."
"Ah, a mystery." His eyes glimmered. "Shall I look inside for you?"
Before she could decline, he stepped to the threshold and looked around the inner sanctum. A moment later he turned back.
"No one wearing a cloak of any sort, hooded or otherwise," he teased. "Perhaps you saw the ghost of the abbess in her habit."
"And here I've been trying to convince myself otherwise. You're not very reassuring, Mr. Wilford." His expression sobered.
"I must say you do look like you've had a fright. Shall I walk you to your room?"
"That won't be necessary."
"Come, you're trembling. Allow me to walk with you back upstairs at least."
"Very well, thank you." He laced her arm through his, and she didn't pull away, glad for his supportive presence. Together they walked through the passage and up the narrow stairs. They met someone at the top, someone Rebecca would rather not have seen when she was coming from somewhere she had no business being and on the arm of his flirtatious brother. Sir Frederick. He stopped abruptly, staring down at them, lips parting and then pressing tight. Self-conscious, Rebecca tugged her hand from Thomas's arm. Sir Frederick asked,
"What are you two doing down there at this hour? Or do I not want to know?"
She hated the disapproving, suspicious look on his face, hated that she'd put it there.
"We were ghost hunting," Thomas said with a wink. "No luck."
Frederick's dark brows rose and his eyes shifted to her. Warmth infused her cheeks. "It was my fault," she said. "I saw someone in a hooded robe go below stairs, and I wanted to find out who it was." Frederick frowned.
"And you thought it might be the abbess?"
Rebecca ducked her head. "I know how foolish that must sound, especially when there are no nuns in England any more," he said.
"Actually, several orders from France have taken refuge in our country, or so I've read, though I've never seen one in this area." "Nor I," Thomas agreed.
Even so, another shiver passed over her. Thomas said,
"In any case, Miss Lane has had a fright. Why don't you escort her to her room, Freddie? I'm eager for a game of billiards." "If she would like," Frederick solemnly replied. "Excellent. Join me later."
When Thomas had gone back downstairs, Rebecca said, "There's no need to walk with me. At least, not all the way to my room. Perhaps just across the cloisters." He studied her face.
Were you really afraid?
Again, you'll think me foolish, but yes.
And yet you followed whoever it was down there anyway.
Reading censure in his question, she ducked her head once more.
He added,
That's the Miss Lane I remember. Climbing the wall, riding the horse, standing up to her brother's tormentors. Confident, brave Becky.
She blinked. Not only were his words utterly unexpected, but she barely recognized herself in them. Yes, she'd climbed things, but confident, brave? She only vaguely remembered that girl. That was all a long time ago now.
Not so long, he said. Our vicar, Mr. Gilby, attended the canal meeting. He mentioned you climbed a tree to rescue a kite for his children only a few days ago.
Her face heated anew. But glancing up and seeing his grin, she returned it. He walked her to the bottom of the night stair.
I shall wait here until you're safe in your room.
Thank you. Reaching out, he squeezed her hand and said warmly,
Good night, brave Miss Rebecca.
Good night, she replied, still grinning foolishly in the dark. But as she climbed the stairs, Rebecca's grin slowly faded. What was she doing? She wasn't there to flirt with Sir Frederick or to make a fool of herself. She was there to help John. And here she was, about to spend another night in the Swanford Abbey Hotel. She hated to think how much her bill amounted to already, and she still hadn't given John's manuscript to either Mr. Edgecombe or Mr. Oliver. Rebecca wanted to finish what she'd come for and leave, before she made things worse for John or jeopardized her position with Lady Fitzhoward, or, worse yet, before she broke her heart again over Sir Frederick Wilford. She decided she'd had more than enough of Swanford Abbey, haunted or not. When she reached her door, she saw Mary knocking. "Oh, there you are, miss. I wondered what became of you." "I hope you've not been waiting long." "No, miss." Rebecca asked, "You've not seen a nun or someone dressed as one, have you?" "No, miss." "Don't tell me you've seen the ghost of the abbess." Mirth twinkled in the girl's eyes. Rebecca sighed. "Never mind." The two entered the room, and Mary began helping her undress. Rebecca found her gaze lingering on the maid's reflection in the mirror, head lowered, mob cap half covering her face, apron over a dark, nondescript dress. An idea struck. "Mary, I wonder if you might help me with something." "Course, if I can." "I need to speak to Mr. Oliver, privately, but no one gets into his room except you, except a chambermaid." "What are you saying?" "May I deliver his breakfast tomorrow morning?" "Mr. George won't let you in." "Not as me, perhaps, but as a chambermaid he might." Mary's eyebrows rose. "You want to work as a maid?" "Just for a few minutes, unofficially." "Unofficial, in secret, just between you and me." Rebecca gestured toward her attire. "Perhaps I could borrow your apron and cap." "Oh, I couldn't let you wear these," Mary said. "I have to attend to my duties properly dressed." "I understand," Rebecca replied, feeling defeated. She didn't want to get the girl into trouble. "But I do have an extra set," Mary said, brightening. "You could wear those, as long as you return them no worse for wear." Relief and terror warred within Rebecca. What was she doing? "It would only be for a short time," she assured the girl. Hopefully not too short, for that would mean he'd refused to talk with her. Refused her request. Mary nodded. "I'll bring them to you when I finish for the night." "Thank you, and keep this between us, please." If I may be so bold, I'd say the same to you, miss. I don't want anyone to find out either. I'd lose my place."
Half an hour later, time Rebecca had spent in doubts and second thoughts, Mary delivered the promised articles of clothing, carried over her arm, covered by a towel. She delivered instructions as well.
"I've given it some thought. Monsieur Maric has a keen eye. Instead of you going down to the kitchen, I'll prepare a tray myself and meet you outside your room at 5 till 9. You can carry the tray from here."
Rebecca expelled a jagged sigh.
"Thank you. That does sound less risky."
Especially as the chef might remember speaking with her in the dining room.
"Keep your head down," Mary went on. "No one looks at maids anyway, except Mr. George. Usually when he sees me coming with the tray, he rises and knocks on the door for me. If he asks, say you're new. Later I can deny everything if need be." "Very well. Sounds a simple plan."
Rebecca inhaled a long breath, solidifying her resolve.
"And truly, it's not as though we are doing anything illegal." "I should hope not."
Now, if only it would work, and get neither of them into trouble. Chapter 9. The next morning, Rebecca dressed herself in the shapeless grey dress, which fastened in the front and tied on the long white apron with trembling hands. Stepping to the mirror, she pulled her hair back tightly and pinned it away from her face, then covered it all with the floppy, frilly cap. Her reflection revealed pale skin and crescent shadows beneath her eyes. She hadn't slept well, worrying about the morning's mission and imagining all that might go wrong. Then she reminded herself of John's desperate state and the quickly amassing sum she owed the hotel. She hated to imagine the total if Lady Fitzhoward hadn't offered to pay for her meals. Studying her face in the mirror, Rebecca decided she still looked too much like herself. Retrieving the tortoise-shell case, she put on the spectacles she usually reserved for reading or mending. Then she ran a finger through the oily soot collected on her lamp and used it to darken her brows. She applied it with too heavy a hand and recoiled from her own startling image. She wiped most of it away until it looked more natural. She glanced at the small mantel clock. A few minutes to spare. She clasped damp hands, gazed at the cross above her bed, and in the quiet of her solitary chamber prayed. "Dear God, I know you don't approve of deception, but—" Unbidden thoughts of women from Scripture who had deceived scrolled through her mind. Sarah, Tamar, Rebecca. Most of their stories had not ended well. "I hope you will forgive me," she murmured rather lamely. "I mean no harm." She only wanted to get in to speak to Mr. Oliver, to urge him to recommend her brother's manuscript to his publisher, to help John, to save him. "Please let Mr. Oliver listen. Soften his heart and grant me favour in his eyes." She also prayed that Mr. Edgecombe, to avoid distracting the author, hadn't warned him about John Lane's sister. Rebecca then inched open her door and peeked out. Seeing no one, she waited until she heard quick footsteps on the nearby night stair and saw a white mob cap emerging from below. Rebecca picked up the large envelope containing the manuscript and tucked it under her arm, hoping it would look like a folded newspaper to any casual passer-by. Then she stepped out, quietly closing the door behind herself. Mary appeared, looking only half as nervous as Rebecca felt. "Here you are, miss," she whispered. "Careful not to spill. Bring back yesterday's dishes and any dirty laundry he gives you. I'll take care of them from here." Rebecca nodded her understanding and held out her hands.
The tray felt heavier than her father's 1,000-page Bible. Rebecca walked slowly, keeping a wary eye on the piled-high plate of food and pitcher of cream, glad the coffee hadn't yet been poured into the empty, rattling cup. Nearing room 3, she saw Mr. George glance up. She quickly ducked her head and kept walking, pulse pounding hard with each step. "Open the door," she silently begged. He rose to do so, by habit, as Mary had said, or by God's favour, or both. He knocked on the door and stood there, waiting. "Morning," the man said to her as she approached. She mumbled the same in reply, keeping her head down, trying not to draw the guard's watchful eye. Come on," she inwardly pleaded. A few seconds later, the lock clicked open from within, and the guard pushed the door wide for her. She stepped through, and the door shut behind her. So far, so good. Inside the room, Mr. Oliver had already reclaimed his seat on a chaise longue, rosewood writing slant on his lap, head bent and dark hair flopping over his forehead. He murmured a barely audible grunt of acknowledgment without looking up. He scribbled with quill and ink to the end of the line, licked his finger to turn a page, and began scratching away again. When she hesitated, he gestured toward the low end table. "Just set it down there." She bobbed a curtsy and moved to comply, setting the tray down with a clank of china and cutlery. "Dirty laundry there?" He jerked an ink-stained thumb toward the corner. "I'm out of stockings." She stammered. I've brought you something." "Coffee, I hope. Eggs, kippers, kidneys, and bacon as usual." He glanced over at his breakfast. "That too." He looked up at her at last, then squinted, a deep crease connecting his brows. "You're new," he murmured, clearly not pleased about this interruption in routine. "Yes." She took a deep breath, pulled the manuscript from under her arm and held it out to him. "And I entreat you most earnestly to ask your publisher to read this manuscript. He won't accept any submissions unless one of his authors recommends it." Ambrose Oliver growled and threw up his inky hands. "Now even the chambermaids are penning novels and begging me to get them published. Is there no peace for me? No place a man can avoid desperate quill drivers?" He sat back hard and ran a jaded gaze over her. "In truth, I'm surprised you can read, let alone think you've written a work of literature worthy of Edgecombe's attention, let alone mine." "I believe it is." "Bah! I don't know whether to be impressed or offended. Cheeky doesn't begin to describe you. Good thing you're pretty, or I would call for Sergeant George and send you packing. Have you sacked as well?" She bit her lip to keep from retorting that she didn't work there, knowing she should conceal her identity to have any chance of securing his help. "Please, sir, simply ask Mr. Edgecombe to read it." "Is it a novel or poetry or what?" "A novel. And if he doesn't think it worthy of publication, so be it. You'll never see me again." He narrowed his eyes in searing scrutiny. "You look familiar to me. Have we met?" "No." "Yet you do seem familiar." Rebecca swallowed. Had he seen her from a distance, as she had seen him? Or was he observing a family resemblance? She and John did resemble one another slightly, she knew. But surely with spectacles and her hair hidden under the mob cap, he wouldn't guess. She lifted her chin. "Will you help?" "Why should I? What's in it for me?" Forgiveness and redemption, Rebecca thought. The chance to right a wrong. But she could say none of those things without revealing or at least hinting at the author's true identity. Instead, she said, "Because it might very well save a life."
"Mine? Is that a threat?"
She sucked in a shocked breath. "Heavens, no! That's not what I meant." He set down his quill and eyed her.
"You could make it worth my while."
His gaze moved from her face down her neck to her bodice, clearly trying to make out the figure beneath the shapeless frock and apron. Mr. George had been right. Mr. Oliver didn't have a sort. Any female would do. But not her. That was a line she wouldn't cross, not even for John.
"What's your name?" he asked,
setting aside the lap desk and rising. He stood to his full, impressive, intimidating height. Rebecca took a step back. "I'd better go." A rap of knuckles shook the door.
"Mr. Oliver, everything all right in there?"
Mr. George. Would the author detain her, make good on his threat to send her packing? He couldn't have her sacked, but he could definitely have her thrown out of the hotel and disgraced in Sir Frederick's eyes, as well as Lady Fitzhoward's. "Please," she whispered, forcing herself to keep her head high and hold his piercing gaze. His dark eyes gleamed with speculation.
"You've certainly aroused my attention. I'm all right,"
he called through the door, then turned back to her, impudent humour quirking his mouth.
"May I at least have a cup of coffee before you go?"
"Oh, of course." She poured a cup with trembling fingers and handed it to him. She forced herself to ask again, to push. "So, will you?" His focus lingered on her face.
"I'll think about it. In the meanwhile, you can do something for me."
She was instantly on her guard. He stepped closer and lowered his voice.
"Do you know who Selina Newport is?"
Rebecca weighed the question for a trap. Finding none, she said, "I know who she is, yes."
"Ask her to come and see me. Apparently Sergeant George will let in any attractive female."
She shook her head. "He won't allow it."
"You leave the sergeant to me. He's in my employ after all, and not the other way around."
Not wanting to refuse and harm their chances, she said, "I'll give her your message. How she responds is up to her." Those thick lips puckered into a smug smile.
"Oh, she'll come to me all right. Of that I've no doubt."
Would she? Why would a beautiful woman like Miss Newport, who'd clearly caught Thomas Wilford's eye, be interested in an older, unpleasant man like Ambrose Oliver? Did he hold some power over her? Mr. Oliver sat back down.
"Leave your opus on the table and close the door on your way out."
"Yes, sir." Unsettled, Rebecca set down the prized manuscript and opened the door, darting back to pick up an armful of dirty laundry. She didn't see any used dishes except a coffee cup, but swiped that up too. Then she let herself from the room, head low. She swept past Mr. George without looking at him and hurried away, intending to go the long way round, so he wouldn't see which room she was heading for.
"Are you all right?" he called after her. "Did he bother you?"
Without pausing, she shook her head and continued past the main stairs and railing that overlooked the hall below. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a tall man standing near the hotel entrance and glanced down, only to immediately wish she hadn't. Rob Tarvin stood there, no doubt awaiting the arrival of a guest who'd reserved his fly. He looked up at that very moment. She turned her head toward the opposite wall and hurried around the corner and out of view, hoping against hope that he hadn't seen her. Mary was waiting for her beside her door. Together they stepped inside. "How did it go?" Mary whispered eagerly. "Everything all right?" "I think so." To herself, Rebecca added, "I pray so." Hands still trembling, she handed over the dirty laundry and coffee cup. "I didn't see another tray." "Oh, that's right. He rang for a second pot of coffee yesterday, and I picked it up then." Rebecca pulled the cap from her head and untied the apron. "I'll pick those up later," Mary said. "I've got to get on now." Rebecca nodded and laid a hand on the girl's arm. "Thank you, Mary. I'm indebted to you." "How could I not help? You're the one who gave me a chance when I needed a place. Me with no experience and my family being what it was. And you who wrote that fine character that got me another place at the Griffiths and eventually here." How glad Rebecca was that she had done so. "I did that because I believed you capable, not to get anything in return." "I know. Even so, I couldn't say no to you now, could I?" Rebecca stilled, fear curdling inside her. She hoped neither of them would live to regret what she'd just done. Worried that Rob might have recognized her, or even wondered if he'd seen her in the garb of a maid, Rebecca decided to try to dispel that image as quickly as possible. Thankfully, her trunk had been delivered to her room, and with it, several additional clothing options. From within the folds of tissue, she carefully extracted one of her more elegant garments, which Lady Fitzhoward had recently purchased for her, saying, "We are in fashionable Bath, Miss Lane. You must dress the part." It was a beautiful spencer of patterned pink satin with a gathered waist, short ruffled peplum and bow at the back with long ends trimmed in pleating. The spencer was topped by a matching cape-like collar with a high ruffled neck. This she put on over a spotted muslin gown of the same hue, and also selected a bonnet with a pert upturned brim. Then she went downstairs and knocked on Miss Jolie's door to ask her to do something with her hair. The woman set about the task, although she sighed heavily to have to lay aside a purloined copy of La Belle Assemblée to do so. She curled and arranged Rebecca's hair to show to advantage beneath her high bonnet brim, leaving tendrils on either side of her face. Suddenly Jolie peered closely at her. "You have something just there." She lifted a cloth and wiped at Rebecca's left eyebrow. Inspecting the smear, Jolie frowned. "Lamp-black, Miss Lane?" She must have missed some. Abashed, Rebecca replied, "Just thought I'd try it." "It does not suit you." Perhaps hearing their voices, Lady Fitzhoward knocked once and opened the adjoining door. "Ah, Miss Lane, you look very well, I must say." "Thank you, my lady. I should—" Rebecca tugged on the short spencer. "You selected both the pattern and the colour yourself."
"Ah, yes. Are you seeing Sir Frederick, perchance?"
"No. That is, I don't believe so."
"Pity."
She waggled her brows and returned to her own room.
Rebecca took a final look at her reflection and saw no resemblance to the maid she'd seen in her mirror earlier that morning.
She thanked Jolie and went out, walking through the corridor and into the main hall, shoulders back, head held high. Two gentlemen in conversation paused to glance her way, and their expressions shone with admiration. As she continued across the room, the commissionaire opened the front door for her and tipped his hat.
"Miss Lane?"
"Good day, Mr. Moseley." She stepped outside and made her way down the stairs, intending to stroll past the entrance to the stable yard and hopefully encounter Rob if he was back from delivering his last customer. Not seeing him, she sat on one of the benches nearby to surreptitiously await his return. As the minutes ticked by, she realized that perhaps she ought to have brought a book. While she sat there, a man rode out of the stable-yard. Sir Frederick Wilford on a chestnut horse. He didn't notice her as he directed his mount down the lane and out of the village. She wondered where he was going. For a moment she imagined herself riding beside him in a fashionable new habit and jaunty hat. Rebecca was abruptly transported back to her youth, and recalled a mortifying scene as though it had happened weeks ago rather than years ago. Her neck heated as the memory revisited her. Eager to see Frederick again, Rebecca walked over to Wickworth. One of the stable hands told her he'd just ridden off, bound for Revel Lake. So Rebecca had asked the young man to help her saddle Ladybird. She wasn't supposed to ride on her own, but Revel Lake, she'd justified, was not at all far. Emerging through the trees a short while later, she saw Frederick on his horse, Warrior, and 2 other riders near the lake shore. She decided she would just let him notice her and then wave, sure he would invite her to join them. Drawing closer, she noticed one of the riders was a striking woman in a form-fitting blue habit that accentuated her developed figure. The other was one of the Wilfords' grooms, who rode a respectful distance behind. Frederick didn't notice Rebecca, focused instead on his lovely companion as they directed their horses to the picnic grounds. Well-dressed and graceful, the 2 were a living portrait of fashionable English country life. Frederick and the groom dismounted first. While the groom held the horse's reins, Frederick reached up and grasped the woman around her tiny waist and helped her down, his hands lingering even after her polished boots touched the ground, his expression besotted. Rebecca's stomach knotted at the sight, and jealousy slithered through her. She turned Ladybird's head, hoping to ride away before anyone saw her there. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar voice shouted, "Becky!" John. He stood at the edge of the clearing. Through the trees she saw their father waiting in the gig on the road beyond. "Papa says come here, now. You're not allowed to ride alone." Mortification flooded her. To be chastised like a little girl, and a naughty one at that, in front of these 2 elegant adults. She urged Ladybird on, kicking the horse's sides, as she almost never did, wishing she could disappear. From the corner of her eye she saw Frederick turn in her direction, but she kept her head down and urged the horse to go faster, even as the stubborn creature stretched its neck to steal a lusty bite of grass. Rebecca vaguely heard low feminine laughter, and Frederick's voice call after her, but she rode on, face flaming. Later, Frederick had come to the vicarage, but Rebecca, too embarrassed to face him, hid in a niche in the garden wall, where a flowering elderberry shrub sheltered her from view. She heard her father talking to him on the porch. Frederick's slow words were indecipherable, but her father's voice, projecting loudly after years of sermon-making, was perfectly clear and painful to hear. "Don't take it to heart," he said. "Becky has a case of calf love, that's all. And that was before you offered her the use of that horse. No, I don't blame you. You've been very kind to her, but have done nothing improper. Just a young girl's romantic fancies." Frederick said something else that Rebecca didn't hear. "Congratulations," her father replied. "Who is the fortunate woman? Miss Seward? Ah, yes, lovely lady." The men talked for a few minutes longer, while Rebecca remained in her hidden bower and silently wept. Sitting there now, Rebecca felt like that awkward, eager adolescent all over again. She heard the approach of jingling tack and glanced over. Rob Tarvin had returned in his fly, reining in his horse there on the drive. He looked from her to the retreating rider.
"Still pining after Frederick Wilford, I see."
She raised her chin and said coolly, "Good day to you too, Mr. Tarvin." He narrowed his eyes.
"I saw you, you know."
Her heart thudded hard and her mouth went dry. "Saw me?" Rebecca rose and turned to face him. He tied off the reins, alighted and walked closer.
"I could hardly believe it. You, masquerading like that."
Perspiration heated, then chilled her. She wet her lips and said, "Rob, I can't explain, but I had good reasons."
"Oh, sure. And I can just guess at your reasons. Sir Frederick and Thomas Wilford. That's fine company for the daughter of their former tutor."
Wait, what? Confusion addled her mind. Had she misunderstood?
"I saw you through the refectory window, having dinner with them the other night, all cosy-like."
Relief flooded her.
"Oh, yes, they invited me to join them. No doubt out of respect for my father's memory. Sir Frederick was always fond of him. But your father was fond of me, said I was the cleverest lad in the village."
She'd never told Rob that, even though her parents admired his thirst for learning. They'd discouraged her from pursuing a relationship with the young man. When Rob had tried to court her when she was 17, she'd ignored his overtures as long as she could, purposely misinterpreting his flirtation as a continuation of their friendship. Eventually he'd grown frustrated and tried to kiss her, and she'd had to push him away and tell him she'd no romantic interest in him, that while she appreciated his friendship, there could be nothing more between them. He'd been angry and resentful, and she'd felt terrible for hurting him. At his disapproving expression now, all those uncomfortable feelings came rushing back. She tried to assuage his pride. "Yes, my father admired your intelligence, your capable mind."
"Nothing's changed. I'm still that same lad."
Many things had changed, Rebecca knew. He was no longer a promising lad of 15, but an embittered man of 25.
Rob crossed his arms. "Too bad your father liked me more than you did."
He slowly shook his head, lips curled in disgust.
"You're wasting your time with Sir Frederick, you know. He's not going to remarry. The first go was bad enough, from all accounts, to turn him off the institution."
Rebecca shrugged. "What's that to me?"
"I know you consider yourself his special friend."
"That was years ago, and he was a friend to my entire family, especially to my father."
"He didn't give your father a horse."
Offence flared, but she bit her tongue. She couldn't dispute it. Instead, she asked, "Why do you dislike him so much?"
"Because he has everything I want, or could have, without lifting a finger. It isn't fair."
"Life isn't fair," Rebecca said. "God never promised it would be."
"If you say so."
Rob climbed back into the fly and drove it into the stable-yard. Rebecca remained where she was a moment longer, turning to watch Sir Frederick and his horse grow smaller and smaller, and finally disappear over the hill. She couldn't deny that she'd long dreamed of being Frederick Wilford's wife, but those were the foolish dreams of a foolish young girl. She took a deep breath. Rob might be resentful and jealous, but he could be right about one thing. Perhaps it was time to lay aside those old dreams and get on with her life. Returning inside, Rebecca saw Miss Newport in the hall. The lithe, beautiful performer sat at the hotel's grand pianoforte, running her fingers experimentally over the keys. Finding the hall otherwise unoccupied, Rebecca decided to accomplish one more unpleasant task. "Miss Newport?" The woman looked up, but kept playing softly. "Yes, Miss Lane? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I've been asked to pass along a message." "Oh?" Rebecca stepped nearer and lowered her voice. "From Mr. Oliver." The woman's arched brows rose. "Mr. Oliver? Is he not sequestered in his room?" "Yes, well, he, asked a chambermaid who knew I'd met you, and I agreed to deliver the message. Pray forgive the interference. He asks that you go and see him." Miss Newport pursed her rouged lips. "Why would I?" "I wondered that myself. He's in room 3, but don't go on my account. I agreed to pass along the message. How you respond is completely up to you." Miss Newport struck a jarring chord, then squared her shoulders. "You have delivered the message, Miss Lane, and may consider your duty dispatched." She rose. "Now, please do take tea with me." Rebecca was taken aback by the abrupt invitation, but saw no reason to decline. Selina Newport spoke to the clerk, and then the two young women sat in armchairs near the fire. While they waited for their tea, Lady Fitzhoward walked into the hall, and Miss Newport asked the older woman to join them as well. Rebecca worried her wealthy employer might not wish to associate with an actress, but she displayed no such reluctance. She thanked Miss Newport and selected a chair. In short order, a waiter delivered a tea tray, and, seeing the newcomer, quickly procured a third cup. As she poured for them, Miss Newport began. "You mentioned having a brother, Miss Lane. I envy you. Are the two of you close?" Rebecca hesitated. It seemed odd that she should ask about John again. "In childhood, yes, but we—" She looked down at her teacup and murmured, "We are grown now." Miss Newport picked up her own cup. "It must have been grand to have someone to protect you and tease you in equal measure. Was growing up with a brother as delightful as I imagined?" "Actually, I was the older sibling, so I tried to protect him, but sadly I failed. He was hurt because of me." Miss Newport stilled, cup halfway to her lips, her sparkling eyes dulled. "I'm sorry. I sympathize with you. I failed to protect someone I loved, too." "Oh?" Rebecca asked expectantly. Miss Newport looked down. A stillness transformed into a sudden flurry of little agitated movements, lowering her teacup, adding another lump of sugar, followed by a rapid stir. "I shouldn't have mentioned it," she said. "You will think me maudlin." "May I ask who?" "My sister, my little sister." "Oh," Rebecca breathed. "I am sorry." She impulsively reached over and squeezed the woman's hand. They sat in silence, but Miss Newport didn't expand on her reply. Instead, Selina diverted the attention to Lady Fitzhoward. "And have you any siblings, my lady?" Lady Fitzhoward sipped her tea, then answered somberly, "A sister." To lighten the conversation, Rebecca said brightly, "Sisters, the both of you. Now I envy you. It must be wonderful to have someone so close to you, sharing dresses and confidences and all your secret hopes and romantic dreams." "I wouldn't know," Lady Fitzhoward replied. "I haven't spoken to mine in years." Meanwhile, Miss Newport wiped damp eyes with a serviette. You make me quite miss my Edie. Do let's talk of something else. What a gloomy trio we are."
"Then tell us something of your career," Lady Fitzhoward suggested. "Might I have seen you in something in Cheltenham?"
"You very well may have. I performed several roles at Watson's Theatre, and even once played opposite the great John Kemble."
"Ah, I thought you seemed familiar. That explains it."
They spoke about music and theatre for several more minutes. Then Miss Newport rose and excused herself, thanking them both warmly for their company and friendly conversation. When she'd gone, Rebecca said quietly, "It was kind of you to join us, my lady."
"What? You're shocked I should show polite interest in the woman because she is an actress? I've not such a high and mighty opinion of myself, whatever you must think of me."
"Not at all. I was simply pleasantly surprised."
Lady Fitzhoward took another sip of tea, then set it down with a frown. "What is this? What's wrong with a traditional strong black tea?"
"I could ask for some."
"Never mind. Thing is, Miss Newport reminds me of someone."
"Who?"
"I know you'll think I'm deluding myself, but she reminds me of myself, as a much younger woman, of course." She sent Rebecca a shrewd look. "Wait and see. You two may be unhappily surprised by the changes age and loss bring. You'll not believe it, but I was once reckoned a handsome woman, and like many handsome women, I relied too heavily on my looks. Used them to get my way, sometimes to my regret. I see a bit of that in her, a hollow, costly pursuit in the end."
Rebecca glanced over and saw Miss Newport speaking to Thomas Wilford on the stairway landing. "Mr. Wilford seems to admire her."
"Yes, although his brother clearly doesn't approve."
"Will that stop him, do you think?"
Lady Fitzhoward shrugged. "Family disapproval didn't stop my Donald, thankfully."
Rebecca teased. "Were you an actress too?"
The older woman arched a sly brow. "Who among us is not?"
Chapter 10. Later that afternoon, Rebecca sat with Lady Fitzhoward on a bench in the Abbey garden, chatting companionably and enjoying the peaceful burble of the fountain, surrounded by daffodils, tulips, and primroses. An ancient-looking man in a flat cap worked amid the flower-beds. He laboriously got to his feet, trowel in one hand, daffodil stem in the other. Rebecca recognized him as the same old man they'd encountered upon arrival. He slowly approached their bench and extended the bloom to Lady Fitzhoward, head humbly bowed. "A flower for a flower." Lady Fitzhoward frowned up at him, wincing against the sunshine and the unexpected compliment. When she made no move to accept the sweet offering, Rebecca gently nudged her. She belatedly took the stem. "Thank you." As the man ambled away, she added under her breath, "Old fool." Rebecca teased. "It appears you have an admirer here."
"Yes," the lady dryly replied. "How soon can we leave?"
Rebecca grinned. Then Lady Fitzhoward rose with the help of her stick and excused herself, going inside for her daily restorative or customary afternoon nap. A few minutes later, Sir Frederick appeared from around the corner of the Abbey. Anticipation thrummed through her. She reached up to touch her hair, reassuring herself it was no longer pulled back severely, nor covered by a mob cap.
"Good afternoon, Miss Lane."
She smiled back. Sir Frederick, did you enjoy your ride earlier? I saw you leaving.
Thank you, I did. My horse and I both needed the exercise. I wonder, might you have any interest in visiting Wickworth with me? I've been putting off a decision about the refurbishments and would appreciate your opinion.
Of course, happily.
His lower lip protruded. Her acceptance had apparently surprised him.
Excellent. Shall we ride or walk? Or I could hire the fly.
No need for that, she quickly replied, preferring not to involve Rob Tarvin. A ride would be enjoyable, but I haven't a riding habit here, nor a horse. I don't mind the walk if you don't.
Not at all. It's not far.
He offered his hand and helped her to her feet, standing before him, her hand still in his, their faces close. His eyes seemed to grow large, kindled with warmth and, dare she hope, attraction?
Miss Lane, he breathed. You're...
He broke off, then faltered.
Are you ready as you are? That is, you look very well as you are, but do you need anything from your room first?
She shook her head. I'm ready. Together they walked from Abbey Lane to the North Road outside of Swanford. Arms at their sides, they strolled past fields and pastures, talking companionably about villages they both knew and the changes the passing years had brought. Rebecca inhaled a deep breath of fresh air and gazed out at the misty fields. She noticed sheep huddled beneath the outstretched arms of a flowering blackthorn, new lambs frolicking nearby, and father and son farmers preparing the ground for planting. They raised hands in greeting and walked on. Soon Rebecca felt her recent tensions melting away beneath the invigorating spring sunshine. She wondered why Sir Frederick wanted her to see Wickworth again. How long had it been since she'd stepped foot in the place? 4, 5 years ago? Then she remembered the last occasion. It was a few months after her father died. The Wilfords had invited her and John for dinner to gently let them know that a new clergyman and his family would be moving into the vicarage soon. And to soften the blow of losing the house, they'd offered them the use of their underkeeper's lodge as well as the services of Rose Watts, whom they already knew and liked. How Rebecca had lamented the loss of their home. If John had aspired to make the church his profession, Sir Roger might have given the living to him rather than to a stranger. But John had no interest in being ordained, nor in the military. He'd always wanted to be a great writer and nothing else. As they turned into Swanford Road and neared the Dower House, Rebecca asked, "And how is your mother? In good health, I hope?"
"Yes, according to Dr. Pope, she's in excellent health, though to hear her itemize her aches and pains, you'd think she was very ill indeed."
"Will we see her?"
"Unlikely. She keeps to the Dower House, and has done since shortly after my marriage."
The aloof woman had always intimidated her. Rebecca said, "I heard she relocated there, but I thought perhaps after—" Recalling what Kitty had told her about his wife's death, Rebecca trailed off.
"No. She's made the Dower House her own, with new furniture and carpets, even had a glass conservatory built to one side."
He pointed it out.
"She likes living in her own home, queen of her own snug castle. Says she's no desire to uproot herself again when I might decide to—"
He let the sentence dangle unfinished, and she stole a glance at him, noticing the red flush above his collar. She guessed at what he'd started to say.
"I might decide to marry again."
They turned up the long gravel drive flanked by topiaries that led to the main house. "I can understand her sentiments," Rebecca said.
A home of one's own sounds appealing to me as well." Head tilted, he turned to appraise her.
"Have you been unhappy?"
"Oh, no. Don't mistake me. I'm not complaining. The lodge is a comfortable place. We are grateful for it."
"But it's nothing to the vicarage, I realise."
"The vicarage wasn't ours either. Simply part of Papa's living while he served the parish." She shrugged with resignation. "It's part and parcel of a clergyman's life to depend on the generosity of others, and of a woman's too, if she doesn't have independent means of her own."
"Or marry."
Heat toasted her cheeks. She opened her mouth to respond, then closed it again, every possible response that rose to her tongue too mortifying to utter. "I've never had that chance. No one has asked. At this point, that seems unlikely. Worse, he might think she was hinting that she still yearned for such an offer." Filling the awkward gap, he said,
"You've barely lived in the lodge the last few years. Where did you reside?"
Relieved for the change of topic, Rebecca replied, "My first situation was with a Mrs. Brocklehurst. She had a commodious home and rarely ventured from it until ill health prompted her to seek a cure in Cheltenham. That's where I first met Lady Fitzhoward. I remember she seemed interested in where I was from and asked me about Swanford. She even hinted that if I was ever in want of a new place, I should let her know. So when Mrs. Brocklehurst died, I did."
"If it's not too impertinent, may I ask if you sought those positions for the financial benefit, or for the opportunity to live elsewhere?"
She looked up at him, taken aback by his astute question. "Both, if I'm honest. I hoped living elsewhere would put less strain on John's limited finances. Memories of John's erratic behaviour, his shouting and recriminations, flickered through her mind. And yes, many were the days I longed to be anywhere else but here." She wished the last sentence back as soon as she'd said it, fearing he would ask why. Instead, he asked,
"And I imagine Lady Fitzhoward has a commodious home as well?"
"I suppose so, though we rarely stay there. She prefers to travel, spa towns, seaside resorts, and the continent. She spends more time in fine inns than in her own home, at least for the last year or so."
"I wonder why."
"She's recently widowed. I take it the house holds more sad memories than present comfort."
"That I do understand."
She looked over at him, but he kept his face forward, his profile grim. They walked in silence for a few moments. Then he asked,
"What is Lady Fitzhoward's Christian name, by the way? I've been trying to place her."
"Marguerite." He frowned and slowly shook his head, the name clearly not familiar. Soon they arrived at Wickworth, a 3-story Palladian house with a pedimented portico supported by 4 columns. He led her up the stairs and into the entry hall, which was much as she remembered. Then through the ground-floor rooms, where the furniture sat covered by white holland cloths to protect it from construction dust. She noticed a gaping hole between the library and drawing-room. Following her gaze, he explained,
"Marina thought the drawing-room too small, so we were going to enlarge it by annexing the library."
"Where were all the books to go?"
"Into my much smaller study, but I'd resigned myself to storing some of them in the attic."
"And now?"
"The workmen had already knocked through the wall when she died, and it's remained that way since. For a time, I vacillated between removing the entire wall as planned or patching the hole. Now I'm considering having an archway built between the rooms, but to otherwise leave the library as is."
"That sounds a good compromise."
"Do you think so?"
"Yes, I like it. A clever solution."
"Good, thank you. That eases my mind."
Eventually, he led her up to the first floor. As they ascended the long flight, Rebecca wondered if these were the very stairs his wife had fallen down. Kitty's words whispered through her mind. A fall? And her as graceful as could be, and using those same stairs every day for years. Others say Sir Frederick pushed her. A chill crept up her neck at the thought. To dispel it, she said brightly, "I recall a remarkably pretty sitting-room up here. Your mother's favourite, I believe."
"Yes, it's much as it ever was."
He led her to it. The corner room was a snug, cosy size for family use, with windows on 2 sides. She walked to one, then the other. One 3-light window overlooked the bowling green where she'd learned to play, and beyond it, a patchwork of pastures and fields backed by rolling hills. A lovely, bucolic view she'd often admired. The other looked toward the church and graveyard, with Fowler's Wood beyond.
"My wife didn't like this room," he said. "The view of the churchyard was distasteful to her, and she judged the furnishings too old-fashioned. She had plans to alter it as well, but that never happened."
"Again, I'm sorry for your loss. I hope it's not disrespectful to disagree with her. I think this room delightful as it is, but then I always have." She didn't say it to contradict his departed wife, nor to place herself in a more favourable light. It was simply the truth. She looked up to find him watching her, his expression curiously intent. He crossed the room, stopping just in front of her and taking her hand. She inhaled sharply and held her breath.
Voice low, he said haltingly, "Miss Lane, I wish... that is, I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but I would like to say that being with you again..."
A loud bang shattered the air and the tension between them.
"What the deuce?"
Frowning, he dropped her hand and turned, striding from the room. She followed to search for the source of the unwelcome and untimely noise, her hand still tingling from his touch. They found a workman crouched in the passage, picking up a large brass wall plate.
"Sorry, sir."
He inspected the engraved surface.
"No harm done." "Good, good."
Frederick glanced at her.
"Well, as we are here..."
He showed her an opulent guest room and his wife's bedchamber and adjoining boudoir, all fitted up in a lavish Oriental style popular with the recently ascended King George IV. Rebecca didn't like it at all, but refrained from saying so. Then again, she doubted she would like anything that changed the Wickworth of her youth. He gazed dully at his deceased wife's toiletry items on the dressing-table, hairbrush and combs, scent bottles and rouge pot.
"I suppose it's time to discard these things."
Rebecca thought it wisest not to reply. Before leaving the estate, Frederick took her out to the stable so she could see his old horse, Warrior, beginning to show his age in the greying of his muzzle. He whickered at her over the stall and snuffled her hand. She scratched his wiry chin and stroked his ears. "How are you, old boy?" Frederick observed.
"He remembers you."
She grinned and asked, "Whatever happened to Ladybird?"
"When you lost interest, we sold her to a family in Kempsey."
She nodded, not explaining why she'd stopped riding. "Did you and your wife ride together often? I saw you once or twice before you married, but not after."
"No, she gave up riding after we wed."
Rebecca looked over, saw his pained expression, and compassion filled her. She didn't ask why, afraid to pry further. Nor did she ask what he'd started to say in the sitting-room.
being with you again."
Was he referencing their long friendship, as he had during the lawn bowls match, or something else? Thinking back to their rides together and his many kindnesses to her as a child, Rebecca felt renewed gratitude. Yes, Frederick had later disappointed her, but now she decided to be thankful he cared at all, to appreciate his friendship, even if that was all it ever was. As they left the stable together, she smiled over at him. "This has been lovely. Thank you for inviting me."
"My pleasure."
Holding her gaze, he returned her smile. Her heart gave an odd little somersault. That sparkle in his eyes, that dimple, that flash of white teeth made her breath hitch. He added,
"I've missed our times together."
"Has he?" Rebecca blinked in surprise and admitted, "So have I." Upon their return to the Abbey, Rebecca thanked Sir Frederick again and went up to her room. She wanted to reflect in private upon the moments they'd shared, and eventually to dress for dinner. But she'd no more than taken off her bonnet when a knock sounded at her door. She opened it expecting Mary, but instead a surprise stood there, and not a happy one. "John, what are you doing here?" Her brother looked rather wild, hair hanging over his collar in need of a wash and a cut. He hadn't shaved recently either. At least he was fully dressed, although his cravat was stained and untidy.
"Did you see him?" he blurted. "Ambrose Oliver?"
"Yes."
"Did you give it to him?"
"Yes,
Did he realise who you were?"
"I don't believe so. I went in as a chambermaid. Mr. Edgecombe knows I'm staying here and may have said something, but if Mr. Oliver guessed, he hid it well."
"Then I'll wager he hadn't a clue. Never one to hide his feelings. Man's face is an open book."
"I hope you're right." John's eyes gleamed with satisfaction.
"You've done it, Becky. Well done. Now all we have to do is wait."
"Do you mean for him to give it to Edgecombe?" He scoffed.
"Pfft. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath."
Then why did John seem so pleased? She asked, "How did you know which room I was in? Did you ask at the desk?"
"No, I found Mary. She told me."
"Oh, well, I'd planned to stay one more night, but since you're here, perhaps we could walk back to the lodge together, or hire Rob Tarvin's fly." John paced across the room, looked out the window and paced back again.
"No, let's stay the night."
"Why stay?" she challenged. "I've done what you asked." He raked fingers through his hair, causing the fringe to stand up like a coxcomb.
"Who knows? Perhaps Sol Oliver will surprise me and ask his publisher to read the manuscript. If we see Edgecombe with it, I could reveal the author's true identity."
He looked around the small room.
"In the meantime, I can sleep in the chair here, so we won't have to pay for another room."
He didn't ask if she would mind, she noticed. But he was right, they were spending too much money as it was. He snored terribly, so she doubted she would get much sleep. Even at the lodge, she'd heard him through the wall. At least it would be for only one night. She told herself she ought to be glad John was out of the lodge, out of his bed. Perhaps it was the beginning of better times. However, his fiery, almost feverish gaze vaporized her hope like a drop of water on a hot stove. She took a steadying breath. "I've been taking my meals with Lady Fitzhoward in the dining room. Will you accompany me?" She quailed at the thought of Lady Fitzhoward's reaction to John's dishevelled appearance.
"No, go on as usual, and report back any developments. I'd better stay out of Oliver's sight."
"Then I shall have something sent up for you."
"No, thank you. I'm not hungry."
"Very well." Someone knocked, and they both jumped. Rebecca opened the door to Mary. "Just making sure your brother found you all right." "He did, thank you." "Shall I help you change for dinner while I'm here?" Mary sent John a telling glance.
"I'll step out,"
he said, pausing in the doorway to look right and left before exiting. Was he so afraid to be seen by Mr. Oliver? Mary lingered in the passage, and she and John stood for a few moments, heads near in whispered conversation. Rose had suspected their attachment years ago, and that had been one reason, along with financial constraints, to dismiss the girl. Mary came in and helped her dress. Rebecca had neglected to ask Jolie, so she was grateful for the assistance. She said nothing to Mary about John for the time being, and Mary avoided the topic as well. The secrets between them were piling up, and that, Rebecca realized, made them both vulnerable. Thanks to the returned trunk, she decided to wear something she'd not worn since arriving at the Abbey, a dinner gown of ivory net over green satin. Mary curled and pinned her hair high atop her head and added a headband of green ribbon. The girl might not have been as skilled as Jolie, but she was a deal more pleasant. When Rebecca was ready, she thanked Mary and made her way downstairs. In the hall she saw Kitty Fenchurch fashionably turned out in an evening dress of white gauze trimmed with ruffles. Her parents stood a short way off, talking with Mr. Mayhew. "Kitty, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, but I'm glad of it." The young woman replied, "We're having dinner here. My parents in hopes of seeing Mr. Oliver, and I," she lowered her voice, "in hopes of seeing Rob Tarvin." "Oh?" Kitty nodded. "We saw him briefly in the stable yard when we arrived, but he was on his way somewhere and sadly had little time to talk." "Ah." She noticed Kitty's attention had been captured by something behind her and turned to follow her gaze. Thomas was coming down the stairs with Miss Newport. Kitty said quietly, "Mr. Wilford is handsome, one must admit. A shame he has to marry for money. Of course, that doesn't stop him from flirting with pretty females." "No, it does not," Rebecca silently agreed. Then she looked back at her old friend and said, "By the way, I hope I do see you again, whether here or in Bath or Brighton, and if I do, I shall definitely stop to talk." Kitty grinned. "I shall hold you to it." After greeting Mr. and Mrs. Fenchurch, Rebecca went to join Lady Fitzhoward, who stood at the desk of the maitre d'hotel. The older woman gave Rebecca's appearance a pursed-lip look of approval. The dining-room was soon crowded with hotel guests, including Mr. King, the mother-daughter pair, and the middle-aged couple, along with several visitors like the Fenchurch family. Sir Frederick and Thomas Wilford nodded from their usual table, and Miss Newport fluttered a girlish finger-wave. At 7:15, Rebecca looked over, but Mr. Oliver did not appear. Several others watched as well, likely having come to Swanford Abbey to see the famous author. There was no sign of Mr. George, or was it Sergeant George, either. A few minutes later, Mr. Edgecombe entered alone, smiling around the room at the other diners with uncharacteristic cheerfulness, before sitting down and ordering, Rebecca noticed, a bottle of champagne. "Someone's pleased with himself," Lady Fitzhoward observed. "Yes," Rebecca murmured in agreement. But for some reason, the sight of the cheerful publisher filled Rebecca with misgivings. When Mr. Mayhew made his nightly round, making sure all his guests were well satisfied, Lady Fitzhoward asked, "And where is our illustrious author tonight?" "Ah!" Mr. Mayhew stepped closer and said in conspiratorial tones, "I have it on good authority that Mr. Oliver has hit upon a new book idea at last. According to his publisher over there, he's in his room working away feverishly.
He asked for a tray to be sent up instead of coming down for dinner. Mr. Edgecombe, as you see, is a happy man. He even decided to take a room here."
Rebecca looked over as Mr. Edgecombe took a long sip of champagne, and her stomach soured at the sight.
"Jolly good for him," Lady Fitzhoward observed. "But some of your other guests do not look as pleased, no doubt hoping for a glimpse of the celebrated scribe."
The three of them glanced around and saw a few disgruntled-looking diners.
He said, "True. Alas, I cannot control the great man any more than his publisher can. Enjoy your dinner, ladies."
Later that night, after Mary helped her undress for bed, the young maid again lingered in the passage with John, giving Rebecca time to wash her face and clean her teeth before climbing into bed. After a few minutes, John knocked softly and let himself in, closing the door quietly behind him.
"It's all right," Rebecca whispered. "I'm awake." "Don't stay up on my account. Get some sleep, Becky."
"Are you sure you'll be all right on the chair?"
"Yes, as I assured you earlier."
"Will you not take off your coat, at least? If you're cold, you may have my counterpane."
"Don't fuss so, big sister," he said lightly.
He slouched in the armchair and spread the blanket Mary had given him over himself.
"Good night."
"Good night, R.J.," she said, using his pen name. She heard his low chuckle and closed her eyes, expecting him to begin snoring any minute. The room remained quiet, and soon drowsiness lured her gently away. Rebecca was already dreaming when someone knocked on the door, startling her awake. Her room was dark, except for the faint glow of embers from her fire. Who would be coming to her door so late? She looked across the room, trying to see John. Had he gone out to use the water closet? As her eyes adjusted, the chair across the room became more visible, empty except for a heaped blanket. She was about to whisper, "Who is it?" when a deep male voice breathed, "Hello? Anyone home?" The voice sent uneasiness washing over her. Faintly familiar, but not John's, nor Sir Frederick's either. Confusion puckered her brow. An unknown man at her room at night. Should she answer? She wasn't dressed for a caller, especially a male one. Quietly climbing from bed, Rebecca reached for her dressing gown, just in case. It might be a page with a message, she reasoned, but if so, would he not identify himself? Whoever it was rapped again. "Are you in there?" he hissed. "Look, it's Ambrose Oliver, the author. I just want to speak with you a moment. Actually, just see you a moment and satisfy my curiosity." Rebecca froze, heart pounding. Please, God, don't let John return while that man is at the door. Oliver continued. "Mr. Edgecombe came to my room tonight and told me a young lady had sought him out. Wanted to talk to him about her brother, John Lane." The author's voice, Rebecca noticed, was a bit sloppy, as though he'd been drinking. "It made me wonder if you and I'd met quite recently. You see, a certain young woman, perhaps a chambermaid, perhaps only dressed like one, came to my room earlier, asked me to read a manuscript, or at least to pass it on to my publisher. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Rebecca cowered there near the closet, glad now she'd not answered his knock. Surely he would give up soon and go away. He wouldn't try to force his way in, would he? Just in case, she tiptoed over and quietly turned the key in the lock. As if in response, the door latch shook. Rebecca pressed a hand to her mouth to stifle a gasp. The nerve of the man! Could Mr. Oliver somehow see her? Sense her presence? At the thought, her pulse pounded all the faster, and she backed toward the balcony door and into the folds of its velvety draperies to hide. Another rap, louder this time. "I know you're in there," he goaded. Then he added, "At least I think you must be." A second male voice joined the first. "May I ask what you're doing?" "Sir Frederick." Relief flooded her. "Oh, good evening. I simply want to speak to the guest in this room, if that's any of your business." "I think it is. The occupant of that room is a friend of the family, a lady. I just need to see her, see if she's who I think she is. And I think you'd better return to your own room." Oliver challenged testily. "Don't you know who I am?" Sir Frederick's voice grew closer and chillier. "Yes, I know who you are and what you are. And I repeat, go back to your own room." "Ah, now I recognize that stern face of yours," the author slurred. "Sir Frederick Wilford. And is your friendly wife with you? Oh, wait, that's right. I heard she died. Do forgive me." Frederick's voice dropped to a dangerous, grating tone. "I realize you've been drinking, so I'll endeavour not to lose my temper. But I warn you, another word and I shall— Now, no need for pistols at dawn. I'm going." Rebecca could almost hear, and could certainly imagine, the large man stumbling and grumbling back through the long gallery to his room. After a quiet moment, a soft knock sounded. "Miss Lane, it's Frederick. Are you all right?" Rebecca stepped to the door, laying her palm on the cool wood as though to touch him through it. His room was at the opposite end of the corridor, but she was thankful that he'd been the one to hear and respond. She turned the lock and opened the door, surprised to find him standing there, hastily dressed in only trousers and shirt-sleeves, open at the neck. At the sight, her mouth went dry, and the fear of moments before transformed into an emotion of a far different kind. Frederick had been lying awake in bed, unable to sleep, when he'd heard a voice in the corridor. How glad he was now that he'd come out to see what the matter was. He stood there, aware of his partial state of dress, but at the moment not caring. He wouldn't rest until he assured himself Miss Lane was well. Relief washed over him as Rebecca appeared in the doorway. Light from a nearby wall sconce illuminated her pale face, and her eyes shone large and luminous. "Are you all right?" he asked again, not sure if she'd heard his question. "I am now, thanks to you," she softly replied, pulling her dressing gown more closely around her slender frame. In the warm apricot glow of the candle, she looked sweet and beautiful and vulnerable, and he wanted very much to protect her. She glanced down shyly, and something tugged in his chest, drawing him closer. The urge to touch her overpowered his self-control. A strand of hair fell across her face, and he slowly reached out and tucked it behind her ear. Then he cradled the side of her face with one hand and gently lifted until her eyes met his. "Did he frighten you?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered. "You're safe." His thumb caressed her chin. What he wouldn't give to lean down and kiss her. At the notion, his heart banged against his ribs. As if reading his thoughts, she breathed, "Frederick?" His name, said in that husky whisper, quickened his desire to take her into his arms. His gaze dropped to her lips, and the space between them dwindled. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Thomas appeared from around the corner, humming a tune as he came. Dash it,
Frederick blinked and stepped reluctantly away. "If you need me, send for me directly."
"I shall," she said. "Thank you again for dispatching him. Good night."
He nodded. "Sleep well, Miss Lane." And with a slight bow he turned and retreated to his own cold and lonely room. There he closed and latched the door with a sigh. Sleep would be difficult to achieve, he guessed, if his racing heart had anything to say about it. Chapter 11. Rebecca had planned to wait up until John returned and tell him about Mr. Oliver, but the chill of the room had forced her back under the blankets. As she lay there, the sweet tension of her encounter with Sir Frederick slowly dissipated, and her eyelids grew heavy. But John still hadn't returned. Eventually she fell back to sleep. At some point in the night, Rebecca awoke to the sound of snoring. She glanced over and, by the faint glow of the moon, saw John slouched in the chair, leg over its arm, blanket under his chin, fast asleep. He looked like a sweet little boy, although the manly rattling snore ruined that image. Either way, she hadn't the heart to wake him, and decided she would wait until morning to tell him about Ambrose Oliver's visit. When she next awoke, dawn was just beginning to seep through the window. By its dim light, she looked over at the chair, but found it empty, save a tossed-aside blanket. Had John gone out to the water-closet again? Or perhaps he'd simply wanted to give her privacy to dress. At the thought, she rose and washed her face in cold water from the pitcher, wishing Mary or one of the other maids would deliver warm water. Eventually she rang the bell-pull to summon a chambermaid to help her dress. No one came. Odd. It was early, but not unreasonably so. Rebecca dressed herself as best she could and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders to cover a few unfastened buttons at the back of her frock. She let herself from her room, hoping to find Mary or another maid coming up from the kitchen. Miss Jolie, she knew, would be busy dressing Lady Fitzhoward. She tiptoed down the night stair and through the cloisters, where the chill March air nipped at her. She shivered and pulled the shawl more tightly around herself. Ahead of her, she saw a man slip through the door into the main hall. John? She wasn't sure, but hurried her pace and followed, eager for the warmth of the hall's large fire. Entering the reception hall, quiet at this time of day, she saw no one, but heard the front door close. Striding to one of the tall windows, she glimpsed the top of a man's head as he trotted down the stairs and out of view. Curious, she hurried into the adjacent blue parlour and to its window, pushing aside the heavy drapery. A man rapidly crossed the hotel lawn and climbed the stile into Mr. Dodge's field, bypassing the village instead of taking the lane into Swanford. Was it John? Whoever it was walked through the cold morning dew with neither hat nor greatcoat. Very much something her brother would do. Foolish creature, she muttered. "Miss Lane, is something the matter?" She turned in surprise and clutched the edges of her shawl, hoping Sir Frederick would notice nothing untoward in her attire, or in finding her watching a man from the window. "Oh, you startled me. Good morning." He stepped to the window beside her. "What are we looking at? See something interesting?"
"Oh, nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew, but I can't be certain."
He squinted out into the grey fog. "I don't see anyone." A scream and a crash rang out from above. Rebecca jumped. "What the devil?" Sir Frederick bolted out of the parlour and loped up the stairs by twos. Rebecca followed more slowly, palms sweating, fearful of what they might find. At the top of the stairs, Sir Frederick turned toward room 3.
As she reached the landing after him, movement to the left caught her eye, a black-gowned figure disappearing around the corner. Turning to the right, she saw something worse. In the corridor outside room 3, 2 bodies lay on the floor. Clutching her heart, Rebecca gasped. Sir Frederick put out his hand. "Stay back." Jack George lay on his belly on the floor, legs sprawled, bloody wound on the back of his head, eyes closed. A few yards away lay Mary, surrounded by shattered dishes and strewn food. Bile climbed Rebecca's throat, and her pulse beat a drum inside her skull. No. Concern overrode her fear. Disregarding Frederick's command, Rebecca rushed forward and knelt at Mary's side. As a vicar's daughter, she'd seen death before. Closer now, she was relieved not to see it in the girl's pale countenance. "Mary?" She patted her cheek, still warm, though ghostly white. "Mary?" Sir Frederick knelt at Mr. George's side, felt the side of his neck, and reported, "He's alive." "Mary too, thank God." Mr. George groaned, and his eyelids fluttered. Frederick asked him, "What happened here?" The injured man tried to push himself up. "Lie still. You are injured." Ignoring him, the man struggled into a sitting position with another groan. "Don't know." He reached a hand to the back of his head and brought back fingers stained with blood. "Someone must have struck me." He peered at the prostrate maid through narrowed eyes, wincing against the pain. "She all right?" Mary's eyelids fluttered open, much as Mr. George's had done. "Mary, it's me, Miss Lane. I believe you fainted, poor dear. Lie still a while." Rebecca balled up her shawl and gently placed it under Mary's head, heedless of her exposed shoulders. A more pressing thought struck her. Why would anyone attack Mr. George unless it was to get at Ambrose Oliver? "Oh, John, tell me you didn't. Oh, God, please, no." She rose, went to the door and knocked. No answer. She tried the latch, but found it locked. Returning to Mary's side, she fished the keys from the maid's apron pocket. Then she straightened and hesitated, looking inquiringly at Sir Frederick. He grimly met her gaze. "I'll go in." He accepted the keys from her and inserted the one marked 3 into the lock. Rebecca stepped near, afraid to go in, afraid not to. Gently guiding her behind his back, he inched the door open. She followed him across the threshold. To steel her nerves, she drew a fortifying breath, and the faint smell of garlic met her nose. Inside the room, the fire had burned to embers, but morning light shone through a stained-glass window high on the wall, a reminder that the room had once been part of a religious house. Its muted green and gold light revealed a tableau more horrid than the one they'd come upon in the corridor. For there, on the chaise longue, lay Ambrose Oliver, eyes open and unseeing, his ink-stained mouth ajar. Sir Frederick walked over and pressed fingers to the man's neck. Nothing. Ambrose Oliver was dead. Frederick and Miss Lane stepped back into the corridor. Mr. Mayhew and the head housekeeper appeared, roused by the commotion. "What is it? What's happened?" the proprietor asked, expression harried. Frederick replied, "Mr. Oliver is dead, I'm afraid." "What?" The man's face elongated in horror. "How? It can't be." "And yet it is so," Frederick said. "We shall have to summon the constable." Mayhew nodded vaguely. "I can send a groom for Mr. Brixton." Frederick pointed to the man now seated in the chair, bloody handkerchief pressed to his head, and to the pale young woman on the floor.
First, please send someone to fetch Dr. Fox, who's a guest here. Room 6, I believe. These two have been injured."
The doctor and his wife had stayed on after the investors' meeting, enjoying some time away together. Miss Lane spoke up. "Mary just fainted, I think." "I must have," the maid said, struggling to sit up. Rebecca hurried to assist her. "I saw Mr. George lying there dead, or so I thought, and then I felt sick and everything went black." The housekeeper, Mrs. Somerton, shook her head in understanding.
"And no wonder! What a shock!"
What a shock indeed. A few minutes later, his old friend Dr. Fox arrived, Mr. Mayhew trotting behind.
"Hope you don't mind, Charles. I know this isn't your specialty, but—"
"Not at all. Happy to help."
He started toward the man with the head wound, but Mr. George gestured toward the chambermaid.
"See to Mary first."
Frederick approved of the injured man's gallantry, even as he worried he might swoon from blood loss. The physician examined Mary's eyes and limbs and listened to her heart, and he soon confirmed Miss Lane's assumption that the girl had merely fainted and was otherwise unhurt. Together, he and Frederick gently helped the maid to her feet. In motherly tones, Mrs. Somerton said,
"A rest for you, my girl."
She took one of Mary's arms and Rebecca the other, and the two women led her away. Dr. Fox tended to Mr. George next, cleaning and bandaging his wound. When he'd finished, Frederick asked Dr. Fox to confirm that Mr. Oliver was dead, and to give a preliminary opinion on the cause of death. Dr. Fox agreed, and gave Ambrose Oliver a cursory examination, careful not to disrupt the scene.
"There's a head wound here. Looks like he was struck from behind, much as befell Mr. George, but with enough force to kill him."
Dr. Fox stepped around to look at Mr. Oliver's face, and then pointed to one of his hands.
"Black smudges on his lips and fingers."
"I saw that too. Assumed it was ink."
"Probably right. Arsenic poisoning can cause blackening of the tongue and lips in some cases, but with all the ink on his hands and shirt cuffs, I agree ink stains seem far more likely." He grimaced. "Either way, I'm afraid there'll need to be a coroner's inquest and perhaps an autopsy as well."
Frederick nodded his agreement. He was thankful for the older man's presence and experience, as he'd never dealt with such a crime before. When his father died a few years ago, Frederick had assumed his title as baronet along with his duties as magistrate. During his brief tenure, he'd handled a few property squabbles, a poaching charge, and a drunken brawl. Nothing of this magnitude. Even in his father's time, Frederick didn't recall anything as dire as murder in their sleepy little parish. He hoped he wouldn't make a muddle of it. Frederick asked his brother to notify Mr. Smith, the nearest of the county's elected coroners, and ask him to come as soon as possible. Thomas begrudgingly agreed, and set off on horseback for the county town of Worcester, 5 or 6 miles away. Frederick returned to room 3, again surveying the scene. He noticed Oliver's room key on the side table and no sign of forced entry, nor any sign of a struggle. Mr. Mayhew tentatively followed him into the room, wringing his hands. His eyes flickered toward the still form on the chaise, and quickly away again.
"I still can't believe it,"
Frederick said.
"I must ask you to leave everything as it is until the coroner arrives. Please see to it that this room is locked and not disturbed, even by staff. May take a few hours."
Mr. Mayhew nodded.
"I understand."
He turned away, then sent a regretful look back.
"That chaise dated to Queen Anne's reign."
He sighed heavily as he departed. A wait of a few hours would be of no consequence to Ambrose Oliver. He wasn't going anywhere, and was beyond help. On the heels of Thomas's departure, the local constable, Noah Brixton, arrived. Mr. Mayhew led him upstairs. The baker and father of two stood outside Oliver's room in Sunday best, hat in hands, hair slicked back. The young man had even less experience as constable than Frederick had as magistrate. Mr. Brixton stepped close, lowered his voice, and asked,
"What do you suggest, sir?"
"Perhaps we should search the hotel and grounds first, and then the local area? If this was done by an intruder, he might still be nearby, or a villager might have seen someone leaving the Abbey in a hurry."
"Good idea."
With Mr. Mayhew's help, several staff members were mustered to search the hotel for anyone lurking about who shouldn't be there. Meanwhile, Frederick, a groom, and Rob Tarvin each took a horse and followed the roads leading away from the Abbey and out of the village to see if they could spy anyone fleeing the scene. Neither search turned up anything, or anyone suspicious. An hour later, aided by the hotel's page and porters, the guests and staff were all summoned into the library and writing room, where Frederick had held the canal investors' meeting. Rebecca Lane and a shaken but plucky Mary Hinton entered first. Miss Lane gave Frederick a small smile of encouragement. The trust and approval radiating from her eyes boosted his confidence. Next, Mr. George arrived, looking stoic but weary, a bandage around his head. Other guests entered. Lady Fitzhoward, Miss Newport, Dr. and Mrs. Fox, and several others Frederick didn't know by name. They settled into seats and whispered among themselves. Mr. Mayhew came in and sat in one of the chairs. His staff gathered behind him but remained standing, backs against the walls. Finally, Mr. Edgecombe appeared. Now all the people who seemed most likely to have a vested interest in Mr. Oliver's fate, or to know something about it, were present. Frederick addressed Mr. Mayhew first.
"Is everyone here?"
The proprietor surveyed the room.
"I believe so."
"No one else has arrived or departed the hotel today?"
Mayhew turned to his commissionaire. Mr. Moseley replied,
"We received our customary deliveries, but otherwise, no, not as far as I'm aware."
Frederick looked at Miss Lane, thinking of the person she thought she'd seen from the window that morning, but she said nothing. He decided not to single her out in front of all these people, and instead began with introductions.
"If we've not met, I'm Sir Frederick Wilford, local magistrate, and this is our constable, Mr. Brixton."
Mr. Edgecombe spoke up.
"I heard the others talking. Is it true? Is Ambrose Oliver dead?"
Frederick nodded. "I'm afraid so."
"Dash it!"
Mr. Edgecombe's voice shook, the tightened cords in his neck protruding. He removed his spectacles, pressed thumb and fingers to the bridge of his nose, and groaned. Frederick was taken aback by the vehemence of the man's reaction.
"I am sorry for your loss."
"Condolences won't help. He was the firm's highest-selling author. Thunder and turf! How did he die?"
Sir Frederick glanced at Dr. Fox, then said,
"The coroner has been sent for, but it will be some time until we have an official verdict."
Edgecombe persisted.
"An apoplexy, do you think? He was overweight and drank a great deal."
"Unlikely, especially as Mr. George there was knocked senseless while on watch outside his door. It appears Mr. Oliver was bludgeoned, but again, that is not yet official."
Murmurs and tense whispers rose, and Frederick made a downward gesture with his hands.
"Please remain calm. As I said, the coroner has been summoned. In the meantime, did any of you see or hear anything that might help us apprehend whoever did this?"
Around him, people shifted and exchanged uneasy looks. He urged,
"Please speak up so we can take action directly."
Again he paused, but still no one spoke.
"Well, if you think of something later, don't hesitate to let me know. Otherwise, I must ask everyone to remain in the hotel until further notice. Some of you may be asked to testify at the coroner's inquest."
Grumbles arose at this, and one man said he was sailing for Naples in 3 days' time and couldn't delay. Frederick promised to do all he could to speed the process. Then Frederick allowed Mr. Mayhew and his staff to return to work. Keeping them all idle would have been a significant inconvenience, as the hotel served both staying guests in the dining room as well as villagers and wealthy travellers passing through in private chaises. Frederick next excused the guests. They slowly rose and filed out of the room, looking uncertain and concerned. At the door, Miss Newport turned back. "Are the rest of us in any danger here?"
"I think that unlikely," Frederick replied, "especially now that Mr. Brixton is here."
The constable forced a smile and nodded reassuringly, no doubt wishing he were back in his bakery and had never agreed to serve a term as village official. Frederick didn't blame him. After they were dismissed, Lady Fitzhoward invited Rebecca to join her for one of their frequent games of cribbage. Rebecca agreed vaguely, preoccupied with disturbing thoughts. Perhaps she decided it would be wise to try to shift her mind to something else. The older woman sat at the small table in her suite, setting out cards and cribbage board, while Rebecca slowly paced back and forth, clutching trembling fingers. Ambrose Oliver discovered dead, the very morning after John came to the hotel and then sneaked out again. His manuscript, the one she had delivered herself, in the author's room. What questions that might raise. She was glad now John had used a pen name. Her employer frowned up at her.
"Do sit down, Miss Lane. Watching you is giving me a neck-ache."
Rebecca paused. "Sorry." Yet she remained standing, going to look out the window, only to turn back again. Lady Fitzhoward studied her through narrowed eyes.
"What has ruffled your petticoats?"
"Oh, well, you can imagine."
"Are you so upset over Mr. Oliver's death?"
"Of course." Lady Fitzhoward positioned the pegs on the board.
"I thought you weren't acquainted with him, nor even read his books."
"Even so. Are you not upset?"
"Not in the least. But I haven't a guilty conscience. Have you?"
"What?" Rebecca stared at her in alarm. Had the woman somehow divined her thoughts? Lady Fitzhoward shrugged and began to shuffle the cards.
"I know I had nothing to do with the man's death."
"Nor did I."
"Certainly not. Just putting things into perspective for you. Now, do sit down and let's play." The older woman smirked. "In your distracted state, I might finally win."
While awaiting the coroner's arrival, Frederick stood in the hall, talking quietly to Mr. Mayhew. He recognised Ludlow Smith as soon as he entered, a thin, balding man, short on patience and in stature.
"Mr. Smith, thank you for coming."
"Sir Frederick,"
he acknowledged with a slight nod of deference. Mr. Smith then turned to the proprietor and said brusquely,
"Take me directly to the body, if you please."
"Right this way," Mr. Mayhew obliged, pulling keys from his pocket and leading the way. Following them, Frederick said,
"Dr. Fox happens to be staying here. Would you like him to go in with you, lend his professional expertise?"
"Fox," Mr. Smith said sourly. "The mad doctor."
Frederick bristled. "He may run such an asylum now, but he's a fully qualified physician."
"Maybe later. First I'll go in alone." Arrogant fool, Frederick thought.
While he and Mayhew waited out in the passage, Frederick asked the proprietor,
"Who has keys to the guest rooms?" "The maids, Mrs. Somerton, and myself. I also keep spares locked in my desk, which I lend as needed to a repairman, but no one has borrowed any for some time."
"Can you look to make sure no keys are missing?"
"Certainly. And, of course, each guest is given a key upon arrival. Oh, and I should clarify, our policy is for the maids to knock and wait for the guest to invite them inside. They are only to use their key if they need to clean a room while a guest is absent."
"I see. And do the maids rotate or keep with the same rooms?"
"In general, they remain with the guest throughout their stay. That way they learn their preferences."
"And the only maid who attended Mr. Oliver's room was Mary Hinton?"
"That's right."
"I believe the coroner will wish to speak with her, and with Mr. George."
If Smith does his duty, Frederick thought, but kept his doubts to himself. He wished he had more confidence in Mr. Smith's competence as coroner. His father never had much faith in the man. Smith had spent a great deal of time and money getting himself elected, but his qualifications were in short supply. He was neither lawyer nor doctor nor officer of any kind. Worse yet, Frederick would be called upon to approve and pay the man's fee and expenses, and the county rates were high enough already. Reluctantly agreeing that the death was indeed suspicious, the coroner issued a warrant to impanel a jury and instructed Mr. Brixton, as local parish official, to carry it out. Brixton hurried to do so, asking Frederick's help in coming up with a list of substantial householders to serve as jurors. A few hours later, men from all over the parish descended on the hotel, and if Frederick wasn't mistaken, he saw a gleam of satisfaction in Mr. Mayhew's eyes, the man no doubt thinking ahead to the meals and drinks he might sell, and perhaps a few rooms as well. The 12 selected jurors were led into room 3, and Frederick wished he could be privy to what was said. Before he closed the door, Mr. Smith asked if there was anyone present in the hotel who could positively identify the victim as Ambrose Oliver. Someone who'd been well acquainted with the man even before he arrived at the Abbey. Frederick nodded.
"Mr. Edgecombe, his publisher, is here."
Smith nodded.
"Summon him directly."
Frederick felt stung by the man's officious manner, but had to admit it was a wise precaution for a man of Oliver's celebrity.
Mr. Mayhew said,
"He asked for a room last night. We've put him in number 5. Just give me a moment."
The hotel proprietor hurried away down the passage. Less than a minute later, Mr. Edgecombe appeared and stepped into Mr. Oliver's room. The door was left open, Smith perhaps assuming it would be a brief visit.
"State your name, if you please," the coroner began. "Thaddeus Edgecombe. Your relationship to the deceased?" "I was his publisher." "And can you testify to this man's identity?"
"Sadly, yes. That is Ambrose Oliver, the author."
"How long have you known the victim?"
"My brother was better acquainted with him, but I've known him these last 2 years at least."
"Very well, thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. If you'll wait outside, we shall likely have more questions for you shortly."
Smith closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, the jury and Mr. Smith filed out again.
Awfully brief, Frederick thought.
The men proceeded down to the coffee room to begin their deliberations. That Frederick could witness because coroners' inquests, often held in public houses or inns, were open to the public. He hoped Ludlow Smith would prove him wrong and perform his duty well. Chapter 12. Reconvening in the coffee room, Mr. Smith requested refreshments for himself and the jury, which Mr. Mayhew happily supplied. More expenses for Frederick to pay. Once settled, Mr. Smith began.
As a reminder, gentlemen, we are here to establish the identity of the victim, as well as the time, place, cause, and manner of death, whether natural, accident, suicide, unlawful killing, or willful murder. We've identified the victim, and the place is obvious. Now, to establish the time of death.
Mr. Edgecombe was officially sworn in, and the coroner continued his examination.
When did you last see Mr. Oliver alive?
Yesterday. We were supposed to have dinner together, but when I went up to his room, he said he couldn't stop. He'd come up with a book idea at last. I was so foolishly, stupidly relieved.
And the time? Smith asked.
Oh, sorry. That was shortly after 7. He asked me to send up a tray. I agreed and went down to my dinner, sure I would learn more about this new idea soon. Perhaps even read a chapter or two.
He shook his head.
Now my hopes have been dashed, and the future of the company too.
Is your firm a large concern?
No, just me and a clerk now my brother is gone. William was Mr. Oliver's first publisher. Sadly, he died more than a year ago.
Questions spun through Frederick's mind, and he wrote them in his notebook. How had his brother died? Natural causes. He must have been fairly young.
I see. And was Mr. Oliver in good health?
The publisher shrugged.
As far as I know. He ate and drank too much, as was plain to see, but he never mentioned consulting a physician.
And what were you and he doing here at Swanford Abbey?
His idea. Said he needed dedicated time and solitude to focus, to devise a clever plot. Promised me he would finally overcome his stagnation and write the successful novel he'd long promised me.
Did Mr. Oliver have any family?
Edgecombe shook his head.
He was an only child, and his parents are long gone. Perhaps a few distant cousins, but no close relatives as far as I know.
And his heir?
No idea, and I don't see how it matters, as all anyone will inherit are his debts.
Had Mr. Oliver any enemies?
Edgecombe huffed.
The man was adored by strangers, and despised by those who knew him best.
Why?
I suppose it's not the done thing to speak ill of the dead, but Oliver wasn't an easy man to get on with, vain and selfish, not to mention a philanderer. But I was only his publisher. I didn't meddle in his private affairs.
Was he meeting anyone here at the hotel?
The man looked down, then peered up through smudged spectacles.
Besides me, not that I was aware of.
Frederick noted the hesitation, even if Smith did not.
And was that the last time you saw him?
Edgecombe shook his head.
I briefly went back to his room after dinner, just to tell him something.
Tell him what? Frederick wondered. Smith asked,
And what time was this?
I suppose between 9 and past. I was tempted to press for more details about the book, but didn't want to interrupt him for long. I decided to wait till morning. I took a room here instead of making the trip back and retired early.
Can anyone verify that?
Well, I imagine one of the staff saw me go upstairs, and Mr. George would have seen me had I returned again to room 3.
And I suppose you engaged this Mr. George?
It was Oliver's idea, but I was glad of his presence. He was there to keep out distractions and keep Oliver writing.
How unusual.
Edgecombe's eyes glinted. If you say that, you clearly don't know any writers, nor ever struggled to write a book yourself. Plenty of authors long for seclusion to create, away from distractions and interruptions.
Ah. Well, any other questions, men?
The jurors shook their heads.
Mr. Smith added, "Please do stay on here, Mr. Edgecombe, in case other questions arise before the inquest concludes."
"If I must." The publisher rose and took a seat midway back.
Mr. Smith next deposed Mr. George. After he was sworn in, Smith said, "State your full name and place of residence, please."
"Jack George, originally from London, but have resided in Birmingham for the last 10 years.
"And how do you know the deceased?"
"I had a shooting gallery where men could practice rifle, shooting, fencing, boxing and the like. Mr. Oliver came for a few months to train in self-defence."
"I had a shooting gallery," echoed in Frederick's mind. Past tense, he noted it. "Did Mr. Edgecombe pay you to guard the author?"
George shook his head. "With respect, sir, he thought it a colossal waste of time and money."
"Yet he agreed to pay the bill, apparently."
"The hotel bill, yes, but Oliver engaged me himself, made me promise not to let him out except for dinner, nor let anyone in."
"Why, exactly? I can understand keeping others out for privacy's sake, but why did you need to keep him in?"
George grimaced. "He had a gambling problem. Always drawn to whatever club he might find or game he might join. It's how he lost all the money he made from his writing. He also trifled with women. He had the best of intentions to stay in his room and work, but he knew himself well enough to know he'd be tempted to slip out and find a friendly game or a friendly female. I was there to dissuade him. He was that desperate."
"Why desperate? Was his publisher pressuring him unduly?"
George shrugged. "Mr. Edgecombe needled and wheedled, bribed and threatened, but no, that's not why he was desperate."
"Then why?"
"He owed money to the wrong people, that's why. Impatient, dangerous people. No new novel, no more money to pay off his debts."
"Are you suggesting some moneylender or bookmaker might have killed him?"
"It's possible. 2 nights ago, Mr. Oliver pointed out someone as we left the dining room. He thought it might be Isaac King, a man he'd once borrowed money from. He'd heard Mr. King had moved to Italy, so he hoped he was mistaken. Told me to alert him if I saw the man anywhere near his room."
"Did Mr. King approach his room?"
Mr. George shook his head. "The only man I saw come to the room was Mr. Edgecombe. No others. Not while I was awake, anyway, though a fellow has to sleep sometime. I stayed at my post from 8 in the morning until midnight. It's possible someone came after I went to bed, but if Oliver had called out, I think I would have heard him. My room is just down the passage."
You saw no one else enter the room all week?
Only a pair of chambermaids.
Together?
No, just the one at a time. Mary came most often, and the other came up once in her stead. Don't know her name.
A second maid? This was news to Frederick. And when was the last time you saw a maid enter room 3?
Last night. When Mr. Oliver didn't go down to the dining room, Mary brought his dinner to him.
And before you were struck, did you hear nothing unusual from the room?
Nothing.
Did you see or hear anything at all from Ambrose Oliver that morning?
No, sir.
And was the door to his room locked or unlocked?
George shrugged again. I assume it was locked as usual. I had no reason to try it.
And did you have a key?
No, I did not.
And you appeared at your post as usual this morning?
Yes, sir.
And does the maid come at the same time every morning?
He nodded. At 9. Mr. Oliver was particular about when he had his breakfast.
So Mr. Oliver was alive at 9 last night and was dead by 9 this morning.
Smith made a note, then looked again at the witness.
And you saw nothing of your attacker?
No, sir. I was taken unawares.
Jack George dipped his head.
To my shame.
Very well, Mr. George. Thank you. You may go for now, but please remain in the hotel until the inquest concludes. May take another day or 2.
And who's to pay for my room? He asked. I've had no wages from Mr. Oliver.
Smith looked above the other heads and coolly met Frederick's gaze.
Sir Frederick handles the expenses related to inquests. Apply to him.
After reviewing his notes, Smith called up the next witness. The chambermaid timidly approached the front of the room and was sworn in.
State your full name and place of residence, if you please.
Mary Ann Hinton, and I live here in the staff quarters.
And how long have you been employed here?
Going on a year now.
And you were the chambermaid assigned to Mr. Oliver's room?
She nodded. Room 3, yes, and several other rooms besides.
Please describe the last time you saw Mr. Oliver alive.
I took him his dinner last night.
How did he seem to you? Worried about anything? Agitated?
I couldn't say, Your Honour. He doesn't really speak to me. He unlocked the door for me and sat down again, going straight away back to work.
He said nothing to you?
Mary winced in concentration. When I came in with the tray, he said, "Ah, it's you," but nothing else that I recall.
And earlier that day?
Every morning was about the same. I'd take up his breakfast at 9 sharp. Then I would gather his laundry and tidy up a bit. He didn't want me to stay long.
And were you the only maid who attended that room?
She blinked rapidly. Yes, for the most part. Now and again one of us fills in for the other when we're busy or running behind.
At her vague answer, questions began ringing in Frederick's mind, but Smith went on. And this morning?
Started out as always. I took his breakfast upstairs just before 9. Then I rounded the corner and saw Mr. George on the floor with a bloody head. I thought he was dead. I screamed and dropped the tray. I must have fainted, because next thing I remember, Miss Lane was bending over me, patting my cheek and calling my name.
Miss Lane?
She's a guest here. I used to work for her family years ago, so we are some acquainted.
And what was she doing outside room 3?
The girl shrugged. Heard me scream and came running. Sir Frederick Wilford, too.
Anything else you can tell us?"
"No, Your Honour."
"Very well. Thank you, Miss Hinton. We'll let you know if we need to speak to you again."
She bobbed a curtsy and returned to stand at the back of the room. When it was time for dinner, Rebecca found Lady Fitzhoward sitting on a padded settee outside the coffee-room, apparently listening to the proceedings.
"You go on, Miss Lane," she said. "Tell them to put it on my bill as usual. I'm finding this too interesting to miss."
"But are you not hungry?" Lady Fitzhoward waved a dismissive hand.
"I'll have something sent to my room later."
So Rebecca endured an awkward dinner on her own. As it turned out, Lady Fitzhoward hadn't missed much. The courses were late in arriving and not up to usual standards, the staff no doubt put behind schedule and distracted by the day's events. All around her, diners at their tables whispered among themselves, eyeing the other guests askance, as though everyone was a possible killer. Sir Frederick wasn't at dinner either, no doubt sitting in on the inquest, interested or even duty-bound as magistrate to attend. Thomas was there, and Miss Newport dined with him, defying convention. The two smiled at one another and talked in low, intimate tones throughout the imperfect meal. Rebecca ate a few bites of lukewarm soup and fallen soufflé, her stomach rebelling. Dread filled her until there was little room for food. Had John? No, she couldn't imagine him striking anyone so violently. This was the lad who'd opposed his father's suggestion he enlist in the military because he hated the idea of bloodshed. Then again, John had been bitterly angry with the author and possessed a passionate temper. Why had John come to the hotel, really? Especially when he rarely went anywhere. She saw him again in her mind's eye, stealing across Dodge's field early that morning. Had he done what he came for? Please God, let it not be true. After some additional discussion, Mr. Smith consulted his pocket watch.
"The hour grows late."
He turned to the hotel proprietor.
"Mr. Mayhew?"
The owner snapped to attention, clearly ready to testify.
"Yes, sir." "At your ease, Mr. Mayhew."
Smith narrowed his eyes and worked his mouth as though sucking food from his teeth.
"As you know, I questioned Mary Hinton, as she was directly involved, but I don't think it would be necessary to depose all of your sundry staff. However, I charge you with questioning them yourself, and if any of them has something useful to report, inform me tomorrow, and we'll hear from him or her then." "Yes, sir,"
Mayhew repeated with far less enthusiasm. He added,
"And might I summon the undertaker?" "I don't see why not. I believe we're finished in there, unless any of the jurors wish to see the room or the body once again."
Around the room heads shook.
"You are free to do as you like with the room. We will plan to reconvene here at 11 a.m. tomorrow. That should give you sufficient time to question your staff."
Smith turned a page in his leather-bound diary, then looked up.
"One more thing, Mr. Mayhew, before you go. Most of the jurors are local men, but I trust you can find a room for me and any other outliers who have travelled some distance to be here." "Of course."
Mr. Smith gave a thin smile.
"Sir Frederick will see to the charges."
Although the inquest hadn't yet officially adjourned, Frederick closed his notebook and followed Mr. Mayhew from the coffee-room, surprised to see Lady Fitzhoward lingering nearby, apparently listening to the inquest from the corridor. He nodded to acknowledge her and hurried on, catching up with the proprietor outside his nearby office door. He said,
I'm surprised Mr. Smith asked you to question the staff yourself. The man sighed. As if I haven't enough to do with monthly invoices and orders due. I could question them for you, if you like, Frederick offered. As magistrate, I've some experience and would like to be useful. Really? That is kind of you. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Lady Fitzhoward walked in their direction. Excuse me, please. They moved to one side to allow her to pass. As she did, she looked up at him. Careful, Frederick. Don't ask questions for which you don't really want to know the answers. He flashed a look into her eyes, surprised at her breach of etiquette, as well as the strange warning. But she met his gaze without contrition and walked on. Mayhew waited until she was out of earshot, then lowered his voice. I take it you two are acquainted? You would think so, would you not? Never one to criticise a guest, Mr. Mayhew said no more about the lady, and returned to the former topic. I accept your generous offer, if you are in earnest. When would you like to start? Tonight, if possible. Well, most of my staff rise early, so I hate to keep them up too late. Perhaps you could start with the night clerk and the barman now, and question the others first thing in the morning. Very well. Where would you suggest we meet? Mayhew considered. Perhaps the small office adjacent to mine. I used to employ an assistant manager, but no longer. Whatever is most convenient. In that case, if you could question the night clerk and the barman at their posts, that would be most helpful. I'll ask Mrs. Somerton to set up a schedule for the others to come to the office tomorrow morning. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayhew. Thank you. The proprietor expelled a heavy sigh. If it's not one thing, it's another. I hope a death in the hotel won't put people off coming here. Perhaps for a time, but people have short memories. I pray we can last that long. Frederick tilted his head to survey the man. I thought things were going well. Oh, they are. Of course they are. Forgive me. I shouldn't speak my every thought aloud. No need to trouble you with my petty concerns. I shall bid you good night and get back to the pile of paperwork on my desk. Frederick nodded, then said, Since the coroner is finished with room 3, might I take another look? Matthew hesitated. I suppose that would be all right. You are welcome to supervise. I don't think that'll be necessary, you being magistrate, the man added wryly, and me being behind on everything. He quickly retrieved a key from his desk. Here's the spare. I shall ask the undertaker to come in the morning. Just remember to lock the door when you leave. Frederick thanked him and returned to the coffee-room. Noah Brixton stood in the passage, leaning his head back against the wall, eyes heavy. Go home, Brixton. You'll need to rise in a few hours. Only if I want my bread to rise too. The young baker chuckled, even though weariness etched lines around his eyes. Frederick clapped his shoulder. I'll remain vigilant tonight. Get some sleep. Thank you, sir. The missus is more exhausted than I, with the new babe to feed round the clock, but I'll be back in the morning, soon as I can. I know you will. Inside, the inquest adjourned, and the coffee-room began to empty. Frederick caught Mary Hinton, Mr. George, and Mr. Edgecombe as they were leaving. May I ask you 3 to come upstairs for a few minutes? I'd like your help in determining if anything is missing from Mr. Oliver's room. I thought between you might be able to account for the man's belongings. Theft might have been motive for a break-in that resulted in Mr. Oliver's death, Frederick reasoned, though he kept that theory to himself.
Mary nodded her agreement. The men exchanged looks of surprise, but raised no objection. Frederick led the way with the key, while the others followed him upstairs. He unlocked number 3, saying,
"Give me one moment."
Entering first, he saw the room appeared the same as it had that morning, except that the smouldering embers in the grate had gone cold. He spread a sheet over Mr. Oliver's body in deference to Mary. He noticed the man's key, watch and purse lying on the side table, and looked briefly inside, recording the contents in his notebook. Then he stepped back out.
"We'll do this one at a time, if you don't mind."
The chambermaid entered first, nervously plucking at her apron.
"You mentioned you were in here just last night, is that right?"
Frederick asked. "Yes, sir, when I brought up his dinner." Frederick gestured around the room.
"Notice anything missing? Anything not where it was?"
She looked around, studiously avoiding the shrouded figure, brow puckered in concentration.
"Take your time," he encouraged.
"Hard to tell, sir. I seem to remember more paper, stacks of the stuff, though I might be mistaken."
She pivoted around once more. "Nothing else seems different."
"And was it customary for him to leave his key there on the table, and his watch and purse in plain view?"
"I don't know about his key, but the other 2, yes, sir."
"Thank you."
Frederick paused, then said,
"I'm also wondering about something Mr. George said during the inquest about a second maid. Did someone else attend this room yesterday?"
"Yesterday?" Mary frowned up at the ceiling as though thinking back.
Or was she avoiding his gaze?
"I don't think so. Not that I recall."
"Are you sure?"
She shrugged.
"Honestly, all the mornings run together. It's the same job day after day."
Not thoroughly convinced, yet doubting it could have any bearing on the author's death, Frederick decided to let it pass for the present.
"Very well, that's all for now."
Next, he invited in Mr. Edgecombe to look at the room.
"I doubt I can help," the publisher said. "I came to see him a few times, but barely got past the threshold." "The chambermaid seems to remember there being more paper in the room. Any idea why that might be?"
Edgecombe shook his head.
"He'd finally come up with a new idea and was busy writing. Yet I can't imagine he had time to write more than a few chapters. I hadn't yet seen them. He sent word that he needed a dictionary and more ink, but nothing about paper."
Frederick said,
"I looked in his purse and found only £3 coins and 6pence. Would he have had more money with him?" "You suspect robbery?" The publisher snorted. "Unlikely. Oliver was broke." "The stranger wouldn't have known that." Edgecombe shrugged. "Maybe."
Finally, Mr. George stepped reluctantly into the room. He said,
"I don't know that I would notice anything missing. I talked to him at the door now and again when he wanted something. Otherwise I stayed out there. He didn't exactly invite me in to chat, not when he'd hired me to stand guard outside." "I see. The chambermaid thought there had been more paper in the room. That mean anything to you?"
Mr. George looked thoroughly bewildered.
"More paper? No, sir, no idea. He did ask me to send a message to Mr. Edgecombe about needing a dictionary and ink, but nothing about paper." "Very well. Thank you, Mr. George."
When the 3 had left, Frederick shut his notebook with a snap. The exercise had availed little, but he wasn't ready to give up. He still felt that the man's room, or the man himself, might hold more evidence than Mr. Smith had bothered to seek.